Good evening, everyone, and welcome back, I guess, to the VALORANT Oceania Tour for 2021. It is a new week. It is finals week this week, of course, and today, my name is Dion Komodo Perrotta. Joining me is Mitch Pilski-Pilipowski. Mitch, you ready to get started for another week?
Yeah, of course. This is the part of the tournament that I've kind of been waiting for. You get to see the quality of the teams go up, get to see all of those storylines of the teams that we followed through from the previous qualifying stages and see how they stack up against the big boys. So exciting prospects ahead.
For sure. And of course, a little bit of the changes coming in towards it for the teams this week, which we touched upon a little bit, I guess, in the podcast that I was on the other night, that we've seen floating around in the socials, that we touched upon in the end of last week as well. Of course, we had I would say the injection slot, the sort of last chance qualifier that went on as well. But it does ultimately mean that coming in towards this week's set of matches, if you take a victory today or tomorrow, you're pretty much guaranteed a little bit of that money in your slot to kind of go throughout this bracketing spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's what some of the teams will be looking for. I think more so than the money, it's more about the prestige and the experience. But the prize pool's there anyway. Support some of these teams who are grinding it out and give them a little bit of something to play for. But I mean, for the most part, in most, esports and in most games, players play for that prestige, players play for those opportunities to see how they stack up against better teams. And for the teams that have come from the previous stage, that's where they can come in here and they can have an opportunity to already answer some of those questions for themselves. And for teams that are a little bit further up in the pecking order, they're still going to keep playing through to try to prove that they're, stacking up against some of the best in the world when you get to that point.
And of course, when we do get to that point, two teams from our region are going to be getting themselves those tickets to go over into that NA last chance qualifier, book themselves that trip overseas. And at the end of the day, that is what everybody here is going to be playing for, those points to try to get through from this first stage. And then I guess try again in the second stage and the third stage after that, if I'm remembering correctly how this whole big convoluted system works. But of course, starting to look at what these teams are shaping up for in tonight's sort of matches, we're looking at the first seed essentially in today. It's been a while since we've seen Order play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to sort of dip in and have a look at some of their previous games, have a look at some of the stats, and they really just haven't played that many games this year. When it's on the first page that some of the games that are relevant in terms of looking for some of those statistics are from last year, that's how you know that, a team's been a little bit inactive, or maybe there's not as many of those tournaments to play in. So I hope that they won't be a little bit rusty, have a little bit of that ring rust coming into this match, whereas over Strike, that'll be the first match, have been a little bit more active, have been playing a couple more games, but, I think most people would assume that it's not really going to matter.
Yeah, and I think, of course, bringing it in towards the grand scheme of things for looking over it into tonight here, a lot of people were asking those questions, Pilski, on where were the seedings, what's going to be shaping up for this week of matches. And as we do bring it in here, we are going to be seeing Order in that first slot, and then you trickle down. Wildcard, Direwolves, we're not going to see them play today. We will have Fun Crew, we will have Kanga, Mindfreak and Straight Out of the Zoo, some more matches tomorrow, and then over Power Strike. So we look at, how everything's shaping up. There's definitely some firepower potential coming in toward it for all of these games, but it is definitely going to be spicy moving on forward, because if you think about it, you got Order and Wildcard on opposite sides of this system.
Yeah, so I mean, that's kind of how you want it. You have a lot of those pretty strong teams in the bottom side of the bracket, if I was to say. But at the same time, we have a couple question marks on the other side of the bracket, like Fun Crew coming in from the open qualifier. A lot of people sort of touting them to be quite a strong team moving forward. Then you got Mindfreak. They've obviously finalized their roster down there. So a lot of good teams sort of coming through from that open qualifier to see how they test up against these top four that we did have. But more so than that, it's going to be good to see who's going to sort of test Order and Wildcard are the main two that I'm sort of looking for. But I guess in the first stage, if I was to pick a match that I'm really looking forward to the most, I think Direwolves and Mindfreak could be a good one. Also Fun Crew Kanga. I think these are the two that I'm looking at and I'm thinking these could be interesting because I expect them to be a little bit closer. Whereas the top and the third, I think are a little bit more straightforward, but we'll see how it does all play out, obviously.
No, I definitely agree with you going on toward that mark as well. Of course, the games there that we kind of feel would be more balanced in the outcome of it. Of course, expecting all 3 maps potentially to be brought on forward for them. But bringing up the schedule for today, we are going to have, as we've mentioned already, Order versus Overpower Strike as our first matchup, and then later on down the track, Fun Crew versus Kanga. And we have gotten, I guess you would say, the confirmation today as well that there isn't going to be the rolling schedule. For those wondering, it may change, but it's most likely not going to. So that Fun Crew Kanga game is going to be a hard start at 9:30. So if the first one is a 2-0, there will be that long break in between.
Yeah, so I mean, you could always go and look at some other VODs or some games in the meantime, or grab yourself some dinner. But either way, I mean, I would be expecting a little bit of a wait. Really, I think at the end of the day, it's kind of up to how Overpower Strike plays, because they're the ones who need to try to cause an upset, try to take a map off of Order, and I'm keen to see if they can do it.
Definitely am as well. But before we get into all the maps, we want to see who is on the rosters for tonight. Of course, Order, we know them well. It's Tux, Texter, Dick Stacy, Autumn, and Disco. Depending on what maps we're going to see, maybe a little bit of the changing up in the agents, I would very much welcome a surprise tonight, I guess. We've seen throughout the system so far that it kind of feels like with all those seeding matches that have been going on through, your seedings for your seedings of then your finals matches, that we haven't really felt, I guess, too much substance to come through from Order, the whole quote withholding strats and everything, just by what we've seen a little bit. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more explosiveness come out from them today and just start off this sort of finals run with a bang.
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of players here that, I'm very familiar with from going back years and years in Counter-Strike. I've casted so many of these guys' games, even the 2 newcomers, but particularly Tux and Texter. I look at them as a massive, massive loss to the CS scene. Dick Stacy as well, someone who's a loss to the CS scene with the experience that they have, but a massive gain to the Valorant scene, which is at the moment relatively sort of grassroots. There's a lack of experience on a lot of these upcoming teams. So a team like Order, that's kind of like, in my mind, the perfect mix between upcoming talent and veterans. It's a very, very scary prospect, and it's not surprising to see them cement themselves as the top team in the region to me.
And of course, going up against that top team in the region right now, Overpower Strike, I mean, we touched upon it already. They're going to have to shape up tonight. They're going to have to bring all of their firepower, because with the way that this system is working, it is the single Elium best of 3 going forward tonight. If you do lose these matches, you are out. At least take, I think you get a couple of points getting into the top 8, potentially. Not 100% sure how that's going to be going forward in the sort of remaining system in these stages. But of course, for tonight, look over towards Psycho to bring out that Jet, reloaded on the Sova. So 2 players there that we might be looking to see open up a lot of those opportunities, because whilst Order are the top team, it does also mean that there's a lot of, that information that is readily available for Overpower Strike to get out a little bit of those counter strats. And whether or not we will see that coming out from this team, which is, for all intents and purposes, a bit of a thrown together mixed-ish kind of team, we'll have to wait and see for that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this team, I've known Reloaded and Miss for many, many years now, and I'm not afraid to say that they are probably going to get stomped in this matchup, and they probably know that as well. So, it's not me PMing the team or anything like that. It's just me being real with some of my mates. But look, for me, realistic expectations is I just want to see how far they can push a team like Order, because they've done a really, really good job just making it to this point in the qualifier. They've been playing in a lot of these tournaments recently and pretty consistently qualifying. So that already speaks to the quality of the team that they are. They can at least make it to this stage, but how far can they push it when they play a top team in the region? That's the question that it comes down to.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that our region always, puts a little bit of the emphasis on is that individual performance. So whether or not we're going to see the big individual plays come out today, whether or not we're going to just see the full team dynamic really steering that drive for these teams to gather that win tonight, we'll have to wait and see when the match starts. But for here, it's Autumn and Psycho, the Jets of both of the teams. For those who might be a little bit new to our region as a whole, that's who is going to be those Jet players looking to take in those charges, maybe get out those operators as well. They do fancy them coming in a little bit, so we may be seeing a lot come out from them. But I mean, you look at the firepower for pretty much all of Order, we know that they are going to be extremely sharp, and maybe we'll see a little bit of slip-ups in the first map, provided, getting into that competitive mindset, making sure they're all warm. But I think over on the side of Overpower Strike, they're going to have to make sure that Psycho's put into some pretty powerful positions to try and find those big openers and then rally behind him.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the Jet matchup is necessarily going to be what sort of defines this game here. I think overall you're going to have to see Overpower Strike really step up to a pretty high level of individual fragging power, because Order is definitely not going to be a pushover. You can't just have that duelist sort of carrying things over. If there was one thing I would say about Overpower Strike is that as long as Mo is playing in the team, and I don't know if he's in-game leading the team, but as long as he's just there as a supportive element, I know he's got a good head on his shoulders, and I know they're going to have a pretty decent approach in terms of the way they're trying to take the game. So we'll see if they're able to bring up that level of individual form, maybe overperform a little bit, and see if some of those strats that are called are going to actually test the defenses there.
Yeah, well, before we see all of the testing, before we see the match, before we even see the vetoes, we got some words from Tux a little bit earlier on in the week. And mind you, this was before EXO or God Squad withdrew themselves as well. So keep that in mind on when we see this. But here's the words that we saw from Tux earlier on.
Going into the regional finals, we are feeling pretty good. Obviously, it will depend on the practice that we have over the next month leading up to that. But, you know, coming out of this tournament with the win, being the first seed is a good confidence booster for everyone. Sort of found ourselves a little bit, made some good improvements and adjustments. So, yeah, we're feeling pretty good.
Next defines Clutchy. It's flawless for Order.
So our game against Kanga in the close qual was a bit more of an adjustment from the previous open qual. We just felt like we made the adjustments on bind, which they smashed us on the week before, and we knew that our split was already really good. So we went into it knowing they'd pick that or Ascent, and when they picked bind, we felt probably more confident on bind than we did Ascent, so that was really good for us, and it just showed like we got to start on the defense side and just rolled them.
Oh no, enemy remaining. He's played it so well, Tested. No, how does he do that?
Wildcard have obviously shown, like they've made a few roster changes and got some better players in their team, and they've obviously shown that they can win a tournament or play really well or smash teams.
Smoke here, the dash does come through. He might actually be able to find one. Stacy does find a shot, but Ninan and infrequent.
Even though we dropped a match to them on Ascent, the other two maps we played them on the weekend, the close qualifier, we smashed them on. I mean, teams have made roster changes, they've made improvements. It just comes down to seeing if they can actually get results when EXO and us are both in the tournament. A win's a win. That's how we view it. This is a tournament that's been put in front of us. This gets us potentially to overseas at the end of the year to get the last chance qualifier in America. And that gets us to the Worlds, which is what we want. We want to play overseas and play internationally. So winning here is how we do that.
Oh, well, there you go. Some words from Tux. Winning here is how they do that to try and qualify to get overseas, Pilski. And I mean, it's one of the teams that we would kind of prop or rather expect to go overseas at the tail end of all of these stages.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think you've already got some players, particularly 3 of them, who have already been overseas, have already played internationally, at least in terms of Counter-Strike, some more than others, and that was the sort of realistic expectation for them. So in a brand new game, I think they're one of the only teams that has actual, candidacy to, be a favorite to do something like that, and has the experience to maybe even succeed when they do it, even coming from a minor region at the moment where, I mean, in my opinion, the level of competition is not that high. So I'm really keen to see if they can do it and overcome a lot of these challenges and prove once again that they are quality players on the international stage. But before they can do that, they do have to make sure they make it through this tournament.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that we've been touching upon in the region specifically as well, how all this system is going to work, what teams are going to be able to go overseas and everything, how the points are going to work. Is it based on the team? Is it based on the individual players in case we have, more of those O's shuffles that we're starting to see with the disbands and the players moving around and everything. But that is a topic for another day, because the topic that we have right now before us is the vetoes. Where are we going? It's bind first and it's Icebox. I really do welcome that. I'm excited for that. And split if we do need it. But I do feel like for split, we need to see something special from Overpower Strike tonight.
It's interesting. I'm not sure if the maps even matter. Like in a 5-map pool, you'd expect a team like Order that's been together for a while to be reasonably comfortable with all of the maps. As for Overpower Strike, they played quite a few officials. I'm seeing 30 to 40 games played on record. So and across all the maps, there's no map that they're specifically avoiding that I'm seeing in particular. Interested to see that they actually banned Ascent, which Order have lost recently to Wildcard. And it's interesting to see that Order ban Haven when it's a map that they've beaten some of the better teams in the region on. But that is Overpower Strike's most played map at the moment, at least just in terms of the numbers. Also, Order picking Icebox, at least in terms of the numbers that I can see. I don't see that they played very much Icebox. So this is something a little bit different.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a, I guess, a wild card to be thrown in the mix, the unexpected map. As I always say, I welcome Icebox at a competitive level. And I think for me personally, you know, touching upon it from like a little Avril mindset, we are way behind the quite meta of Icebox. You know, people still bringing out the Vipers and such. So whether or not we're going to see that still come into play for today's matchup, we will have to wait and see before we get into that second map. Because for the first one here, we do go into the old favorite in Bind. Once upon a time, EXO were untouchable. It was ordered to knock them off that perch once as well. So as we do get into it, do you have that penultimate prediction on how this is going to turn out?
I mean, maps. This map in particular, or just the series?
This map in particular.
It should be a win for Order quite easily, I would think. At the same time, though, this is a map that I've seen Order have lost to Kanga recently, which, you know, that's a bit of an upset if you ask me. Can another upset happen when I don't see Overparlor Strike being as quality of a team? Not really sure that's a likely thing, and I would imagine that that's not necessarily as much to do with Kanga playing super well as it is to Order maybe underperforming a little bit, but there's always elements of both whenever these upsets happen. So I think we're in the stage of the tournament where Order should be 100% business.
100% business indeed. I definitely agree with you that Order should be taking this map here, and I think the series as a whole, isn't it, B? You know, there's just been up at the top of the region for quite a long time, really. Only a couple of challenges here and there, a couple of little upsets here and there as well, but we bring it on through. Guys, special shout out to Crash again. Everybody loves him on the OBS, directing us through for all the matches tonight.
We got the drone up short A. It is going to be a bit of an A split here for Overparlor Strike, starting out on the attacking side, and it is just the Razor U-Haul that will be challenged here.
And already that boom about to be destroyed. Likewise of Disco out in the round from Reloaded. The spike to go down now as well as Chronix lurks in amongst the cage, pushing on through. Does get a right click out, but it's only a little bit of damage now. Trying to get in towards this retake. That Sky Smoke is going to buy a lot of time for Overparlor Strike to just reposition themselves, and they're all kind of spread out. You got that late flank to happen a little bit later too. Reloaded again up on that kill feed, finding with the paint shells now composed on a Dick Stacy. That's all falling apart for Order in this pistol round, and they're on the defensive side as well. So not a really good start for them. Got some great shots to come out from Shoot Game Player, but gets the job done in the end.
Yeah, you love to see that. Nice little pistol to get them off to the good start here. Keen to see what the economic approach will be from Order in response. Do they save up? Do they go for some kind of crazy force buy? I've seen Dick Stacy buy himself a Spectre so far, and a couple of Buckies come into the buy as well. So keen to see how Order do sort of set themselves up here. Obviously, there's quite a few sort of short-range angles here on Bind that you can utilize some of these shotguns and SMGs in quite proficiently. So seeing the Buckies in Hookah is no real surprise to me. Bit of contest over Bathroom, but again, a reasonably similar approach here from Overparlor Strike. They're just pressuring with that Cypher towards Bathroom. He's the Sentinel sort of going on the extremity, while the rest of them shove straight up middle in towards U-Haul and A-Site.
That's not really a good start for the side of Overparlor Strike, but it is quickly turned on its head as Chronix picks up too. This is the force buy coming on for Order as well on this defensive side. They've got those shields, they've got the weapons, but a couple of them already out of their hand. We'll see if Disco now can do something with the Bucky. Close range, only good for, well, damage at this point. The hot potato to the sidearm for missed as he claims the third in the round, but that's a force up from Order in this one, Pilski. We're not going to see guns for this round here. It's going to be the fourth round gun buy.
Yeah, dealt with reasonably well. You see Autumn rather holding on to a bit of extra cash, maybe trying to purchase himself up that operator in towards that that fourth round buy, as he did mention. And as for Overparlor Strike, they're just trying to keep their money reasonably similar as they move through yet another anti-eco, couple of upgrades with the Buckies and the Sheriff, but not too much to worry about. And again, pretty similar approach. Actually, it's an A stack from Order. They've seen the A push multiple times. You've got the Bucky in towards Hookah, but that is the only solo player of Autumn over here, and he's already abusing the Bucky. Absolutely disgusting. Nobody loves to see that. You don't love to see that as a viewer, or you don't love to experience that in your ranked games. And now they crunch straight through the telly here.
Oh, it's a little bit awkward, but the shots do come out in the end. Autumn farming up a bunch of money with this Bucky. The crossfires, however, there's some more damage coming on through, but in the end, at least Overparlor Strike, they did survive with 3 and not even really a bonus round. It's kind of the bonus round coming forward in the new one here with all of these Spectres. But the big ultimate thing, there's guns now for Order and early on an operator.
Well, multiple rounds you did see the boys over on Overparlor Strike survive with 3 players. So they're quite comfortable. They're quite happy with how this game's going so far. But now this is where things start to become a bit of a change-up. You did have the operator over towards that short A side of the map. It's a double B long setup here from Order. So maybe they're looking for a bit of orb control, looking to try to contest the Cypher of Overparlor Strike, which is now over towards that B side of the map as the Sova and the Brim do pressure bathrooms. Drone through. Looking to try to push players off the angle, but the blind in response, they're just trying to hold onto this control. A couple of cute little shock darts and a molly looking to contest though.
And a couple of kills to go left, right, and center in the bathrooms. Favoring.
Sova's dead.
Well, now Order, as Dick Stacey does manage to find Compose. The fallback for Overparlor Strike to group on through. The spike will be re-picked on up. Chronix, see if he can...
It's a triple retake though, as the knives are popped by Autumn, who does have the operator available, but he wants to try to entry over, try to create some space before the bomb does go down on the site.
Where is everyone hiding?
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
To a 3-on-1 actually. This is actually a really sick turnaround from Overparlor Strike. See Chronix create some space, go through elbow. Meanwhile, it's a TP all the way back towards A. So just playing with the rotations. Auto really have no idea what's going on in this round. It's just Disco in towards elbow, who's looking to try to save his gun. And does pick up the operator, so that's going to be something Auto can make use of in the next round. But realistically, they will only have pistols around that op. And so far, so good for Overparlor Strike. They're already doing a pretty fantastic job there. And that round mostly comes to Chronix, just making that mid-round play in the 3-on-3, looking for wherever the opening is, goes and challenges that elbow duel. And Tux is already set up in elbow. Probably should be winning that duel every day of the week, but maybe just eyes on the mini-map, a little bit slow to respond.
I'm kind of surprised Overparlor Strike aren't going for the hunt here. You know, this is their bonus round that they've gone into it with still those Spectres, and they've opened up the weapons, they've carried some over. They know that they've got money going into that next round as well. And for Disco, you know, they know that the operator was purchased up for Autumn. They know it's in existence. So again, I'm just very surprised that Overparlor Strike weren't really going for a bit of the hunt to try to remove this weapon from his hand.
I'd really like to see the op over towards the A side of the map. It's where Overparlor Strike's been leaning quite regularly, and he will be bringing it over there. So that in combination with a couple of maybe sheriffs or some buckies could be a recipe for disaster here. But Overparlor Strike, really strong economic situation for them. They're already won 4 in a row. Their money's looking fantastic here. So keen to see if they can continue on this good start. It is going to be a play towards that A site. Op's going to go and contest bathrooms. But this time it's going to be a bit more of a heavy short A approach, as we do see a pause coming in. But was only momentary. So straight back into the action. Op on the line, and that is going to be the change up. That's why I wanted to see that op over on that side of the map and see Disco making good use of that. You do have the Brimstone ulti into U-Haul, but they didn't take U-Haul control just yet, so that is now being contested once again from Order. They're going to start pushing out with the Buckies, and that is massive damage as the TP and the rotation comes back towards this B site.
Hi, this guy's from Reloaded, hopping on through with the satchels. Composed now to find Dick Stacey as well. It's not the greatest weaponry in the world for Order in this round, but they're starting to get something attributed in it. 3 versus 1 situation actually, and it all turns upside down for Order to finally get on the board. As you do mention, you wanted to see that operator go over towards the A side. It was very slanted in the bathrooms, gets that opening shot. TP comes out for Overparlor Strike after using the orbital strike in the U-Haul position, and at that time, you know, Order waited for it to fade. They've renegotiated themselves into U-Haul, and they hit the TPs. So Rosie on over, cleaning up all that kills when Overparlor Strike are kind of flustered, I guess you'd say, you know. They had the idea of what to do in the round. It just got the better of them in the end.
Here.
All right, well, operators on both jets now. And you will see potentially an Opdul towards Long B here. So that opening pick could be a bit of a difference maker there. The drone will be coming through to assist the Jet there. Cameras get shot. And the Op goes on the line from Autumn. Oh, they both whiff. That is unfortunate. You see that one player sort of supporting the Jets with the Ops, trying to shoot drones, trying to shoot cameras, and then create that opportunity for that Op pick to find success without getting pushed off the line from utility. But now we reset to a bit more patient game. Drone comes through, but is shot by Psycho, but he did still get tagged, so that is going to create a little bit more space for Autumn to take a wider angle, and he's just going to hold it. That's now ground taken by Order, and not a whole lot of ground taken by Overparlor Strike. They haven't gone and taken any info, no control of Hookah at the moment. Only now just prodding bathrooms, so they're just going to reset and try to walk towards this A site where you can already see Order. They're set up. They've got 3 players over here. They got the breach flashes to be able to shut down any kind of a push in the late round. Now the drone through does sort of tell Order that this push is on the way.
And Texter's been doing a really good job of just reimbursing the smokes at the top of the A short location as well to keep them at bay, to make sure that there is no information gathering available for Overpower Strike. They had to use the drone to get in, and now the time's ticking away. They've got no more of those sky smokes. Disco Texter getting a couple of kills up, but the trades do start to come through. Double down for Dick Stacy. Disco will close it out in the end. Order with the purchase. They do gather the round and survive with a 4. Really good to pad those stats too.
And that just comes down to Overparlor Strike not being able to take any map control. It was very one-dimensional. They were all just holding angles, not really pushing out, taking any control. They were really heavily relying on that Jet Op to find some info, find a duel or a pick towards Long B while the rest of the team just held. But when they didn't find success there, no one really moved very much until the late round. And with the drone coming up short A late into the round, there was already 3 players there from Order. That kind of was a bit of a tell for them to just hold on to that A site and just stack players over there. Didn't really have too many issues at all. Now a bit of a change up, straight up into A. There's only 2 players here for Order this time around as the U-Haul control is taken by Overparlor Strike.
Yeah, flashpoint to go in from Dick Stacy, or rather not just yet. Has to make sure that the dart is destroyed. It got a tag over onto Texter as well. So a little bit of information to come through for Overpower Strike, but Order waiting to see how they are looking to tackle this back. The blades are out for Psycho, and it does get the kill on a Disco, but the Showstopper was already shot on through to get out that trade. Time's ticking away, and the pressure is mounting for Order. Now they've lost Dick Stacy, they might even just want to go for a save. The Incendiary is going to tickle Texter down to 43. Great utility usage to come out from Overpower Strike right now. Chronix just playing a little bit more time over into the bathrooms, but the tap on the spike breathes out for Overpower Strike to engage in these fights, and Order are just winning them completely. It's all down to the last remaining soldier in Mist. He gets the crucial frag, and that's the round. It doesn't even matter that he's out of ammunition as Order, well, they lose the round in the end.
They were trying to stay one step ahead in terms of their positioning. They actually rotated the Jet over towards Hookah and played 3B, expecting that after Overparlor Strike kind of got shut down, going for that late A play, that they would sort of try to put more pressure on Hookah, try to take a bit more map control, because, I mean, realistically, that's what they lacked in the round, but they lost coming late up short A. So you could see Order, they're trying to be smart with things. They try to stay one step ahead and try to counter what they think that Overparlor Strike will do. But Overparlor Strike just keep things simple, and they say, hey, we've been winning on the A site. Let's just keep to it.
We're having a very large and in charge pressure on the A site right now, starting to come on through. It's kind of being shut down, however, as well. Overpower Strike getting couple more kills here than Order have been. The neural theft to come on through as things start to slow down. You got the split still on towards the A site. Pucks to try and lock it down by himself. Isn't able to find anything but damage on towards Mist. The rotation's starting to come through now for Order. See if they're going to be able to do something in this 2-player deficit. Lots of utility still on Disco to be able to shoot on through, but where do you even gather the positioning here from Overpower Strike? Where do you think they're going to be situated? Autumn with the operator as well. Really makes things tricky to get back into this.
Do seem to still be going for it, at least be going for exits, and Disco is going to crack open an entry towards U-Haul, but the time is really ticking down, Dion.
Yeah, it is indeed. The Cloudbursts do go on through to try and get on the defuse. Disco is absolutely just farming up a storm on the fragging department. All headshots to come through. Autumn's already got the last frag. The defuse was halved, and they make it work, Pilski. A 2 versus 4 situation in Overpower Strike's favor, and the heads were rolling.
Just, that's what you get when you put Autumn and Disco on your team, mate. It's just 2 really, really sharp, strong aimers. played with the time well there. They weren't desperate. They weren't over-committing to anything. Just sort of coming in slowly, waiting for the mistakes to be made. And every single time that over Parlor Strike peeked out, took a duel, the head was snapped off instantly. And as a result, the economy is in shambles for over Parlor Strike. They're going to have to take a bit of a save here. And in the meanwhile, Order's money's looking pretty good. See if they can hold on to that. Don't want to be losing too many of these guns towards the pistols. Over Parlor Strike just pressuring both of the extremities toward Bathroom and towards B-Long at the moment, while the reloaded working Hookah with the raise. So far, contest over Bathrooms for Order. The Omen walking up straight short A is going to see the spike in a little bit. Texter just makes the read as this Bathroom fight does elapse. No, actually does get himself a pick, but Texter, flanking straight through middle, has all of the cards in his favor.
I was going to say, only against the pistols right now, we might look to just see an easy cleanup round from Order, and they are getting the pressure in. You know, they've gotten the damage, they've gotten the kill. See if Texter can get this one. No, actually. This is now sticky. It's damage being dealt by over Power Strike, even though 3 of the players are within, you know, 15 HP range. But I wanted to make a little bit of, I guess you'd say, an observation known right now. The last time that we saw this composition from Order, these 5 agents, was actually against EXO in the grand finals last year in December. They've been running different compositions on Bind since then, so it's interesting that they have chosen to go back to this one.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, hard to make a read on stuff like that when it's months and months before the last official, and you know you've had so much practice since then. You would assume that it's almost like that last map's comp is not even relevant anymore at some stage. Either way, 13 seconds coming very late into the site here for over Parlor Strike. Oh, they are going to lose that first duel.
There it is. Oh, the spike goes down. They bring out Dick Stacy's Rolling Thunder as well. So for over Parlor Strike, I mean, this is by all means a half by an eco of such into the pistols. They've, you know, forced out the Blade Storm, the Hunters, the Rolling Thunder, sorry, and 2 kills. I mean, you're kind of okay with that. The plant as well.
This is where I look to over Parlor Strike. I wonder, where's the depth? Is there anything else in the pocket apart from just this success on the A site? Are they going to go straight back to the A site? Because now you see Order. They've got a lot of money in the kitty. You know, they can continue buying forward for at least one more round. And that essentially means for over Parlor Strike, you can't just be a little bit more one-dimensional. They are going to go back to the A site. But at some point, you know, you're going to have to see Order start to adapt to this as we head towards the later end of the half.
Well, the operator line is going to be posted by Autumn. The drone, however, is going to tag him up to fall on bat. No Hunter's Fury or anything to be able to get the immediate trade off of the information. But Psycho using out that tailwind to get up close and personal. Now the shots are starting to come out from Texter, though the Boombot does get a distraction. More kills to be calculated in the round. Player advantage for Order. The spike has been dropped. We see the TP come out from them. They do like moseying over to the B site. However, where Chronix is currently located, you'd have to run a marathon. Do see that the fallback has come out as well. They put a little bit of a reset on the round and see where Order look to engage in a little bit of the information gathering for themselves.
Last player standing.
Not going to be gathering anything with Disco on the line except for a bullet to the head. And it's all uncomposed in the 1-on-3. Every gun that he's able to take away does chip down the economy a little bit more, but essentially at the position where we currently sit, we will see over Parlor Strike have to take a save. Compose has a player behind him pushing through the bathroom, but push does slow down for a minute. Disco not going to
30 seconds left.
take any further steps forward, and very, very safe positioning at the moment from Order.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but as I say, interesting. Autumn made sure he was just watching the correct line to be able to find the frag. We tie up 5-5, and I mean, I got to feel like Order, as I said, you know, they might be a little bit cold coming into the first map, and it kind of did feel like that, you know, on the get-go. Over Power Strike were winning a lot of them duels and a lot of those rounds.
Yeah, sometimes you will see that. I mean, realistically, Order, you kind of got to force them to respect you if you're a team like over Parlor Strike. Sometimes they're not always going to bring their A game 5 seconds into the match. Aggression from Autumn straight up short. That's a fairly easy pick for him. He's just up against the pistols and the shotties, SMGs, things like that in a half buy like this from over Parlor Strike. realistically, damage doesn't really matter at this point in the half. You really want to be looking for the round. So that's where you'd like to see something like a bit of a set play or an exi to come in from the attacking side. But at the moment, it's looking pretty slow.
Oh, pretty slow, but the Hunter's Fury does come on out for Compose, see if he can tag up anything, find some of the damage. However, it's damage to be seen from Reloaded, a tag on towards Texter, but it doesn't find the frag, and now things is where you would expect maybe the crumble action to come through. The flank out as well as Compose does get a dink onto Dick Stacy, but that's all she wrote, as it's just down to Mist playing with the judge in U-Hole. At least, I guess, with a kill or the death in the end, the Orbital Strike will be available for them to utilize in the last round of this first half, but it does at least feel like Order starting to gather a grasp on how this match is playing out in the early stages. We are just waiting for old mate to lose his life in the end here, as we know it is eventually going to come on through to see if there's any exit damage, which unfortunately there's not. Flawless for Order there.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see Overpower Strike just play relatively slow in a round like that, rather than going for a set play or playing for some orb control. You can see how close some of them were to their ults. You did have Reloaded. He would have had his rocket available if he does go for a bit of orb control there. Obviously, you saw Compose pop his ult in that last round rather than waiting for the buy round there, when realistically, I don't think it was going to make much of a difference to the round. So not a big fan of that ult usage. Would have preferred to see it held until this last round, where you have a little bit more of a chance of making something happen. But either way, finally, a contest towards Hookah. The operator is going to be on the line here from Autumn. He's just going to go straight for the boom bot and create a little bit of space for Disco to fight here.
Very up close and personal with the operator. No trades to come on through. They might look to back on out. However, Autumn getting a couple of crucial frags. The 180 for the third onto Psycho. This is just falling apart for Overpower Strike. They had 3 ults to be able to utilize in that round there, Pilsky, and none of them, unfortunately, get used.
No, I think Reloaded and
maybe from the death,
Psycho got
actually.
them from dying. Yeah, they didn't have the ults. I was breaking down the orbs.
Yeah, Orbital Strike in the end, I guess.
Yeah, you could have used the Orbital Strike in Hookah for sure. But maybe you wanted to use that for elbow or post plant, try to secure the round rather than just trying to get that map control. Hadn't really set foot in Hookah up until that point in the map either, so maybe not too familiar with how Order was playing things over there. But either way, 5 rounds is not bad, but when you add the context that it was a massive turnaround from Order and they seem like they are very much warming up as they move towards their attacking side, I do feel a little worried for Overpower Strike. Let's see what they have on the defense, though. All of the players really looking towards the extremities to fight. 3 players in towards Octagon and 2 players to Bathroom.
Well, the early engagement now through the fountain. Tux is going to go swimming for a little bit in this round now, straight in towards the B side rather. However, Order trying to just get this spike on down, put some more pressure back onto Overpower Strike. Chronic just lurking in the corner, does get shouldered on out and does get finished on through by Texter. Now as that spike, I mean, eventually maybe looks to get planted. That's a pretty nice shock dart going in towards the garden area. Now the kills are coming out for Overpower Strike. Oh dear. Everybody for Order. They put everybody into garden and not a single frag bar 1 happens. Yikes.
It's a good round for Overpower Strike. Not only do they take the pistol there, but like I was saying, because they played towards both extremities, towards B-Long and Bathroom, they actually got both orbs on top of that, which will help them get maximize those ults in towards the later parts of the game. Do see a couple of those go towards the Sova and the Rays, I believe, were the ones that picked them up. So that's where I'd want to see those two trying to farm up a couple of ecos. That's something that's interesting about Valorant, where you actually do kind of want one particular agent maybe trying to farm ecos, but it does seem like Psycho is going to be the main point of contact towards this A site.
Yeah, it's got to be really careful right now because these pistols can certainly get some damage done. However, not really against the Spectres of Shoot Game Player Miss, which people would use their own proper in-game names. But anywho, it's frags to be found by Overpower Strike, only losing 1 in the end. It does also mean that we're going to have an earlier gun round in this half as opposed to the first half.
Yep. So it's going to be a little bit more normal, as you mentioned, the bonus versus the full buy round. All Overpower Strike really want from a round like this is damage. You want to take 3 guns away from the opposing side. Maybe some orbs as well would definitely help out. setup is pretty heavily towards short A and hookah here for over Parlor Strike, whereas Order, they're trying to send the rays towards hookah, and all of them contest B long. Kind of reminds me of how you'd take like long on Dust 2, maybe to try to take some longer fights. Obviously, it's not that straightforward because there's only so many long angles on blind. So very, very close quarters map.
Well, the creep up through towards long, the Aldrone to be sent on through, Order to clear all of the angles, and then the explosion to come into the site potentially. Hopefully they don't get caught up in Garden again. That was a little bit of an upsetting round for them, not being able to pick up any other pistols, but Chronix to drop one down with the Bucky, finds one, finds some extra damage, make it a second frag in the round. You're definitely happy with that outcome, because now it does put a little bit of the spanner in the works for Order.
Yep, they just need to delete the Bucky there. Team flash through the wall towards Hookah there. Actually, that really doesn't help out Disco with the timing, and he loses his life as the contributing factor. I wouldn't say entirely towards it. I love the positioning from Reloaded right now, sitting towards the back of Bathroom towards TP, just locking them into that B play.
It's going to be very difficult for Order. They have to find the right timing in these engagements. There's just info that's seen out from Psycho. Doesn't even need to go for that fight. And in the end, he goes for the fight. He wins it against Dick Stacy. Tux falls looking the wrong way. That is a perfect play from the bonus rounds.
This upset is very possible right now.
Yeah.
You got the pistol, you already got the 5 rounds on attack, and now you win that bonus, which just skyrockets your economy. Moving forward here for over Parlor Strike, Order, they're really going to have to switch on and dig a little bit deeper if they're going to be able to win this game here, because they're looking a little bit too cold.
Looking a little bit too cold. It looks a little bit shaky for them right now. I mean, the weaponry is not the best for any means. It's pretty scrappy, honestly. And you're just feeling like over Power Strike, they're riding on this right now. They're finding all these duels. They're winning all the duels with the lesser weaponry. They've got the round advantage now. They've found 3 unanswered in this part. You go into Icebox next, which could be a different story. And you've got no answer to aggression now from over Power Strike as well. I mean, you finally got 1 kill in the round, but you need to find more behind this. I don't know where to place my thoughts on Order right now. Is it just a case of, you know, cold feet in the beginning of the series?
Well, you have to look at it, right? I think it's just a little bit of that ring rust, to be honest, if I was to say anything. Essentially, you're looking at teams like over Parlor Strike that have been playing through this big stage. They've been playing through these qualifiers. They've been cracking hard, been playing some other tournaments at the moment, whereas Order, they've had to have a bit of a break up until this point. So it is that rustiness coming through, I would say. Either way, Autumn and Techstar now essentially just looking for a little bit of damage towards the late part of this round, but they're not really finding a whole lot.
Texas got the Phantom right now. See if he can get something happening. 47 points of HP to take another dual tailwind down. I gotta say, Psycho's been very quick on those tailwinds to dash out of a situation that he knows he might not be the best in taking. I really do rate that in, you know, the jet play.
All right, well, do have the buy up from Order. No ults available for them, but a couple very, very close. Dick Stacy, you could see him try to pick up an orb, or even if Disco and Tux try to pick up an orb and find themselves a kill. They're looking towards ults for them if they find their 2Ks. Reloaded has been farming orbs at Bathroom this whole game, non-stop. So now he's got his rocket available. I'm keen to see how he's going to utilize that. You do have the orb towards Bathroom here for the boys on over Parlor Strike, orb towards B long for Order. So you're not going to see that operator duel. Instead, just looking for picks on the riflers. Oh, really nice breach done on the line. I was going to say that was a nice breach done on the line from over Parlor Strike, but actually, old mate Dick Stacy.
Yeah, right into it.
Yeah, he's got a really nice lineup for that.
Well, I guess if you know,
doesn't come through.
I guess if you know the operator's coming into play and you know that the orb has been farmed time and time again over a Bathroom, you got to put some pressure and you got to go for something there to gain some either information or map control. So.
Yeah, I would agree. And in the meanwhile, you do see Order just walking towards B. A bit of a retake setup though, double from elbow, just with those trips out in the open, looking for those trips to be triggered. And as soon as they are, they're looking for spam kills straight through the smoke. The boys on over Parlor Strike.
This is going to be really interesting. I want to know how the operator, the rocket, is going to be utilized later on. Of course, those duelists has to come from the A site to this B site now. Compose starting to get some shots out through the dark cover. They're missing. Good use of the flashpoint. Now caught in the reload. This is perfect kit utility to come out from Dick Stacy. Another flash as well, and he just mops up Chronix there. Finally, there's one in return for over Power Strike. Make it a second one. Really impressive that Game Player is getting everything done. Missed the orbital strike now to go over towards the elbow position. It's forcing them out. Dick Stacy manages to get out the Rolling Thunder. However, Disco, no rockets to his his name. Only the blast pack, so Rocket actually misses in the end. Great sharp shot. This is still workable to come out from Disco. The Boombot, however, is coming on through, and the frag is found in the end over Power Strike. They had the containment, though. A little sticky there from what Dick Stacey was toiling with.
How is Mo fragging like that? The dude is so old. I've never seen someone that old get a 4K like that against a team like Order. What an absolute legend. Even gets himself that orbital strike. To be able to put that onto elbow and lock the round up from there, that is gorgeous stuff. Absolutely gorgeous. And that is just yet another round that is going to have massive amounts of impact, because you're seeing the effect that this has on Order's money going forward. They're going to have to go down to the half buy in this game. You look at the money for over Parlor Strike. They are in a very good position to close this one. I want to see it. I want to see a third map. These guys are playing phenomenal.
But right now, over Power Strike definitely dancing on Order, so we'll see if they are going to be able to get their footwork in motion to retrace in toward the round, because they've got a couple of ultimates that they've already utilized off the get-go to just bully their way in towards the A site. Psycho now on the line with the operator, does get shouldered on out. They could go aggressive if they want, however, out through the showers, missed is good for one. And now the trades do start to go over toward Order. We've already toyed upon that money situation there for over Power Strike, that they've got the money to be able to throw in toward the next round. But do you just maybe look to save in this one, get some economical damage onto Order? Maybe they can even go in for the retake. It's looking like they're starting to establish themselves with that Owl drone. Just reloaded to try and find the right amount of time to get on through. The paint shells now will reveal that he is coming from that locale. Order grouped on up in towards the U-Haul, reloaded good for one, and now it is just down to Composed. At least does have the ultimate to utilize in the next round. A couple for over Power Strike, but for Order, Pilly, it's their first one in this half.
And it was a half buy. And essentially it was them ballsing up straight in towards that U-Haul area. I like the smoke on towards CT from Techstar, and they just go and they take the fight to them. They just go and take those tools. Confidence. Now you do see both Sova ults are available for either side, and you do have the knives. You got the Cypher ult as well, which might help later on to be able to read some rotations. But for the most part, the Sova ults are the big impact ults that I'm looking at right now. You see the approach from Order is aggression towards a short, where the Cypher trips have been set up, a bit of a different Cypher setup this time from Chronix. But they lose that pick straight through the smoke in bathroom, so already playing a man down here for over Parlor Strike.
Yeah, and the neural theft for Chronix will get a little bit of this information. However, for Mist, all of the utilities going over towards his direction right now. Does manage to dispatch of Disco coming in through towards U-Hole as well. Autumn to get the trade. The spike isn't yet planted. I think they're going to just go look to do that over at the Beast site as well. A two-player advantage now for Order. Nobody's going to beat them toward the site, although, as I say, that Composed is now here, sitting through. The aftershock is very interesting. Dick Stacey does get the frag in the end. It's all on a Psycho, invested in the operator. 1 versus 4 is very difficult, not gonna lie. See if you can clear any of these angles, see if you can find an early engagement. Nice. There's the first one.
I think he's just looking for damage, I would assume. Oh, he's gonna go for it.
Well, no more cloud bursts to put on the spike if he does ultimately look to get that defuse out. The reveal is going to get him through the dart there, but it's gonna be Texter to find his head and not get the operator.
Yeah. I think they've been having more success with a bit more of an up-tempo style Order. Just shoving straight in towards U-Haul. They've been finding a lot of success there. And now you're starting to see over Parlor Strike scraping the bottom of the bank. That's why I really would have liked to see them just hold on to that operator going forward. Because now you're seeing the economy is flipping a little bit more as the scoreline gets closer. Like a bit more of an approach towards A. They're going to really fight for bathrooms here, where the operator is, but that is just such a sick flash onto the line. Dick Stacey has been on point with this preventative utility, just pushing the defenders back, limiting those risky engagements. Reloaded is able to trade one back though, so back into a 4-on-4, which is still a pretty good position for Order, and they recognize it. They're going to slow it down. The TP into elbow from Techstar is going to apply a lot of pressure to this Hookah setup.
Yeah, you got the neural theft available in amongst Hookah right now from Chronix. Composed is winning the duel against Techstar. It doesn't find the frag, however. Lots of information now from the cages over at Garden. responding out those sound cues. But this is very difficult for Overpower Strike. They're split in towards the angles that they do hold here. Do they open themselves up from sight, or just look towards to take the fight in towards Hookah itself? It's going to be a little bit willy-nilly in the end. Compose gets Disco, but more TPs out. This is huge for Mo. If they overlook this angle, he could find more than one. There's the spike. He could get out of dodge, but no smokes to assist. There's a orbital strike after one more frag too.
He's stepping up. He gets himself another headshot. Now he's got that orbital strike, and he's just going to regroup with Reloaded and play the 2-on-1 situation. They know exactly where the spike is. They know there's 20 seconds on the clock, and Texter is barely alive right now.
And they know that from the fight earlier on that Compose did in the damage. That is a really good resurrection and replay from Overpower Strike. You know, it looked really sticky for them. They were trapped in Hookah. Get a quick frag, get that extra TP, and it's just, you know, shoot game player missed sitting in bathrooms essentially. That upsets the remaining of the round.
It's just another massive play from Mist, and as far as I was concerned heading into this series, I didn't think you could unburn Toast, but he's found a way to do it. It's absolutely incredible to watch. Now, he's got that orbital strike available. That's a pretty big impact ult. Tux has got the Sova ult ready. It's going to be a play towards this short A position with just Texter lurking through bathrooms.
Oh, well, here we go. There goes the orbital strike in toward the short locale to be able to just disconnect the players on Auto, and it's done relatively well with Autumn falling first, although a couple more frags to be seen on the board for Order. The rocket is going to go through and actually finds the kill on a Psycho as well. It's just going to be down to Chronix. I think you take this round for what it is. The aggression from Order was overwhelming. You take the operator into the next one, look to see what you can do, because, I mean, it's not, you know, Order definitely viable to be able to bring this game back, but still Overpower Strike are able to close it out from here. It's really hard to place your finger on how this is going to still turn out.
Nice exit from Chronix. Just chipping away at that money, and Order don't have a lot of money at the moment, so every gun that they do lose towards the tail end of this game could be costly. They keep 3 alive though, so that's the bare minimum, sort of the passing mark. And in the meanwhile, as I did say, the economies were definitely flipping over those last couple of rounds, and you see the result of that now over Parlor Strike. Yes, they're ahead 1 round, but they have to take a save. And if they're not responsible enough with their money towards the tail end of this game, they could find themselves in a very difficult position. Same thing goes for Order though. They need to keep a couple of guns up here as we head towards that round 12 mark, so they don't have any economic difficulties.
Yeah, nearing that reset potential as well for both of these teams in the last rounds of regulation.
A lot of pressure towards Hookah. Order just clearing that one out. Chronix rather able to get out scot-free for the most part. Just a little bit of HP as he's trying to be a bit of a weasel with the Bucky there.
Well, here we go, in amongst the B site. A 1-on-1 trade to come through. Chronix with the Bucky, able to find one. 3 versus 3, starting to see a little bit of damage come out from Order. I would love to see Mist just sit behind the site and not give himself up. However, does manage to get the trade out. This is really sticky for Order. Dropping players like this. Psycho with the blades. Oh, no, Psycho. All 5 missed. You can't be missing them. Oh, you hate to see it. And now he's expecting the TP, so at least Mist is in the right situation, although it's the fake TP to come out. No, it's the real TP, actually.
They've rotated, and Mist is in the perfect position yet again. His brain is just way too massive, and he almost had the timing there, but Tux has got it covered. That was very winnable. Psycho just completely whiffing the jet knives. That in a round like that, if they lose this map, that's going to be the kind of thing that haunts your nightmares. As we head towards 11-11, both teams a little bit fragile in terms of the money. At least Texter is the bank of Order right now, keeping the cash up pretty high for the boys. But as for Overpower Strike, nothing behind this one. They've got that Cypher ult ready. If they can get an orb, they can get Sova ult as well. Maybe farm that one from B long like they're setting up to do. But in the meanwhile, Order, they've got Jet over towards the bathroom, just holding that angle while the rest of the boys work B.
Think about those blades as well. Tux wasn't even looking at the right direction. Psycho's just missed all of them when you would expect it to be a pretty easy frag to gather there. But unfortunately, 11-11, we tie it up. We've got guns here for everyone. A couple of ults to be able to play with as well. Both Hunter's Furies. They're all theft for Overpower Strike for Chronix there. a much needed round for both teams, though. Like, it is. It's the second last round of regulation here, and it's reset territory for over Power Strike.
Yeah, you saw Compose actually pick up that Sova ult from B long, but now the push in towards A here. The smoke's on Heaven as well as CT once again. They're trying to contest U-Haul, and Mo just can't deal with the U-Haul push. Tux is going to get a pick as well. And this same play that's found success from Order when they were really struggling is again working to close this map out.
Yeah, really need to see a kill to come through from Mist there. Only a little bit of damage, and it's a player deficit ×2 for over Power Strike. Try to get on through, and Autumn wins the duel against Chronix. Now, this is just shambles for over Power Strike. They've got no money in their back pockets to go into the last round. If they do lose this 2 versus 5, it'd be a miracle if they're able to clutch this one back. Yes, 3 of those players are low. Now 1 has been sent to the Shadow Realm. Operator still in bathrooms. Our drone out, spotting Psycho as well. They can start to take the fight to him if they wanted to. Compose in the backlines, however, finds Disco and finds Tux. Okay, now we're starting to dance with fire right now. Texter, 15 HP. Don't tell me they're going to be able to clutch this one through. The damage is out. The damage is out. And over Power Strike, how do they win a 2 versus 5, Pilski?
That should never be happening. That is a massive oversight from Order. I have to be honest, because I would love to break that one down. But this just shows how much of an upset that just was. I literally just looked at my phone after that was in a 5-on-2 because that was never going to happen. And I can't tell you how they won that one. But they shouldn't have. They should never have won that in a million years. You should never be winning that 2-on-5. Order had the bomb down with plenty of time. They just needed to get in some really solid post plants, and they would have just broken over Power Strike's money, and that would be the game. 2 to 3K in the bank over Power Strike. They wouldn't have been able to put together a good buy here. But they've somehow made the 2-on-5 happen, made the upset happen, and now Order, at least they did have a little bit of cash to play with. Like I said, Texter was the bank, and they're just going to try to go for a B split here.
It's the easy ones that you miss and the hard ones that you do hit. Chronix, however, isn't going to be able to do anything bar a little bit of damage. Order trying to send us into the overtime scenario. I thought that, you know, over Power Strike would be able to get to this 12 mark, but I thought it in their previous rounds. So at least they are there trying to escape from the Hunter's Furious Psycho. We'll get out of it in the end. Is that player deficit, however, for over Power Strike. We can't count them out, though, from what we've just seen. There is definitely a chance that they still fight back in toward this round. They hear the TP to come on out. Reloaded to be playing in Lamps. Lights on for over Power Strike. Cloudburst out for Autumn. The dash as well. How does Reloaded choose to tackle this round?
Forget about Reloaded. It's Mist who's actually just having massive impact, pushing straight through that Heaven Smoke. Reloaded now might get caught off guard. Disco with only 20 HP, but he's still able to win the duel and put it into a 2-on-1, all on Psycho to prevent OT, and it's the double TP, the wrap straight back towards B. All of these players are so low. Just 1 bullet apiece. This could really go either way, but Auto going to put the bomb down.
1 versus 1. The spike is down. Texter jumps up and he finds the right line. Psycho spraying through. We're going to overtime. And again, it's just one of those really close rounds where you have it in everybody's ball court. But in the end, you know, it's not a slam dunk. It's not a 3-point. It's just one of those shots that work out. And for over Power Strike, a bit of fresh air maybe now, but I think it's more on the side of Order because they have been trailing in this matchup time and time again. It's now on them to close it out. And I mean, for everyone's viewing, they expected Order to be able to get this. For over Power Strike to put it into overtime, man, they're going to be really happy.
Let's see if they can convert though. Over Power Strike, just going back to the no-nonsense gameplay straight towards that A site, but there is a 3-man stack here. Dick Stacy and Tex are looking to contest bathrooms nice and early on. Autumn on top of that tank there wants to try to bide his time, peek on the right timing, just get that 1 pick as the exit comes in and just fall away.
Well, in towards the A site, it's worked for them before. Autumn is hiding. And I say when I worked for them, it's worked for Order before. Over Power Strike trying to see what they can do in the return. Texter finds Chronix. Now the smoke will eventually fade for Autumn to peek his head on out. But how much does he find here? Maybe some info. Maybe gets a kill. Psycho is dancing in the lamps, holding the close line to see if he can get something here. As the drone does spot him out. That's trying to escape into the paint shells. Bit of damage to be seen. More kills to be found by Order. On to Dick Stacy. He does manage to find Mist. More frags. They have overlooked the lurk in showers. 1 versus 2 now for Reloaded. Finds the second one. Can escape out of here, but that's a very large awkward spray. 2 HP for Tux. Yeah, look, Reloaded's fuming right now.
I think he just got RNG'd, to be honest. End of the day, if he had just let his spray reset a little bit more, they could have definitely won that round. At the same time, though, you know, over Parlor Strike, they did something interesting in towards the mid to late part of that post plant. They chose to pretty much abandon the plays in U-Haul, and you had missed and reloaded double flank bathroom when they knew their opponents had that bathroom control, and it worked out kind of okay for them. Dick Stacey got that one pick and was really, really patient to be able to hold on to things towards the later parts, but I kind of wonder if they just held the crossfires and held that post plant and really tried to contest U-Haul and fight for that retake from Cubby and U-Haul, whether that could have worked out better for them. Either way, though, woulda, shoulda. It was a very close round, and we move back to order on match point, or map point rather, in the overtime. They're just going to go for this play towards beat. Chronix as well as Compose. We will just be playing towards sight and elbow. The Jet has rotated in Psycho.
Amazor to tackle this. Disco to find Psycho first. That is really unfortunate for Overpower Strike. They were the team that found the match point first, and now it's in Order's favor, though they've dispatched with the spike. It's now down on the floor. No, it's not. It's being planted right now. Chronix is down on the floor. Player advantage for Order. The Rockets here as well for them. And they're looking to send it and take over this map. It is their opponent's pick. We go into Icebox next. For those that are just joining us, Disco brings out the Rocket. It does manage to find it. The trade is out at least. But 1 versus 2 to come through again for Reloaded. Has to try and find that final frag now. Tapping on the spike. There is info on the back of a dart that can be thrown out from Order here. I do wonder if Tux does have it available. Half on the tick. There is a Shocky. He sees both of them. That's it. Autumn finds the frag, and it is GG. Order taking the first map, 14-12. But I've got to say, I feel like Overpower Strike deserved that map there in the end. Even though they lost it, I feel like they should have had it.
Yeah, I think that was one of those games where there was a handful of misplays, there was a handful of big plays, and at the end of the day, I think Order just kind of tempering things down a little bit towards the end of that map and able to sort of come away with it. They looked a lot more convincing in OT, just 2 really, really clean rounds, but yeah, I would agree with you. Definitely could have gone either way. Very, very surprised to see Overpower Strike playing a really good game, and just like any upset, really, I think it comes down to Order kind of underperforming and Overpower Strike playing a really, really good game, but still at the end of the day, they couldn't close it out. So that's where this series definitely gets a little bit difficult, surely.
Guess a little bit more interesting for me to see where we're going to be going in towards Icebox, because I dare say a lot of people didn't expect that to be the outcome of our first map of the day. Remember, there's more maps here. There's more. Well, there's another best of 3 to be seen a little bit later on. But yeah, for how this second map here in Icebox is going to turn out, I have a feeling, you know, it's probably going to be a landslide towards one of these teams, maybe Order, or it's going to be another close one.
Well, like I said, it's an interesting pick because they haven't really played a whole lot of it in officials as far as I can tell. But Overpower Strike have actually played a fair bit of Icebox. So at least in terms of the officials, they should be a little bit more like practice on it. But you never know what's happened in the last, you know, couple of weeks, couple of months where Order hasn't played very many officials. So we'll see how it does turn out for them because they are the ones who have opted to pick it.
Yeah, well, a potential coin flip to see if we're going to go into that map 3 or not, if Overpower Strike are going to be able to give it to us on Icebox. Everybody, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Stay tuned for when we do come back, because that'll be map 2 on Icebox between Order and Overpower Strike. Don't go too far.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour for 2021. A very large, heated first map to open up the night, and I was really keen on the end of that one, not gonna lie. I think we saw a lot from Overpower Strike that we maybe thought we wouldn't have been seeing tonight. And for Order, I mean, whilst they did get the first map, I feel like there's still a redemption that they need to be seeing in towards the second one here, Pilsky.
Yeah, I would say so. I think, I always use these kind of qualifiers as a bit of a barometer to see how some really, really good teams are playing. If they're playing an underdog, how do they beat them? I always look at the stats whenever I'm doing, CS broadcasts and trying to work out how a team's performing when I haven't got a chance to see them play. And these are the kind of games where I see, you're barely scraping a win over a team that you should be beating. Doesn't really indicate that you're probably playing at a very high level of performance at that point in time, but so many contributing factors that could be towards that. Is it just they're a little bit rusty? At the same time, though, you can't only talk about Order. Overpower Strike played really well, and I'm really happy to see Mist play so well because he's just such a good lad. So I want to see some more of that, some more big Mist gameplay, some more 4Ks. Wanted to see him get the ace, but that was a bit sad, and some massive plays from some of the boys.
Yeah, no, I definitely reiterate with you on that one. We saw a lot to come out from Overpower Strike, multiple frags to come on through, and I think at the end of the day, as you mentioned it, if Overpower Strike did, losing out in that map, if they go back over that, the one round could have been the big decisive round, would have been Psycho missing out those blades, So, I mean, it is what it is. They have to just move on from that in towards our next map, which is going to be Icebox. It is Order's pick. We've seen it once in the past from them. It was Order versus Overpower Strike on Icebox, and it was a shutdown. It was 13-3 over to Order. So whether or not we do see a repeat of that, that is going to be anyone's guess for now.
Yeah, it's interesting to see you sort of picking a map that you don't really play much against an underdog team in terms of a best of three like this. I guess if you have smashed them on it before, why not go for it at the end of the day? So we'll see what they've got for Icebox, whether it's anything sort of cute coming out from Order, whether they're just going to have a fairly easy time on it once again up against Overpower Strike, because I've seen Overpower Strike and their map stats, and it does seem like they are pretty, they played it a couple of times. You were asking about the Vipers, being behind the meta and all that kind of stuff. According to Avril, we're seeing Vipers on both of these lineups at the moment for the smoke characters, which is, that's an interesting one. End of the day, I don't know if I necessarily agree with, the whole behind the meta, ahead of the meta thing. You're seeing a very, very new game for Valorant. It's only been out for a little while, but on top of that, Icebox is the newest map as well. So, look at a game like Counter-Strike. How long has it taken for teams to work the optimal way to play a map? It takes a very, very long time. So as far as I'm concerned, especially in minor regions like this, you make your own meta. If it works, it works. Fuck it. Just pick whatever you want. If you want to go for the Viper and it's working for you, go for the Viper, and we'll end up seeing what ends up working well for teams. And on top of that, I'm not sure if Valorant is going to be the kind of game where there's one strategy that's just go-to. I don't know if you agree with that, Dion. It's just there's so many characters, there's so many, abilities and cute stuff you can do. I'd like to think that, I don't want to see teams just copy-paste strategies on the map and kind of thing. Just I want to see people be creative and come up with cool stuff.
No, I definitely, I agree that there isn't just one thing suits all, right? It's the whole scenario of that copy-paste. When one team develops something, you see a lot of teams try to do that copy-paste, and I think that's just the wrong mentality, personally, to be able to, be going in a competitive, professional-style game in that sort of area, and we can break that down for as long as we want, but at the end of the day, I mean, a lot of the teams, they need to do what is going to suit them best, and I guess if that is copy and pasting another strategy and they can adapt that to our own, I mean, who are we to say, don't do that? But I just want to be able to see teams develop a little bit more in their own footing, and whether or not it takes more maps or more agents to do that, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, you always want to do what's strong and what you're confident is going to get you the W. And as for Overpower Strike, it's going to be a push towards this A site that they think will get them the W, but there is a lot of players from Order already here.
A lot of players already here, that is for sure. It's going to be Disco. No, it's actually Order to steal away the first frag. Dick Stacy as well, and everybody's starting to get something happening on the side of Order. It's the defensive destruction to come on through, as Mist is good for one. Can't quite get the second. No, I lied. Does manage to do so. in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Does have the self-heal available, so to go at it, some headshots will need to be found here. At least I guess over to the side of Order, they do still have the smokes kind of available on the side of the Viper. It's really interesting that Icebox is one of those maps that does give us, you know, no Omen, no Brimstone. I want to see when Astra is going to come into the play. I'm really excited for Astra. I think that's going to be a bit of a shift to coming through from team's mentality sake, not so much as just the complete agent pickings, but I am really welcoming on that. And I guess welcoming in this one is over Power Strike's bullets. Are we going to see Miss be able to clutch this through? A Miss right click, and it works out for Texter in the end.
I don't think my heart would be able to handle it if Miss pulls off a 1-on-4 in that scenario. Like, man's playing so well tonight. Freaking love to see it. And look, end of the day, Order, they still do close that one out, as you would expect them to. They were in such strong positions, and after all said and done, a complete shutdown of that A-site push. Looked fairly comfortable defending it. And although things get a little bit spicy in that 4-on-1, they still lock it down. Only difference that really makes is you see Mist able to buy himself a Sheriff. And on top of that, he's got 4 out of 7 on that res, which, you know, if your Sage is fragging up, getting some of those bomb plants, that's a lot more reses in the half, and it's a big impact ult to be able to have access to more often.
Most definitely. For now, though, the Toxic Screen is up. Autumn does get tagged on out, reposition as well, but it's tough to start off the show. He had a very, I guess you would say, underperforming play on the first map. It just felt like we weren't really saying too much of Tux in that game. Did get some kills in the end, but just not too much substance from there. So it's good to see off the get-go here that something's happening for him.
Yeah, it was interesting. I saw him on the Sova. Not sure if that's something you see too often from Tux, as I do sort of associate. I remember he was playing the Jet on the old version of Order before they made some changes. And
Launch, yeah.
You know, since then, Launch, I guess. Since then, they've sort of shuffled around some roles. They're trying to keep these young fraggers on the duelist roles, which I'm not surprised about. Why wouldn't you, really? Well, these guys are so unbelievably sharp. That's exactly what you want.
It's one of those things that I mentioned there, isn't it? Like, and throughout these whole stages, they had been putting Tux on that, and they didn't play that composition on Bind since last December when they had it against the EXO clan in that grand final. So they changed things up, but now it feels like coming into it, maybe that was the composition that they wanted to draw back upon, and they get the map in the end, but it did look scrappy to say the least.
Well, bonus in here from Order, and you do have the buy up from the boys over there on Overparlor Strike, who are pretty heavily setting up towards this A side of the map. Does seem like Order wants to try to contest, wants to try to push. Already some slow orbs being ready, and you're going to see Bisco just launch himself forward with the blast pack straight up onto the platform to try to fight.
Oh, first engagement. Psycho does manage to win it on through. You look at the damage that's already delivered onto Overpower Strike's bodies. However, one of them does get healed on up. Texter in the off position. It does get checked, but it doesn't get completely cleared on out. Good for one. Their advantage being held out by Overpower Strike. It gets doubled on through now. It is just going to be out to the remaining players on Order. It's interesting that the resurrection does come on out very, very early, though, for Overpower Strike.
I think that's one of those cases where you just want to use the res in a round where it's decent rather than holding on to it, especially when your Sage has been finding so many kills so early on. Just try to get the economy rolling nice and early, but unfortunately, it's not going to matter. Already lost that extra player that they did res up, and you can still see Order looking for damage towards the tail end of this round. Want to try to make sure that Overpower Strike can't come away with too many weapons towards the later stages of here. Luckily, Autumn are able to line up that Sheriff shop, lucky for Overparlor Strike in this case, and they're all going to exit towards that defense spawn, as they're well aware that you did see Tux over there on the flank this time. So they're going to keep 4 guns up after all's said and done.
And Tux will be able to take over the Vandal into the next round. Everybody's going to repurchase some weaponry into it as well. I've got to see the Operator come out for Awesome here. Probably posted over up on that A site for the line in the beginning. I'd like to see the changes, and I think I want to see the fluidity come through from Order. You know, always repositioning themselves with that Operator. Keep Overpower Strike guessing on Icebox.
It's interesting to see Chronix go from that Cypher onto the Jet here, and then you see you see a big shuffle around in the roles. Obviously, Mo was on the Brimstone, but now it's Composed playing that Smoke role. So massive, massive changes in terms of who's playing what character, role-wise anyway. As we do see the change between Blind and Icebox. Raider not connecting too early on, but over Parlor Strike definitely contesting this A side of the map nice and early.
There's the flank coming down through mid right now as well from Order, so everything's starting to be contained around the B site. The first engagement does go the side of Order, quickly turned on back as well as Compose manages to find 2 on the Viper kit agent of choice. Strike down, players equalized, however. No res available. Texter is now 1 away, but he's in the grave for himself. Autumn on the operator. The first installment on this map. See if something can come through, however, as the spike does go down. How are they going to really play it? Kind of at the same location. Tux is at least getting a 1-to-1 duel. That'll be one in the end. Cloudbursts will go on towards the spike to try to get out the defuse. So Psycho is in a bit of an off angle this late in toward the round. You can see why. Tux isn't even checking for him, and now they're going to drop on his head, and oh dear, Psycho can't quite get that one done in the end as Tux finds both of them in order and extend their lead.
Yeah, it should have been an over Parlor Strike round, really, especially with the strong positioning that they found themselves in, but not quite having the right angles covered at the right time means that Order does come away with it, does retain that operator, and we have so many of these players getting so close to their ults on Order. As for over Parlor Strike, a little bit further away, only have that Viper ult available at this point. And they're having a bit of trouble getting rolling on this attacking side. We'll try to put a buy through once again. Have to go down to the Bulldog on Composed. Does end up working out for them as it's a bit more of a heavy setup towards the B side for Order this time around, expecting a bit of a change up. Again, like I said, on the defensive bind, they're trying to stay one step ahead, trying to anticipate what over Parlor Strike are doing. And again, over Parlor Strike are showing that they just want to keep hammering that A site, keep doing what's working for them or what they think will work for them. And it's paid off yet again. Order trying to change up their setup, but punish for it, essentially.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me that the Viper wall doesn't assist them going in towards the site as well. You know, it doesn't go over the screens line. It doesn't segregate off the site to at least get in there a little bit quicker. Like, you know, your Omen Smoke or your Brimstone Smokes would be able to cordon off those areas. Miss Blades, however, to come out from Chronix. The sidearms pulled out in the Ghost, missing some shots as well. Does kind of lead things up in the air for over Power Strike. If are they going to be able to clutch out this round? Composer's going to be able to get through to 1. A Viper's Pit is now available. It's a Snakebite to actually be shot on towards the site. But looking at Mo, he's in a position unknown, but now he's the last alive. 1 versus 3. He's been seen, and he loses the duel to Dick Stacy as well. Defuse out for Order as they claim 4th.
Yeah, again, I feel like over Parlor Strike, they got that 1-for-1. They were in decent positions, but just a couple of plays that went wrong, a couple of duels that went wrong, that means that they don't come out ahead in that round. The Blaze Storm in particular, relying on the right click at that range. I mean, I've literally missed right clicks, like basically with my nose in the other bloke's face, and you're going to try and right click at that range. Doesn't work out for him, unfortunately. Ever since that Blade Storm does get changed on the right click, I see it whiff so often, and unfortunately doesn't work out for Chronix that time. As well as just that post plant, I feel like Mo was in a really strong position, but without any of his teammates over towards that backside of the pipes, able to win any of the duels, it essentially doesn't really matter. Now a bit of a save coming out for over Parlor Strike, just the Sheriffs for them, looking for some damage. Autumn's kind of re-peeking, abusing them. Just utilizing that operator to its full effectiveness. This is a good round for Order to try to keep a lot of players alive. They want to try to build that money up as they move forward in this half with a 5-1 lead.
Yeah, just don't drop anybody here if possible. It looks like they are shaping up for that. And there you go. The flawless in nature in the end. 4 ultimates to be able to play with in the next round as well. And this is definitely how you wanted to see Order start off. And I think that we're expecting it, right? Even for the first map, I welcome though that over Power Strike were able to give us a really good show for the first map, but it does feel like whilst they have gotten in towards this one, into that A site specifically, they just haven't been able to hold off Order into those retake scenarios. Now that they've finally got the weapons behind them, do we see them just run in to the A site again?
Yeah, I think they're definitely looking a little bit less sharp this map for over Parlor Strike, whereas Order does seem like they've warmed up a little bit more. They've got strong money to boot at the moment as well. Funny to see Chronix have so much cash available to himself but not go for the operator on that attacking side. And again, you were sort of speculating about what would be happening. It's going to be a play towards that A site, and it's a full retake here for Order, so they will be giving up the site Oh, that Hunter's Fury does pressure towards the B side, doesn't find a pick for Reloaded, so essentially being utilized for very little gain. And once again, over Parlor Strike trying to set up the bomb plant, but now that the Hunter's Fury comes out from the defensive side, they don't feel safe enough to put that plant down just yet, which has bought a lot of time for this retake to come in for order.
And finally, now that they are here on trade to come on through, not in a position to get out that resurrection for both sides right now, but Texas does manage to get up in top of the site and start to find a bunch of this information. However, do they really need to find all this info? Because Order are just finding all the kills left, right, and center. Different members getting different frags, and that's the 6th round now on the board for Order. Again, are we just seeing the same lyrics for this song right now, Pilski? Into A, retake for Order.
They're just getting rolled on the retakes over Parlor Strike. They're just not winning any of the duels. Order is basically just waltzing into the site and doing exactly what they want to do. And I'm not seeing any pushback from over Parlor Strike. It's kind of almost like they used all their juice on Bind and don't really have a whole lot left. And sometimes it can be a little bit crushing to your momentum and to your mentality to lose a game where you were kind of ahead and you should have probably won. So maybe that's kind of the effect that we're seeing on over Parlor Strike now, as they again do have to go for a bit of a half bite.
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to be able to muster up in this one. Maybe use their ultimate, the Viper's Pit, to just get in toward the site. Maybe they find something, but for now, in this this purchase for over Power Strike, if you can really call it the full purchase, they do already lose one player, and probably the most crucial one that they would have liked to have up on the board in this one. It's that Sage down.
Precision kill.
Oh, big shot from Disco as well. Again, Order looking to try to flawlessly compete this round. Not that it really matters at this point. Their money is so strong towards this part of the half that I don't think they really even care the fashion in which they win it. All that it really makes a difference for is the mentality of over Parlor Strike, as they might be looking for a little bit more confidence to be gained if they win a few duels.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things for me so far, just observing on the mini map where those Viper walls are going, the toxic screens, is they've been in the same spot like pretty much the whole time, right? They haven't changed them, and that just feels like to me that this is maybe for an over Power Strike, copy pasting a different team's composition and just throwing it in, right? Because nothing's really changing from their Viper lineups, from their Viper utility.
Yeah, at the same time though, that's a bit of a tell sometimes if you're going to throw a different wall.
Oh yeah,
of kind of give away what you're doing. So similar to, you know, in CS where you see the same protocols, the same utility thrown just to give the same look to the defenders so they can't get you a good read on you. Might be the reasoning there. Both Sage Reses are available now for both of the boys. So could be seeing a 6v6 at some point. Let's see if over Parlor Strike's going to change anything up. Again, it's just
Different
straight
wall.
towards A. Just 5 men towards A. At least you do see the different wall, as you do mention. But Order's here on the line, and that's going to catch them off guard. And forget about a 6v6 at this point. They've just lost to Sage, who had that race available.
And Composer's going to spray down Dick Stacey. It wasn't the intended target. It was actually on towards Awesome, but he manages to find Disco. Now Autumn's good for one in the trade out. However, the plants go down. Resurrection not actually going to be able to come through for Order now because it's in a really sticky situation where the players are down. Texter coming in on the flank. Will manage to find the kill onto Reloaded. Tied up 2-2. Ults available for the Order squadron. However, Texter finding Psycho, winning out in the duels. This is Order definitely more sharp in amongst this map as opposed to the first one, and a little bit of lackluster ability to come through from over Power Strike too, but that's not saying anything else because Composer's on for the 4K. Does have the Snake Bites and the Poison Cloud available, but how does he get? He's going to get walled off, and that's probably going to be it through the slow. 4 bullets in the chamber. Half tick on the defuse from Texter. Will allow him to get off. A headshot needs to be seen, but it's not out. And Order, they do gather that 8th round on the board.
Yep. Doesn't matter. Even in the XVX, in the 3v2, the retake is still won by Order. Tuck's playing a much better game for himself. I'd say a much better game all around.
Yeah.
From everyone on Order, much more well-rounded performance. I don't really know what to say at the moment. This is kind of more of the game that I expected, essentially.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, if you look at it from a wide glance, it's kind of Order giving up the site of A and then being really comfortable in their retake at the right timing of their flanks as well. A little bit of the early frags to be seen. That always helps the situation. And it kind of is on to Overpowerstrike to try to steer the narrative in their own advantage. Again, we see them going towards the A site right now with that toxic screen at the same location. Psycho is behind this wall. It's actually Chronix to find the first opener in the round. We haven't seen too many opening frags come out for the first bloods of Overpowerstrike, but now that they get this plant down, is the retake going to come out again from Order?
It's 4-on-5 this time, so a little bit more difficult as they drone through, look for some info, a couple of Viper Spits coming out to try to flush out some of these positions.
The cloud is going to go up as well. It does obscure the vision of Dick Stacey, however, to go on through. Chronix is stuck looking between two different targets. Can't, in fact, find any of them in the end. Player advantage now on the side of Order, as that Satchel is actually going to help Psycho get around the wall. Composed now finds a frag as well. Quickly, the tables have turned in towards Overpowerstrike's favor. They still are in the favor, however, and they do manage to win it in the end here, Pilski. However, it still didn't really feel like that was a round that Overpowerstrike really had a full grasp on. Everybody was just in different positions, taking out those angels at the end.
Yeah, they won the duels, and that's what they've been really struggling to do in towards these post plants. Like, I could see the idea from Overpowerstrike. Like, when a team is consistently playing retake on a site, you do just want to get in there and try to get into the post plant. And sometimes you lose that post plant time and time again. You can feel like it's just a lack of execution rather than an incorrect strat. Either way, they do finally start to switch things up, and it's interesting to see Order still with two players over here right now, the Viper and the Sage. So the slow orbs as well as those spits going to be really slowing things down, slowing this push for the time being. Autumn as well gathering some info towards mid, just picking up more and more lines as this push cart finally gets in towards the site.
You will not kill my
Towards the other side, Resurrection does come out for the side of Overpowerstrike. Back into play is Chronix as the Viper's Pit does go on through as well, obscuring out the big old vision to the side of Order. However, Tuxfire is composed and the cloud does come on down. Now Overpowerstrike have to really try and just hold the fort, make sure they survive, find these duels, which they're not really winning, and they do find them. There's a kill for Psycho. Does manage to dismiss out into the open and lose his life as well.
Yeah, a bit of a low value res there from Mo. Does pick the Jet back up, who only had a Bucky and had already right-clicked his knives yet again. I think that's the second right-click whiff that I've seen from Chronix this game. Really not utilizing those Blade Storms in his favor, unfortunately. And yeah, just not a fantastic post-plant for Overpowerstrike. They're pretty consistently getting that spike down, but pretty regularly unable to hold the impending retake from Order.
Well, where to now? Last round in the first half here. Remember, it's the elimination for Overpowerstrike if they do lose this one out. They've got a couple of the weapons to be able to play with here, that's for sure. But you got the aggression to already come on through for Disco. And with the reveal of the Soviet Dart, it does get put to rest. But a great little wallbang shot to come out from Autumn. I'd love to see a world in which Order do get a little bit more aggressive here to try and get out that Resurrection. But now they don't really need to with Autumn finding Mo or Mist. And was that a right click, Autumn? Oh, you're right-clicking from that distance, sir. I guess you're back on towards the operator, which you've already been able to find 2 frags with, but I mean, at least your team does have this player advantage, and you're going to force Overpowerstrike to re-go over towards the B site. You can get out your own res now if you want.
Yeah, trying to switch things up, get that post plant over towards that B side of the map. See Tux back on the rotation straight towards that area, and still does have the Toxic ult to create that one way for himself, but he drops it a little bit too late, so he's just going to get 1-for-1. Very sharp on the Spectre from Reloaded to win that duel at that range, and now into the post plant.
Resurrection does come out. Hunter's Fury to try and eliminate the res, but he actually missed the shot, which is really unfortunate for Overpowerstrike, although Psycho has been able to see Autumn. Does get the refresh in amongst the ultimate ability now. Reloaded does lose the duel in the end, so it's a 1 versus 2. Shots on out. He can gather the information. He can dismiss away, which he is going to do. Out behind the tagging the dart as well. 3 bullets is going to spot him out on the trade. Or the slide over on the site. However, the defuse is half ticked. Is Dick Stacey going to hold it? I think he could have won the round if he did actually hold it. Going to win it anyway with just finding the head of Psycho. But in the end, Pilski, it's a 10-2 half favoring Order, and now you're really feeling for Overpowerstrike.
Yeah, just haven't really looked anywhere near as convincing as they did in that last map. And you can see why the pick of Icebox has come through from Order. They're looking reasonably comfortable on it. It's able to play with the rotations, retake both of the sites with great consistency. And now they're only a handful of rounds away from closing this game out and this series out after a bit of a dicey map 1.
I think for Overpower Strike, they might be happy. Well, they should be happy with the performance in map number 1 in Bind against, one of the toppest teams in our region. But I guess at the end of the day, in it being the first map of a series, it's always going to be a little bit volatile. You're going to be cold. You're not going to be warmed up in your communications with the whole team. You need to build yourselves up into it. And we've definitely seen that from Order now coming in towards this map. And hey, it might have just been that they were putting a lot more focus on towards their Icebox as opposed to their Binds. It might also be the fact that, they hadn't played that composition for 3 months in that agent lineup and they might have just forgotten stuff. We'll never know unless we get the interviews with them. But for now, Pilski, we are in towards the A side. It's the Overpower Strike special if you'd have it, where we go to A, and then we go to A again. But for Order, they've gotten the plant. Already lost Disco, so we'll see if they're going to hold it up.
Yeah, into the 4-on-4. Now some of these contests coming in on the flank, but the Jet has been cleared out from Order as the retake is continuing. Psycho still winning aim duels, still healing himself up, but into the 3-on-2. Order should be favoured to win this one.
There's a good reveal off the dart as well. Reloaded does win out the duels. Psycho has managed to find Dick Stacy, and it's all on to Texter. At least the Spike is planted in the corner. He can't get out the extra heal on himself. He just needs to see that Psycho, or rather, Compose is not on the defuse, which he has at least been able to find on out. Reloaded, rather. I wish there was a way that we could see everybody's agent name right now. It's half ticked out, but is there time? Yes? No. 0.22.
0.22. Yeah, pretty close. Good effort from Psycho on that pistol. Not sure what he got. I think it was a 3k at the end. Some more difficult kills. Force buy on Icebox with 0 marshals. We'll see how it goes for him. Like Icebox is this map where Bucky's
not really.
There's some good angles for him. Kitchen, maybe
kind of, yeah.
But outside of that, I don't think that. But we'll see.
I just think the Bucky is a silly weapon.
Should be deleted, dude.
Yeah, so should the Operator.
What?
I don't. Personal opinions. I think that snipers and everything shouldn't have a place in competitive tactical FPS.
That's weird. It's like the most entertaining weapon.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But I still don't really like it. Anyways, in towards it, the Force is up here for Overpower Strike, sitting at the back of the cargo container, or yellow as we come to know it. There's a reason I say the cargo containers. Compose with the Bucky, gets 1.5 kills, make it the second one, as he does find Dick Stacy in the end. The damage is done by the Bucky. Chronix finds Texter. Delete this weapon.
Oh man, it's a bit too strong, a bit silly. That is cute. I love how Chronix is like playing over the top of the wall with the Bucky. That's something. Like that is very, very smart. I'm gonna steal that.
And that's Order's wall as well, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I know.
That he's over the top of, yeah.
There you go. That's why I'm a caster, because I had no idea you could do that.
Oh, ropes are 100% accurate, didn't you know?
Oh, I know that, but I just didn't even conceive of that even happening.
No, that's definitely dirty from Overpower Strike to come on through from that. A new little strategy if you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, or rather a force buy with Buckies on Icebox, folks. Put yourself on the rope behind the wall that usually goes up on that B site and absolutely just destroy.
I'll find them.
Bit silly. Force buy comes through from Order though. Autumn just keeping a bit of extra cash for that Operator buy in case they don't win this round and have to go forward into the next couple. And pretty quick play towards A for the most part. I think Overpower Strike with pretty decent info that this might be the point of contact for Order.
No charges.
Shots are starting to come out over at the elbow, front of pipes. There's some damage to be done. Reloaded, trying to at least find something. There's a gap in this wall that they're going to try and punish through. Chronix is able to find Dick Stacy. Texter, however, does that bring things back from missing out the ice wall? Maybe 2 franks. You can make the argument for it. However, 3 versus 3. Heals are available on the side of Overpower Strike on that stage to get things back on up. And Psycho's missing out a bunch of shots out of ammunition in the end. Still stalling the fort of this site. Autumn to find one as a 1 versus 1 now. Similar HP for both of these players. I think it's the 154, both of them. Composed, however, is going to jump on the ice wall, find the frag in the end onto Disco as they do scoot on past each other. And over Power Strike, they do win it. That was a force for order as well, so it should be the eco to come from them now.
Yeah, it will be. I feel like essentially all this is doing really, though, is saving over Power Strike a little bit of face after a bit of a lackluster attacking side. Even if they are able to start to pick things up, win some rounds on the defense, they're trailing 7. All it really takes is order to win, a couple of these gun rounds, and game's done.
Get out of my way.
Blade's out. Blade's done. Chronix finds Autumn and does manage to escape out with a comfortable amount of HP. Another snakebite to go on through, however, is going to disconnect the duel as Chronix does win it on towards Tux. So just find up a couple of these eco frags, pad those stats. Tex has found some opportune timing. However, the next kill there would have been amazing. Disco does at least pick up the sloppy frag in the end.
The triple push through B long from over Power Strike on the defense. And it will be into a post plant. Disco's got himself a rifle. And Dick Stacy will get himself that Sova ult with that orb plus the bomb plant. So he can use that for the post plant here to try to close things out. But instead, he's going to try to come back towards the flank. There's no way he expected a triple flank in here from over Power Strike.
He's got the recon arrow as well. It is going to go on through the dart to try and get some reveals. Disco needed that frag, and now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Does at least manage to find Mo, missing out his aim, his crosshair, and all the above in amongst the top of the site. However, once dropping, he's out of ammo.
It's good damage, though. Very good damage for Order. Chipping down at that economy, and if they can continue to do that as they move through this half, just keep the money low, then they can set themselves up for a win, because all it takes is that one gun round win. Reset the money. See over Power Strike, just down in the dumps in terms of the cash against the match point. And that's your win condition right there for Order. Do have 3 of those ults available here, but none of that Sage ult or the Sova ult. And as for the boys over there on Order, you did see Dick Stacy get himself that Hunter's Fury, and you've got the Sage res, so some pretty high impact ults there on Order, who are looking to head towards this A side of the map. Orb on the line for Chronix though, and that is a very, very nice jet smoke to just push him off the line.
Nice curvature on the cloud burst. Only 4.5 seconds, however. It does put enough pressure onto Chronix, however, to get out of the position. Now you see he's used a Tailwind, he's used an Updraft, he's down to 70 HP as well. It's really not looking favorable for over Power Strike just on this initial engagement. And now Chronix has even been found out by the first tagging of Dick Stacy's Hunter's Fury. There was an extra one just done on towards Mo, so he can't get out of Resurrection, of course. Not available in the round for them. Order just finding all of the frags that they need to. The flank player in Compose does at least get one back, but is that the saving grace for over Power Strike in this round? The deep Sage wall to keep him out at screens. There's a reveal retake.
I don't think it's possible. I think they should probably just save onto the weapons, because you look at the cash for them, it's very, very skew-if.
There it is.
They lose both of the guns. Just look at their cash at the end there. It's going to be pretty cooked. And this is what I was saying. That's the win condition from Order right there. Kept the money nice and low. That round where, you did see it come down to the 3-on-2. The retake just 2 rounds ago. See the effects of that now? Over Power Strike really struggling to put a buy together up against the match point.
Well, we'll see. Benefit of the doubt over Power Strike. They've got that Bucky. We've seen the devastation that can come out from that. We've seen, we've got Vandals. We know that they're capable, of gathering rounds, of shooting shots, but it just does feel like we've got a different Order squad in this one as opposed to first map. Something's going on in their camp that they've just switched on, and hey, it's working for them. Expected the 2-0 to come out for tonight in this matchup. First one, surprised that it was that close, but we welcome that. Over Power Strike now. Bilski. Defense ultimate popped already.
Yeah, they got 3 boots on the ground towards this A site where a lot of pressure is being applied from Order. Bit of a standoff at the moment. Order just kind of waiting for over Power Strike to maybe make a mistake, peek out a little bit too far over towards A or middle.
Well, there's a minute to still play with on the clock right now. A little bit of this pressure building up around the A site. You've got 3 players rotated there for Overpower Strike. You've got no push up at B long, though, because the Viper's Pit is already up and kicking for Composed. Chronix is lurking at Orange under the tube with these blades. I do like that he isn't pushing too far, but at the same point, you know, he needs to be doing something because his team are losing their lives over at this A site already. Now it is just going to be really difficult for them to be able to get back into it. The rocket even gets brought out by Disco as he just hops in front of the screens. It does manage to get a little bit of the heal on through. Mo is not the intended death with the rocket. It's actually reloaded. Now it is just down to Compose. No util, no head to speak of, as map is found by Order in a more convincing fashion than map number 1.
Yeah, I think that's a good recovery from Order, especially on Icebox. It's a map that they haven't really played too much. So keen to see if they're going to try to keep that up, moving deeper into the tournament, or if they play a little bit better of an opponent later on. It was a nice map 1 performance from Overpower Strike, and they definitely could have even won it, but slowing down too much in terms of that fragging department, and they looked a little bit uncomfortable on Icebox. Very sort of one-dimensional, just trying to hammer into that A site again, which, to be fair, is something that worked kind of well for them on Bind, but this time it seemed like Order was a hell of a lot more switched on and found those retakes fairly easily.
Yeah, definitely as a team as well. You know, we saw a little bit of the change-ups there with the entry frags, the rotations, the retakes in towards it. I think that's the biggest thing that we saw to come out from Order. You know, they were happy to let Overpower Strike get into that A site, go for those retakes as they were extremely comfortable in the end, and they do ultimately take the victory here, which does mean Overpower Strike, we say farewell to them in this stage. And it also does mean that Order, you know, they do move on up. So before we get in towards our next sort of area, we can quickly bring this up to show you guys exactly where we are at in this bracket right now. So Order, they take the 2 over Power Strike here. And that means later on tonight, we'll be going over to see Fun Crew taking on Kanga.
I think that'll be the better game of the two, even though Bind really did deliver. Fun Crew is a team that I've seen sort of come up through that. I think they just came through the open qualifier. So, you know, them playing up against Kanga, who I've seen them. Obviously, they've taken like a series off Order earlier on, I think I saw. And, you know, I think they're a pretty decent team. They're kind of like a little bit more of a gatekeeper team. So as I was saying, for Fun Crew, when they're coming up through these earlier stages, when they're coming up through the open qualifier, I think Kanga's the perfect team for you to get put up against to sort of judge where is your level at. If you can beat a Kanga, I think you're really something special. So we'll see if they're capable of it.
Well, we'll have to wait for that there, Pilsky, because the word is in. There's going to be no rolling schedule to come through for tonight. So as we do bring this up here for the people that may not have the audio on, because that is sometimes something that happens. That match there that you do see is going to be at 9:30 or 45 minutes from now in your relative time zone. So we're going to take an extended break. This time, you can go away and get some food, get a drink, have a little bit of a break, because we're certainly going to be doing so as well. And when we do come back, everybody, it is going to be Fun Crew taking on Kanga Esports. So, as we said, don't go too far, but you're allowed to go a little bit far. Stay tuned.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Welcome back, or maybe welcome with that extended break to the VALORANT Oceania Tour for 2021. We are getting into our second best of 3 for the night. It's just around the corner. We've had one best of 3 already, but it's kind of, you know, it was nearly an hour ago, Pilly. So as we do reintroduce ourselves, my name is Dion Komodo Perotta. This is Mitch Pilski-Pilpowski. We've had our first best of 3, Mitch, and what are we expecting for this next one?
I think a much closer affair than was expected out of that first series, although we did get one really, really exciting map on Bind. That's what I want all 3 of these maps to be. I feel like Fun Crew, you know, they've already turned a couple of heads with their good play, and a lot of the top teams saying these guys are pretty good. We're rating them. We think they're the next team to sort of come up. But I feel like Kanga is that team where, they're pretty decent. They even got an upset over Order a little bit ago, and they've shown that they can pretty consistently compete in these top tournaments. So they're kind of the team to beat for Fun Crew on their way up the ladder, I suppose, in terms of the hierarchy.
Yeah, well, speaking about the hierarchy, speaking about the ladder, let's have a little quick look back at the bracket to see exactly where we are. So for Order and Over Power Strike, that game is done and dusted. However, Power Strike have been eliminated from this section of the stage. Fun Crew Kanga is where we do dive into next, and the other two games that you do see at the bottom are going to be played tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's where we're going to sort of flesh out the bracket quite a bit more and work out who's going to be through towards that grand finals and win the money. I think a pretty expected result up the top side of the bracket, and I really am looking forward to this match in particular. Like I said earlier in the pre-game of the first match, I really feel like Fun Crew, Kanga, Direwolves, Mind Freak are going to be the best maps of these of this bracket until we make it through to that grand final, most likely.
Well, speaking about the teams, I guess, for bringing it in towards where we are tonight, let's have a look at Fun Crew and see who we are going to be formed up on the roster. Of course, hopefully we can get more player photos in toward the future, but for this one, it's Ronski, Major, Jungle Whale, Thangmap, and Precious that's going to be, giving us the old 1-2 tapping into the game for tonight. And as you said, I agree with you, definitely. I think this is going to be a close one.
I actually see Easy is in the server instead of Thangmap. So I think they have their full five lineup. Thangmap, I think, was their substitute player. So I think they're playing with their core roster for this one, which I'm sure they'll be a little bit more comfortable with. This is a really good roster. I think they've got some quite strong players on the duelists. They've got Jungle. He's got quite a bit of experience going back to CS as well. It's a good up-and-coming roster to keep your eye on, I think.
No, I definitely do agree with you on that one. And of course, their challenges for tonight. We've seen some big old plays come out in the recent time from these guys, but it's going to be Greg, Koro, Clutchy, Void, and Lukey. And I mean, once upon a time, we kind of bring it in through. If Clutchy's on fire, this team can look to be pretty powerful, but we've seen a couple of the other players that have been able to take up the mantle as well in those times. So it kind of is the big consistently inconsistent thing for Kanga. It's rare that they're going to continue on to have those big performances from the star players. And I think one of the things that we need to see come out from this roster is just that consistency.
Yeah, it's a good roster. I think this is a mix of players who have a lot of experience from Counter-Strike and have played at a pretty decent level over there. So it's good to see them transition across to Valorant, bring some of that experience and that talent with them. And, I'm keen to see if they can push it a little bit further because in my eyes, looking at a lot of these guys and what they achieved in CS, I think they were basically a decent team. They were a team that would float around in a lot of them were on teams that would float around in MDL. I think the exception to that probably being Void, who had that ground zero roster, who was sort of knocking on the door of the top teams in Australia. But again, Kanga kind of feels like, to me, in Valorant, in a similar position that a lot of them were sitting at in CS. They're a decent team in the region. They're definitely a gatekeeper kind of team, but I want to see if they can push it further than what they achieved in CS and actually become a top team in the region.
No, I definitely agree with you on that point. Of course, we want to bring up the region as a whole, and these guys here on the screen want to bring up the teams as a whole for tonight's matchup. It's going to be the battle of the Jets, and the operators potentially be picked up from them as well. But the big stellar plays on the rifles, the big clutches to come through, is something that we've seen time and time again from these two. We saw it in the highlights package earlier on in the night, specifically opening up with that clutchy ace on Bind. It was a big one in that overtime mark last time we had a big old broadcast. But for this matchup here, Pelski, one of the big things that we need to know is where are we actually going to be going in the sort of maps for it tonight. Do you have any predictions on where you think we're going to be going?
Not really. I mean, there's only one band for each of the teams. Yeah, I'm kind of expecting a more sort of standard looking map pool out of this one. Sometimes we get the spicy ones on Icebox. But it would be good to see a Haven, because I don't think I've even casted a Haven yet.
Oh, interesting. Well, let's go ahead and bring up the vetoes and see where we're actually going to be going in. So it is Bind to start us off. That's going to be picked up by Kanga. Fun Crew taking us over onto Ascent. And then maybe, as expected, we're thinking that we're going to get to that third and final map. That's their Haven. So I guess you'd be hoping for that Haven one.
Yeah, it should be fairly interesting. You know, we're going to get a little bit of the maps that we didn't see as much of tonight. You know, obviously we did see a bind. We're going to start it off on bind both times, but I really expect this to be a 3-map series. I think it would be under-delivering and underperforming perhaps for one of these teams if we didn't make it to 3 maps. So I'm really hoping to make it all the way to Haven and see how that does sort of boil down. And maybe I will get to cast a Haven finally after all.
Maybe. I do agree with you that I think this is going to be the distance. And if they don't get to that 3rd map, I think, you know, maybe a little bit of that disappointment mark to be thrown on through. Remember, this is that elimination kind of match. Single elim BO3 going on through. I think the grand final is a BO3 as well. I don't think it's like a BO5 or anything. And if it was, that would be very, very long. But for this one, I do agree, you know, the 3-mapper. And if it's not, I'm expecting, you know, a 2-0 to be extremely close. You know, your 13 to 10, 11, maybe even mark. So from that point, I think Kanga have this closed out for tonight, but I think we really just need to wait and see the beginning stages of binds, to be honest.
Yeah, so I mean, it's interesting this matchup because we're seeing a bit of a difference in the lineup for both of these teams. You're seeing Major is actually going to be on the Raze, whereas Void, who would usually play the other duelist, is playing a Sage. So it's only a 1 duelist setup here for Kanga. It's a 2 duelist setup for the boys over there on Fun Crew. And also worth mentioning is that you're gonna, in the smoke role, you're gonna see Koro on the Omen, and you're gonna see Jungle on the Brimstone. I, at least, you know, I don't know how much weight my opinion really holds, probably 0, but I really prefer the Brimstone on Bind. I really like the way the smokes line up. I like the triple smokes that you can throw that full exy. Whereas, you know, you've already got the TPs for the long rotations on this map, so the Omen TPs on the ultimate, I don't know how much that really sort of matters.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that point. I definitely do welcome the old Brimstone as opposed to the Omen on this map. But as we get straight on through to the pistol round, we do see Kanga starting off on the attacker's side and Funker off on the defensive side, of course. And we've already got the B long control.
Yeah, Kanga just taking their time. Do have that camera in a very cheeky position, just spotting out the push, and he will see the Jet. I like the fact that he's not tagging him, just letting him push forward so he can set himself up for that aim duel. He does see the Sheriff, so he knows no armor here, and there's the tag through. The dash back out. Actually, Ronsky gets away. Could have been a very easy kill with the double peek there, but a bit of a missed opportunity for Kanga. Either way, though, they at least limit the info for the Jet push, which is potentially going to prompt a rotation. You see the Cypher rotating back on the minimap through spawn there, so a little bit more honest on the rotations now are Fun Crew. This Raze up behind the smoke with the Frenzy, though, could do a massive amount of damage from short.
We'll have to wait and see what Jungle's going to be able to do here. No smokes available on the Brim, but it's going to be Major, and they overlook him as well, but he's only going to be good for 1 in the present time. Jungle as well, able to pick something up, looking for the spike to go down. 30 seconds to go. We could Rosie on over to the B site. However, Easy's tapping some heads right now. It'll be down to Void. He's got the heals off, does pressure out onto Jungle well to pick up that frag. I would love to see the TP be toyed with right now, but is he going to be afforded to get through? Oh, he will! 45 HP to play with. 20 seconds to re-get some Harry Potters up on that board. The spike will go down.
Yeah, he's got to put the spike down and does have a Frenzy to work with. You do have that Sheriff on Ronsky still available, though, and Easy just biding his time, maybe waiting for that dart to return. But the longer that they wait for that info gathering, it's going to line up about as long with the heal as they walk towards the site. Void should have heal available, but it will make a sound cue if he uses it.
Yeah, he has to be really careful right now on how he is going to tackle this one. The dart's going to reveal him as well. He looks the wrong way. He does manage to find the first duel. The heals will start to come up a little bit more, but Easy already had the line and catches the headshot in the end too. For the defuse to come out from Fun Crew. A spike down for Kanga and a 1-player revive for Fun Crew. I think they force here.
I mean, it's just a pistol round. Like, you're not breaking the economy or anything, but yeah, you definitely could. I actually prefer just the pistol buy after the spike plant. Because, like, I mean, I don't really feel like the buy is that much better when you have 2.6k. Like, in CS, for example, like, you get that bomb down, right? You could get, like, AKs and drop over AKs and things like that. But in Valorant, I don't feel like the 2.6 mark is actually that much more impactful after getting that spike down than just having 2k, you know what I mean? Like, you can get the same sort of weapons and armor. But if you do get that spike down, you can get Sheriffs to do some economic damage before you go for your first fight.
Oh, you can already see the pressure that's built up around B Long. Has sent one through the TP for Kanga to get a little bit of that damage out as well. Easy's going to fall on the back. And we do see that there's tags already being delivered to the Kanga side. So they would definitely want some heals to come through right now. They do at least have that afforded in the Sage. And they're actually going to all rotate over towards this A site where there is 3 Fun Crew currently.
It's going to be grouping up. Really, Kanga essentially just looking for damage here. They've got only 2 pistols upgraded, so the damage potential isn't really there. But like you did say, the 2-3 split coming out, dart onto the back of the site, trying to reveal some of those players' positions, and they're going to storm straight out.
Yeah, Jungle Whale's going to be able to mop up for 2, however, right now. And Major lurking in the dark cover does peek on out to get the shots on towards Luki. Kanga again looking for the spike to go down. Get a little bit of extra cash in toward their back pockets in the next round, but it doesn't look like it's going to be coming out into play with Clutchy to get one on the Sheriff. Can the Frog get another one out? No, unfortunately it cannot. So 4 alive for Fun Crew. A Hunter's Fury now in play as well. Very, very early in the matchup.
This is where you can get that full buy through for Kanga up against the bonus here. I like what Ronski's doing there, just not really over-investing in the round, keeping his money nice and high so that he can potentially go for the operator a little bit further into the map. So see how much damage Fun Crew are able to go for, obviously, in the bonus round. What you're really looking for is trying to take 3 guns away from Kanga, keep that money very, very low. Interesting dart that Greg's got lined out. That is for bathrooms. I tried to use that dart so many times and never get a consistent lineup. I swear to God that used to never work for me. I had to find a different lineup, but he's actually used that perfectly. Does reveal the players' positions in towards the bathroom, and they almost get a couple of scan kills. But either way, Orb will not be attainable for Fun Crew. They do not feel safe enough to be able to pick that one up. So they're going to reset back towards short A. Maybe try to get some Hookah control, and see how things go from there.
You can already see the damage is done a little bit over to the Razor Fun Crew right now as we do mosey on over towards this B site. Kanga do get the heals to come out as well, so we do have a significant amount of players to be able to throw into the mix. Ronski, however, with the Sheriff, does want to retreat from the play. It's going to be interesting to see how these initial duels do play out. Ronski, he's able to tap a couple of heads with the Sheriff there and turn this round upside down for Kanga. A little bit of a reveal on towards Clutchy. That was going to bring out the Hunter's Fury, and Luki to dispatch of Ronski just again makes things extremely tricky right now because there's no real locations locked down for Kanga right now. They can't even really get the spike down, and it's 2 versus 2. Yes, Void is pushed in towards the holes, but he's got his teammate with the spike next to TP. I think he's going to have to use the TP.
Yeah, they just TP out, and that actually just offsets Jungle Wow a little bit. Thought that he was reading the rotations there, but Void's able to flank all the way through elbow. Catches him in the back. Either way, though, anything over the top of this for Fun Crew is just a bonus if Easy's able to clutch this round because they've already taken 3 guns away. He's going to plant over towards truck side. This could be this player going down. Oh, Luki just barely gets towards the bathroom.
How is he read in towards that one? Void has just offered up his head on the platter, and the full DP is coming through from Easy as well. He's won it. I don't believe what I've just witnessed. How is this game happening? I don't get it.
That's absolutely massive from Easy. He has read that like a book, number 1. But number 2, the reaction shot onto Void is absolutely massive. And I said a clutch was a bonus because that bonus round had already pretty much run its course. They got that 3K from that point. Kanga should have just been able to get that bomb down, close out that 2-on-1. But they really weren't able to read the Sova's positioning there. And Easy, you're damn happy that this man's in the server. Because the graphic said Thang map, but I'm much more happy with this bloke making plays like that.
Right, too easy for Easy, it does seem, as that was the bonus round to come through from Fun Crew as well, and they managed to pick that one up. And for Kanga, it's kind of just left in all sorts right now.
They are now the team that wants to try to inflict some damage. See, the economy is still a little bit dicey here for Fun Crew. Whoa. That is just one of those situations where you just get absolutely dunked by the second player on the entry, and now you can see Kanga just going to try to roll with the punches and connecting all of the Sheriff shots here, Dion. This could be a recipe for success.
Oh, missing out a little bit of the boards there for Major, but at least does manage to find the second frag in the end. It's pretty much nullified, however, that Lukey is brought back from death. And now that there's information on both of these remaining players, it's on to Vronsky with these plays to get more than one. There's the second one. Dancing around the site. He does see the last remaining player. This is a big crosshair from Greg, a gigantic circle, but he gets the head in the end. And Kanga, they get around on the board with the pistol buy.
This is a mess. This game's a bit of a mess, but things should normalize soon enough. Pistols finding some success from Kanga with some damn sharp shooting. And somehow, after all of that, a bit of a roller coaster, a bit of a fiesta, we do end up with a buy on either side. So first gun round, it took a bit of a weird story to get here, but we do make it. Very weird buy for the boys over there on Fun Crew. Have to go down to a Spectre as well as a Sheriff, but operators on both sides. The contest towards Long B, we saw this in the previous game. Battle of patience at the moment. Orb farmed up, but Greg, he's opened up the account. He's punishing that A short push from Major, who is trying to get aggressive all on his lonesome.
Yeah, where to here for Fun Crew? Of course, there is no Sage for them to be able to get that res up. Yes, they've put themselves in towards the bathroom control right now, but whilst they have the info here, they've got 3 players rotated over to the A site to lock it down. They're really relying upon just the lone soldier and Cypher over on that B site to hold it for themselves. A minute on the clock, the Aldrone is just going to spot out Koro. Doesn't get the tag in the end, so really, it's only a tiny little bit of info for Fun Crew at this stage.
All right, Crash, I've never asked anything of you, but I just need to see Greg's crosshair, man. Like, I just want to see it. Can you just explain how this guy plays with this thing? Like, this is disgusting. I never want to see this again. Either way, though, and then now trying to make the 5-on-2 on this A site work.
First shot from jungle. The smaller dot crosshair gets the better of the bigger one. It's not actually the outcome in that one. But anyway, you get what I do mean. Kanga are starting to roll on over into the A site. The operator's down for Vronsky and Flesh. You might want to just pick it up. I think it was an operator. At least, yes, it is. I can see the tag on the floor. And this round, they're going to hunt for him. They know that the op is... Oh, maybe they don't know the operator's in play. It hasn't shot a bullet just yet. They are trying to dance through the cage. There you go. They do find it in the end. So, Kanga, another round on the board. Fun Crew's purchase.
It's not only shooting, Dion. It's not only shooting, but like, how do you do your Sova lineups with that crosshair? And by the way, remember what I was saying about that bathroom lineup?
Yeah.
That's literally a pixel lineup. Like, if you get that slightly wrong, it's very hard to get that correct. Like, I tried to do that Sova lineup. And he has got like this massive white dot as a crosshair, and he's made it work. And meanwhile, I'm trying to use like thickness 0, and I can't do it. So, I don't know. Greg just must be talented.
There's a word for this, a sentence for this, and it's called Sova.
Okay, must be. Either way, though, must be the Sova diff at the moment. Well, usually has been in favor of Fun Crew, but I guess the tides are starting to turn. There's a lineup from Major there. 2 pieces of util to try to create some pressure toward long.
Well, okay. Fun Crew. The lesser purchase, a couple of kills in the mix, a couple of aggressive picks over at B, and they've got some weapons to now play around with on a potential retake over towards the A site, because Kanga have already found ground here. If Flesh just finds even one, this is absolutely superb, but Koro will remove his head as the plant goes down.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down.
To the 3-on-3. Again, it's another one of these like low buys that things are getting a little bit dicey in.
Well, there's the orbital strike. I wondered if it was going to come on through. That's very high in the skies for Major's blast packs. I don't think he would have liked the trajectory off them in the end. And I mean, in the end, it does go over to Kanga's favor. 2 surviving. Great damage to come out from Fun Crew on those pistols. Will permit them a bit of a better purchase in this round with some cash to spare. But it is a little bit too early to tell on stuff in this game so far. You got Vronsky with that operator available now with the Blade Storm, but you got way more ults for Kanga. I wonder, are they going to use them for opening picks or not? Because the Hunter's Fury could be used for, you know, your after plant holds.
Well, big amount of ults, as you did mention them on Kanga. But as well, obviously, like you said, the after plant could be pretty big on the other Sova ult if he's able to gather an orb. A very early TP. I've seen Koro do this a couple of times, just hard TP into the opponent's spawn and try to create a bit of space in the rotations. That's exactly what he's done. You can see both of the players on Fun Crew just retreating through elbow as the drone comes through, does spot out that elbow positioning, and Kanga going to start to make their way into the site now.
There was a big reveal on the back of that bolt, however. There's no presence in Hookah that actually could have really helped here for Fun Crew. Kanga didn't put any bodies in there, and they have to keep that in their mind. That's why they have walled that off from the site itself. At least they've got that. But all the pressure for Fun Crew, all of this retake possibilities is coming out through elbow, coming out through defender side spawn. Flashes through the elbow position, finds one. Easy as well. Now things are really turning in towards Fun Crew's favor. A really great attempted started round for Kanga, but it looks like it might be crumbling. However, you speak a little bit too soon. It's all on to Clutch here, 1 versus 2. Possibility with the Blade Storm. Who knows where one is, taking it there, and he can only manage the one in at the end for Jungle to get out the trade. Kind of a confusing round from the first kill to the last kill, but Fun Crew do manage to find it.
That round became an absolute mess when Koro just ripped that TP about 5 seconds in. You already knew that was going to make things a little bit spicy, and does come down to the 1v1 at the end of the day. Fun Crew managed to recover either way. However, what hasn't had a chance to recover just yet is their money. Their money is still so fragile, whereas Kanga, they've got the full buy and a little bit of cash in the back pocket on all of the boys. So, see if Fun Crew can steady the funds a little bit. Again, it's this bathroom control. Kind of the name of the game on Bind lately.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I like the Brim a little bit more for as well. Obviously, you get that grayscale if you're inside a Brim smoke. But if you're inside the Omen smoke, you have a bit more of that flank potential. You can push through them. You can play inside them a little bit more effectively sometimes.
I don't know about you, Pilski. You mentioned grayscale. That's just life to me.
Yeah, true. That must be why you play Brimstone, I guess. Either way, though.
Dude, I love playing Brimstone and Breach.
After all said and done, we have Kanga who have actually tested bathrooms and taken that control, or at least limited the info for the boys on Fun Crew, which you can see the rotations are all over the place right now. They've got a bunch of blokes just running back and forth in CT spawn, and this is exactly what you want to be doing on the attacking side. I'm keen to see this lineup as well, Crash. All
right, let's follow it. Let's follow it. Where's it going?
Is that a hookah dart? That's a hookah dart. Thanks, Greg. Right Good job, mate. Does clear it all out for Lukey to just walk in there, and now you can see a 4-man rotation over there towards the site of B for Fun Crew, but Ronski's already made this a 5-on-4.
And Ronski is going to find Clutchy as well. The resurrection does come out onto Lukey, but he's already done his damage. Likewise of Koro now, 3 versus 3 battle. The heals can't quite come back out as Major manages to find 2, but now where's the last player in the ice? Void manages to find 1, but Major gets a 3k. Lots of 3ks in this round. But Fun Crew, they do manage to close it out in the end. Surviving with 2. Money as well carries over into the next round for a buy. And that's what I was about to mention. Double orb. You rarely see that in Valorant.
Well, a while ago, you saw it all the time. When it was back when it was a little bit cheaper. But lately, yeah, you don't see it very often at all. This is a weird money situation for Kanga. I'm keen to see if they actually commit to the buy here. At the moment, things are a bit all over the place. It does seem like they want to just try to even up their money and do a little bit of economic damage rather than committing to the full buy. But like I said, Fun Crew, they still haven't steadied their cash yet. The damage could be huge here for Kanga to keep this half competitive.
Yeah, they're going to send in the Aldrone nice and early. It's going to get destroyed by Easy's operator. They know where 1 is at least. I wonder if they have the 6th sense that there is 2 to be brought in, actually. The Cloudbursts are going to go in for now. That is a superb shot to come out from Easy. He's absolutely just doming heads left, right, and center tonight. Remember that truck shot that he got out with the beautiful flick and the clutch in the end. And it's just Fun Crew, you know, dotting their T's, crossing their I's right now. Getting all of the stuff done that's necessary.
Yeah, this is a perfect round to try to just keep all of those guns up and steady the money as you go up 6-3 and we start to head towards the tail end of the half. Only a couple rounds left in it, so you want to make sure you've got cash for all of them.
Well, it's not
And Fun Crew are doing just that for the moment.
I still can't get over this crosshair, by the way. Just saying.
Oh, it's filthy. Oh, Koro. Man, Koro's been looking sharp this game.
Yeah, Koro and Easy.
Enemy remaining.
Really looking like they're aligning the frags toward that department of hitting them. It's now going to just beat Greg. He's put down by Easy on that operator. So another round going over towards Fun Crew.
Yeah, it could have been cleaner though. They do drop 2 guns at the end there, and they don't retain the double op, which I'm not sure if they would have wanted to or not, having the option for it.
On my way.
All right. See what Kanga have for us. Again, they have that TP available on Koro, which he just sent straight in towards the opponent's spawn last time. So keen to see if he's going to go for a very aggressive TP yet again. But we've got 3 ults available for Fun Crew as well. And the Raze and the Sova ult are definitely not ults that you can take for granted. Those are some big impact round-changing ults. And now Kanga, the drone up short A. They're trying to shove it in towards this A site. See if they have any luck.
This is dangerous because Fun Crew just picked up a couple more ults up on that board as well. And now they just have a lot more power plays to come through and a retake potential. The wall is going to go up from Void as they try to get out the plant. Do you use the Hunter's Fury here to deny it? And they're going to try and do so. This is just to buy a little bit of time and some information for Fun Crew. Bladestorm's gone through. I expect Ronsky to dash up. There it is. Got info, but he gets his head taken off by Koro. The one trade to come on through. Do Kanga TP over to B?
I felt bad there for Greg. I think he got to dig through the side of that Sage wall. The rocket doesn't connect, but Void is just making plays around triple. He's going to double up as well from that position, and all of a sudden the round gets turned on his head, and Clutchy's able to close it out. That's massive for Kanga because, like I said before, they've actually whittled down the money for Fun Crew a little bit, and that's where you see Easy and Ronsky down towards 3.3k. Not where they want to be at all. Yes, you can still put a buy together for Fun Crew, but with their money getting a little shakier, this is reset potential for Kanga after completely turning that round on its head right in towards the middle.
I just want to note there as well that Void tried planting the spike behind the triple stack boxes after the Sage wall was already up because of the duels that were being fought. His whole team was over towards the U-hole position outside the TP, and he's just starting to play it in the open. That's funny.
I mean, he knows that they're contesting bathroom every time, and it's
and
pretty
short
standard.
as well.
Pretty standard to contest bathroom at the moment. So he doesn't want anything to do with those bathroom players. Once that wall is compromised, he doesn't want to deal with it. And they're just going to try to force the same thing, sending it towards U-Hall, trying to get that bomb towards that default position. And this time there's not as many ults to be able to deny them from doing so. There is still the shock darts. There is still the raise grenades to chip down and just try to put them in an awkward position. But after all of that's been utilized, you are going to see Void put that bomb down.
Now I want to see where the Orbital Strike is going to be utilized from Jungle WoW as well. The Resurrection's going to come on through. Do they use it for there towards the U-hole? No, because he's still playing over in the showers, but at least does get that frag there. Now Easy catch the frag on towards Void. A second dink as well. Forces out with the Orbital Strike. Superb usage of the ultimates to come through from Fun Crew. Everything is working out for them to perfection. They don't drop a single player after the first. And it's pretty much a flawless retake for them.
Yeah, I almost kind of wonder if they didn't even realize he had it available because...
Maybe.
You just don't want to be 4 players in U-Hall when you know the Brim has his ultimate. Like, that is just the worst situation to be in.
After the frag... No, he lost his teammate in Major. He picked it up in bathrooms then.
Okay, so he only just got it. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
But, I mean, yeah, that's really going to change this half around quite a bit. The way that played out, because obviously we're in the last round. You see, Kanga's money's a bit cooked. This should be an easier round, quote-unquote, for the boys on Fun Crew to win. But you still do have the ult available for Greg. You've got the ult available for Koro as well.
I kind of feel for Flesh just at the moment as well, because he's just been playing Retake Simulator, because Kanga haven't really gone over towards B. It's been to A, to A, to A. And now finally, as we say that, there's something happening over towards B with a little bit of the slow pace, but it's already aggression for Fun Crew here.
Major's made that push towards A bathrooms, and Ronsky's got a pick, so I'd say Fun Crew in an excellent position to be able to close this round out, but Fresh is still going to be tested here towards this hookah area. Drone going in, he's going to have to deal with that. This is a really nice off angle from Major. Should net himself a frag.
We're starting to retreat over towards the A site, and that's going to be the call for Lukey as well. Come over towards A. There's only one player here. No, there is only Jungle WoW there. With Sky Smoke still available potentially. He'll have to try and drop it to negate something. No, none. Only in the Incendiary, which is not going to be able to be utilized now. The heals to come on through for nobody that don't really need them. Can utilize that a little bit later. Great reveal to come out, however. But now we're in the territory that there's no abilities really for anybody to be utilized. The Hunter's Fury is going to come out from Kanga to get that. Just plants coming through for the spike. TP as well, but Ronsky misses the timing on it. 3 versus 1. On toward the spike. Finds the first, but not the second in at the end. Could have been a little bit more scarce in the halftime scoreline here, Pilsky, but it is 7-5.
Yeah, this is pretty much exactly what I expected out of this series. Very back and forth half. top. I don't even know what I'm going for there, to be honest. Topsy-turvy, I guess. As you did see, both teams sort of come away with a couple of rounds, and then you had the economic reset, and then the other team would get reset. Bit all over the place, but after all is said and done, after multiple streaks of rounds for both sides, you do end up with a 7-5, and it could really go either way.
Yeah, well, we expected a close game to come through for this one, and so far it hasn't really disappointed us by any means of the stretch of the imagination. We've had the really close rounds. We've had a little bit of the, the not flawless in nature approaches, but essentially so. It's just really good to see the different changes up, and Void does get the Aussie Orb in the end. At the cost of a barrier in the pistol rounds, I feel that's quite costly.
No, I like doing that on the pistol with your Sage. You just wall off an area. If they shoot it, you get a lot of info that they're there. You can always get yourself that extra orb, help get an early res off towards the earlier parts of things. But that's not really where Fun Crew are heading. They're kind of poking up short A. Ronski's looking for a pick with that Sheriff, but with the one-way coming out, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult to find that pick. But he's given a duel, he's given an opportunity. And he does still find it straight through the blind and dashes away to safety. So that's an excellent opening, which puts pressure on the rotations. And that wasn't a commitment straight up short A from Fun Crew either. They were still poking the map. They still had players towards long, towards hookah. So they could still wrap back towards B, which is actually where Kangaroo have stacked. Interesting to know why they would have gone for that, whether they found a little bit of extra info.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there as well, because we just saw the drone get sent out over on that A side as well. It didn't really see anything there, so you would expect maybe some sort of stacking over towards the B site. Anywho, 20 seconds to go. We know we're ending up at this B site. Void's going to be able to line them up, but not able to find any frag. Now is where time's ticking away. Clutchy finds one. They overlook Greg. He could have technically done nothing in the round. He didn't really need to. Out of ammunition, afforded a res. The knife attempt gets shut down, and Fun Crew do win the round in the end with a stack on B site for Kanga.
It's interesting, right? They made the right play, but they just couldn't convert. Monty's really loving that Sheriff. Be able to keep an extra bit of cash in the back pocket for the operator fund if he wants it. No second round buy here for Kanga, but you do have the you did have the Bucky brought up there by Clutchy, who is over there towards that U-Haul area. Anti-eco into A is always one of my favorites.
Oh, the Bucky. Oh, well, it's only good for a little bit of a tag right now. At least he's going to tailwind and dash out of there. Go for another attempt. I don't think he got tagged up by the Sheriff just there, but he's going to get tagged up by the drone and have to escape. He's going to get hunted down to fall back into the safeguard of Koro in the showers. Shock Dart's actually going to come on through from both the locales as well. They're back triple, clear in towards bathrooms. But as they do stare down the barrel of all these weapons, it's easy to find a couple of better frags in the mix. Weshes, though, been having to struggle some games so far. At least able to pick up one before being traded on out. Jungle well now in the cubby to see if he can get something happening as well with the tiny dot. Heel's going to come out on towards Void. Dart is going to miss easy as well. So two segregated duels here that Kanga could win on through. However, it's just going to be easy to dispatch of them. Very easy in the end. 4 on the scoreboard.
Oh, they took a lot of economic damage there, Fun Crew, to a very minimal buy. I think it was literally only the Bucky purchased up by Kanga. But after all said and done, a 4K for easy is massive. And that's why I really love when you see the eco slaw on these characters like the Sova, like the Prim, or a Killjoy, or a Raze. One of these characters that has a massive impact ult, because you see already heading towards the first gun round, the man's 6 out of 7 on his ultimate. You get one orb, all of a sudden you've got the Hunter's Fury available in one of the first rounds where, you know, that loss bonus hasn't built up. This is one of those big impactful rounds to win, and you can see they're going for the bathroom control. No, Major, no. Okay, he's left the orb. Good, good. Easy's going to grab that and has that Hunter's Fury available.
I could just feel your inner Sova like dying
molding. I would have been molding, but good to see. They got all their ducks in order. They got that bathrooms control as well, which is pretty massive. Limits the info of the defenders, and now you're going to start to see Fun Crew sizing up this B site.
Yeah, ducks in order, floating in the water right now over towards the B side. A minute on the clock. Void a bit of an aloof angle on the Sage wall if it does pop at the back of the site. The outro is going to get spotted in towards Hookah. Going to get destroyed by the Judge. Not aggressive Oh, not aggressive, rather. Clutchy, but he is actually going to do that as I say that. We could try and touch wood as much as we want in this game. I don't think anything is going to be a saving grace.
Oh my god.
Mage is already in towards the A site, but Greg finds that. Again, it's just one of those calls for Fun Crew to kind of retreat from one side and go to the other side where the stack's there from Kanga.
Yeah, unfortunate. Great timing from Clutchy, though. I love this. Little bit of an off-angle wall, but unfortunately it doesn't go up because Void walls himself up into something that's blocking his head angle, and this is all just kind of falling apart. I was going to say for Fun Crew, but then 2 kills come out on the side of Kanga, and the bomb goes down, and Fun Crew in an excellent position to hold on to the post plant now as they move towards U-Haul.
And that wall from Void actually negates him from getting in towards U-Haul. He'd have to destroy it because he can't jump over it, or he has to wait out the timer, and that's just so unfortunate. He can try to tap out the defuse to bait out the presence. The incendiary comes on down to buy 8 seconds and maybe get a trickle of damage, coupled with a bolt as well. This is going superb for Fun Crew. The shot does come out from Void to be able to find Precious. Time's still ticking away. He needs to get on it relatively soon, but the Hunter's Fury's here. Tap it once, bring it on through. They can stick it through the last bolt of that Hunter's Fury, but they're going to try and get the pressure on him. Jungle Wow peeks his head out at the perfect timing, and this round is a thrifty from Fun Crew.
Beautiful. Absolutely massive there. Oh, the knife! Oh, Crash. I have a favor. Can you do a third person right where that wall screwed up outside of the U-Haul towards the back side of the tank? Because I want to see what decal was blocking Void.
To be the top of the truck when he hits his head
right
up
above that. Up. Yeah, okay, so like this sign must have blocked it or something. I don't know what blocked that wall, but the only way that happens with the Sage wall is usually because something's blocking above your head and you're not meant to wall up. There's like a little bit of like an invisible wall, like a skybox or something like that, or there's a decal that's blocking you. So I think that's something that might need a fix, to be honest. Either way, after all said and done, Kanga in a weird money situation, but you know what that means? That means that's where the Buckies start to come out. That's where the Sheriffs start to come out, and Kanga have been looking sharp with those Sheriffs this game so far. Do have a couple of ultimates which could be used to their favor. Obviously, the Jet Knives on a round like this is quite valuable. Do have that res, do have that Hunter's Fury and a man advantage. Love that from Void. He actually walls himself up into Hookah, so that could be a little bit cheeky.
We've seen this before. It's where Clutchy managed to start off the ace in the overtime against Mindfree. It's one of the, I'd say maybe favoured strategies to come through from Kanga for a little bit of the B control, although Clutchy technically isn't over there at the current time. We'll see how it is going to work out. You mentioned that the Sheriffs have been sharp to Kanga. Fun Crew literally won a round off those Sheriffs, so we'll have to wait and see what they're going to be able to do with their upgraded weapons right now. Void needs at least one here, and to survive with all of his shields, potentially. He'd love to take the weapon here, but this ball is buying time. It's starting to break. It's bad timing for him. He shoots, he is going to fall, and well, it's actually the head to get taken off in the beginning. 20 seconds. Korra now with the frenzy. Try and just negate the spike from being planted here as Jungle Wow finds Lukey. Korra falls, and this round is all but done and dusted. The dash in from Clutchy. He misses the blades as well, and now it's Greg to see what damage he can do.
Keen to see if he's going to click on a head, because crosshair is bigger than the head hitbox. No, can't do it. 4 alive for Fun Crew. That's really going to steady their money. They already had about 2 to 3k in the bank on all of the players, so that's where you're going to see the economy in a really solid position when you're up 11-5. You're going to be pretty happy about how this one's going. Ray's ult available to you. Got those Jet Knives as well, so it seems like Ronsky just going to hold on to that 4 grand in the bank account and utilize those knives this round. Keen to see if that does incentivize Fun Crew to go for a bit more of an aggressive strategy. Operator in Clutchy's hands, but it's glass cannon. High risk, high reward kind of gameplay. Dart for the back of bathroom from Greg, and they're going to push with the smoke, with the dart, try to get a bit of a spam on Major, but he's already inside the Omen smoke, so he won't be scanned, and he's going to use that utility to pressure them out of bathroom.
I think it was one of those things where I mentioned, you know, in that head-to-head that we needed to see something come through from the Jets, and we just really haven't seen presence here from Clutchy in this matchup, like, in all honesty right now. So for the glass cannon, it needs to be one of those things to really kick Kanga into overdrive, because Korra is good for one, but he gets traded out by Easy. Now it's Lukey's turn. He finds Jungle at the back of the site somehow. Oh, that's down to Ronsky. The blades are still available. 1 versus 1. The Jet difference, potentially, to come into play, because he doesn't know exactly where Clutchy is. Trying to bait him on through. A minute on the clock. That definitely will toy with your mind.
is the glass cannon from Clutchy, though. He doesn't have the knives. He doesn't have a rifle. He just has the operator, and he's going to be walking straight into the duel. Only 2 knives left, but they're going to find their mark from Ronsky, and that's a massive 1v1 to win to put them on towards map point. Fun Crew looking like the much better team in this matchup. You know, there was a point where in that first half, it was very back and forth, but I'd say this second half has been a completely different story. They really haven't missed a beat.
No, by any means. And even Fweshist, you know, having a little bit of that strugglesome there on the kill department, at least is helping the team in locking down those angles, providing those cages that they can get in through for a little bit of that safety, you know, just an extra bit of the smoke coverage and buying time through the team, gathering information at the other extremity as well. That's where Fweshist has really been assisting in this game so far. And now for what potentially could be the last remaining round in this matchup, this is the map pick of Kanga, remember, Pilski.
Well, it's not looking like it right now. Fun Crew kind of just running them over on the attacking side, already in a fantastic position. Clutchy has been found on the flank by the tripwire as well, so rotation's going to be in a difficult position.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down. Clutchy trying to get something done in the cage. There's Fweshist's cage. They get the audible sound cue, and that's what I mean. That's just big information right now for Fun Crew. They've got a neural theft as well from Fweshist. If he manages to find a kill. Fweshist, there's the kill. Is the neural theft going to come out? I think the distance might be a little bit too big there, but all these kills starting to be calculated. No res available yet for Void. And actually is going to manage to be brought on forward. No advantage now for Kanga as Fun Crew are just trying to hold off. Ronsky's able to find one with the operator. That is an amazing flick on towards the head of Void. Now onto Major, 50 HP, but he does get taken down, and there is enough time for the defuse.
Yeah, Kanga hold on for the time being, but it took the Sage res at least. They will get that operator. Money's still pretty cooked for Kanga is the problem. Can't drop over 2 of those guns, but someone's going to have to go without a super good weapon. Have to go down to like a Bulldog or a Guardian, something like that. Whereas for Fun Crew, like I said, their money was looking fantastic early on, so they're just putting buys on buys together. Still do have the Sova ult available.
It's a mountain to climb right now for Kanga, that's for sure. 6 rounds in a row.
Early contests on short. Something I haven't really talked about, but Major has been so good with the aggression on the defense and the offensive side. That's a really nice push from Clutchy, though, especially when you're having a bit of a rough game.
Take flight.
Just to be able to get in there, make the same plays you would usually make, whether you got, you know, 20 kills or 5, and find some of that impact. Ooh, that's actually tagged both of them. And that might have thrown him off a little bit, honestly. Nice little spam from Major to be able to clear out the top of that double stack outside bathroom, but now here's the hit towards the site from Fun Crew. Heavy through bathrooms, only one late through short A on the Sova.
Oh, they do line up, but it's only going to be good for 1 3-player equalization in the mix, although more frags to be found by Kanga, starting to find a little bit of their footwork in the matchup. It's on to Fweshist to be able to do something. Good for 1, trade on through. It's a bit of damage from Fun Crew, all things considered here, Pilski, because the money situation for Kanga was already pretty much broke. They've gotten, you know, a couple of players on the light shields just then. They had out the Guardian as well, and you always know if you've got a Guardian, you're pretty much in a dire strait. So for Kanga, I mean, they have to, again, dive a little bit deeper into these pockets to see what they can get out. At least it's the operator with weapons across the board.
Yeah, they have a much better buy than last round, at least. As for the boys over there on Fun Crew, they're starting to run out of cash, so this could be a bit of a reset round if Kanga's able to reach out and take that from them. They're starting to build up some ults on Kanga as well. Greg's almost got his ult. Clutchy has almost got those daggers available.
Slower start to the round. Fun Crew testing the water, just giving a little bit of breathing room, making sure that Kanga's presence of aggression that we've seen from Clutchy doesn't get the better of them again, and Major for that matter. You know, we've seen that work out for them, and I do like that Kanga have changed up their positions in this round. However, now Clutchy's been known in hookah with the operator and sticks through the paint shells. Jeez.
Jesus. Really wasn't worth hanging around for that one, and then Ronsky just walks up short A by himself. No one else was there from Fun Crew. He literally just sent it up short A. And does go 1 for 1, but it's more than just that. You can see the effect that that's had on the rotations there. What a shock dart onto default. from Easy. Actually, I think it goes to the top of the site, so maybe a little bit too much power on that one. In the meanwhile, though, Koro is all the way around through the opponent's spawn, hasn't used his Omen TP, so if they're able to buy time for him, then this could really work out. 1-for-1. Well, she exchanges with Major, and there's a TP past the trip from Koro, so they just need to hang on for his rotate.
Yeah, at least Clutchy was able to find one with the operator. Those shock darts to potentially go on top of the site to see if anyone, is on that operator line on the top of the site. It would have actually bested Clutchy in the end. And now that those frags are starting to be found from Kanga, they know where Jungle is in amongst Hookah. Just trying to clear him out. He has to press the issue. You can see he's just toying with him right now. Incendiary to force him out. 8 seconds of damage. You could just stick in it. He'll win the round from it. It's 60 points of damage per second. So 2.5 seconds and you're gone. 3, 2, and the TP. That's it.
Well played from Koro. Kanga, they're just continually hanging on by their fingernails round after round, but that's all it takes sometimes. It's just one round at a time. Keep up that grind mentality, and you can see the effect that that's had on Fun Crew's economy. It took a couple of rounds, one consecutively, but finally, they've been able to put their economy in the bin, and that will make this round a little bit easier to win for the boys on Kanga. Clutchy goes for that Baki. He can save for an operator into the next round, utilizing the knives in this. Ronsky also has those knives available. Not sure why Jungle has fought up down to 400. Just trying to hero rifle when the rest of his team's saving. Either way, though, Void's going to push up short A, so that's a lot of info. You got the push all the way through bathrooms for Clutchy, so tons of info for Kanga. They know that this is for sure a play towards the B side. They just need to, again, hold on for those rotations. Don't overextend. Don't take too many early duels.
Oh, is Major going to be able to...
have been triggered.
Alright, this is an interesting start for Kanga, that's for sure. 1-on-1 trade on through. Koro good for one again, and as the spike goes down, Honest Fury is going to be brought out by Greg. And that is just to find Fueshist, who means the spike is no longer being planted. Clutchy, what? Late miss?
TP from Fun Crew could be pretty good here, and they're going to go for it. You can already see Greg's on his horse all the way straight back towards that A site. Wants to try to stop this round from being won by Fun Crew, who have been delayed in the TP by Clutchy, only now making their way through short A. But you can already see Greg and Newhall.
And there it is. We're going around in circles from one TP to the second. They're going to hear Greg do it. They technically have enough time to go again, but it would be very quick to get that spike planted. They hear both of the TPs, and now they just have to lock down the hookah area. Smoke to buy 19.5 seconds here. Now he's going to force Clutchy to go through it. They have to jump through it, and that's one of the big things. The dart is going to mean that if they jump through, they do get revealed. A counter dart is going to look to come out, but Greg manages to find the head of Jungle, and now jumping on through. Easy is down to 27 points of HP. He has to take these angles very carefully. There's the first one, but Clutchy's blades do work out in the end for Kanga to keep the dream of OT alive.
Does that affect their money, though? That round got very, very close, and there wasn't even really a whole lot invested from Fun Crew. Take a look at the funds. Yeah, I think it's okay. You can see Lukey will be dropped over a rifle. Then Clutchy can either buy 2 rifles, or he can just go for the operator here. He's going to go for the op.
Do you favor the AWP here, or would you rather see them with rifles across the board?
What do you mean? Why
like
do you ask?
Vandals?
Over the Spectre? I don't know. I guess it depends. It depends, really. I think it's fine. If Kochi starts to warm up and gets some damage done with this operator, then you'll see, I guess, why it's been favored that way. But at the same time, it is always good to have those rifles across the team. It's a bit of a risk versus reward situation. Love that spam to clear out the double stack. I've seen that a couple of times so far from Fun Crew. Just taking their time. They contested bathrooms. They're contesting short A. Not a whole lot of pressure on that B side of the map, but it is a 4-man setup on A from Kanga. They have read this one perfectly. They were already ready for this side attack.
I was going to say, if Clutchy did lose his life just there to the timing of Ronsky, he would be absolutely livid. He's dropped on down from his high perch, and he's on toward the floor. He does spot out where Major is, and that's all a ruse because he's trying to escape from the clutches of Ronsky. The double dash to come on through. Now it's the orbital strike as well with a 1-on-1 trade coming on out. This is Fun Crew's time to shine. Player advantage, no neural theft to be seen just yet to come out from Kanga. And whilst Greg does manage to find one, it immediately does get traded on out. Void has res after one frag, and he has to go for it. Shots out, they line up, but the Guardian can't get it done. And it's all under the Spectre of Luki. I toyed upon it before. Would it be the thing needed? Would he like a rifle in his hand as opposed to that operator being brought into play? Now he has at least afforded up to the Vandal. They're both low.
Ooh.
Doesn't matter now. Jungle catches the right frags on towards the face, and that there, Pilski, is 13-9 on Kanga's map pick, I might say, going over towards Fun Crew.
Yeah, look, they made it look a lot closer than it was in the earlier parts of that game after Fun Crew got off to like a pretty insane start there onto attack. They just won round after round after round. It was really awesome to watch. What I was kind of wondering about in that last round is, like I was saying, Kanga had a 4-stack on that A site, and Void was alone in bathroom. And like I think Crash was thinking as well, he switched over to Void, ready for him to make a big play, and then they faked it and just all stared at U-Haul. And I'm thinking like they just killed 3 on the site. Like, how are they ready for another one in U-Haul? Maybe they saw him there earlier. I'm not sure. But I thought Kanga had the right read to be able to keep that comeback streak coming. But Fun Crew a little bit too switched on. Yeah,
I think specifically in that one with Fun Crew's switched onness was easy, right? The amount of kills and openers that we saw come out from him and just the clutch situations and the information gathering was amazing, to say the least. Like, it was just a consistency that we saw come through from Easy. I absolutely welcomed that. And it makes things really interesting to see how things are going to transition and how this story is going to be told going into the second map that will be Ascent.
Dude, he had 350 ACS as a Sova. So,
wow.
like, that's a massive performance. Even like a 300 ACS game as a duelist, you're like, that's kind of big plays. But 350 on Sova, that is a massive, massive performance. So, keen to see if he can keep that up over the next couple of maps.
Well, over the next couple of maps, or potential one map, because we do go over to Ascent, which is the pick to come out from Fun Crew. But guys, we're going to throw it over to a short little 5-minute break to give everyone a little bit of a rest. So when we go... and we'll come back. Make sure you are here to witness the closing part, maybe the closing part of this series. Don't go too far.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
The quickest 5-minute break that it feels like, but not the quickest map that we have just witnessed between Fun Crew and Kanga. It was a good one with the ups and downs, the highs and the lows there. Guys, welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour for 2021. We are getting toward the tail end of the night tonight, Pilski, but whether or not it'll close all out here, that's up to the teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's really up to Fun Crew. They've already kind of got the upset, I guess I would say, on the first map. It's their opponent's map pick. But I'd say for the most part, they're looking like a much better team than Kanga. In saying that, though, you know, I've seen a couple of Kanga's games. They're a kind of hot and cold team, to be honest. I've seen them, like, you know, I remember that straight out of the Zoo series where, like, they lost a map like 13-2. Was that on Ascent? I think that was on Ascent, right? They got 13-2 by straight out of the Zoo or something like that. Then on the next map, just whoop them. So I guess we're going to have to wait to see if Kanga can find that red hot form that I know they're capable of, or whether they're just kind of going to roll over and die, because Fun Crew are definitely playing a hell of a game today.
No, I definitely agree with you. And just for a little bit of the refresher to come on through, we're looking towards that map 3 in Haven. Pilski hasn't casted it yet, being brought onto the broadcast, and he wants to be able to dive deep into it to cover the full
Not
map.
really. I hate that map. It's crap.
It's interesting. Hey, I like Breach on it. I like Sky on it actually as well, and I doubt we're going to see Sky. But that's a story for another day, because we are just around the corner of getting in towards the matchup. And I mean, go ahead. I'm going to ask it. Are we going map 3 or not?
I don't know. It really is up to Kanga, I think. I think it's 100% just up to Kanga to bring their better level of their game. So this is a map that they're definitely reasonably familiar with. So we'll see if they can bring it. I can't say either way because this series, any of the maps can go either way. I think these teams are relatively evenly matched for the most part. This is kind of the series where, like I said, this is where I want to see Fun Crew. I love that, by the way, the little man underneath heaven. But this is kind of Fun Crew where I see them. I want to see them pass the test in terms of beating Kanga. They're a bit of a gatekeeper team, and they looked really good doing it last map. So I'm already impressed with that, regardless of how the rest of the series goes. Definitely have my eye on Fun Crew continuing their upward trajectory. It's always one of my favorite parts of the competitive circuit in any game, when you see that climb of a team who shows promise, who shows potential, and they just keep on that upward trajectory, because there's so many teams that show that potential, and then when it gets to some of the bigger games, they stop playing as well. They start to choke. You see that potential sort of fade away, but that's not what we're seeing with Fun Crew. They're kind of rising to the task and looking good doing it.
Well, this is their map pick here, Pilski. So you would expect home territory, that you would rather hope them close it out from here. We are seeing not another mirror match, which is always a good thing. I like the agent, nature of teams changing it up to see what works for them. We can talk about that for hours upon hours on end, I'm sure. But for here, it's the rain is out for Void.
Yeah, this is definitely a map where I like the Omen a lot more than the Brimstone. And you even saw some of those wall of smokes across the A site being utilized by Jungle in that last game. So that was really nice to see. But either way, like you said, onto Ascent, a little bit of a push into B main from Kanga. Void's already made it across with that 3-man stack towards that A site alarm bot, in towards middle where Fun Crew are pressuring, but they've got info on both of the extremities for Kanga in the meanwhile, and they're well aware with that alarm bot that there is players coming through middle through market.
Void's already feeling the pressure to back on through. Lukey in the dark cover is going to jump on through and only able to find a little bit of damage on out. The Sage is here for Fun Crew this time, as opposed to Kanga in the last map. I would have liked to see Void back on the Sage on this map, not going to lie, but it is a two-player advantage for Fun Crew. The Shock Dart does miss on through the second one as well, and as the door is shut from Clutchy, he needs to be the instigator to win out these duels. Does spot out some info, there's the first, but the three remaining soldiers at the back of the boathouse is certainly going to be difficult to find, although, just to find a second one in Toronsky, this is definitely where things start to get a little bit sticky. The Tailwind is back for Clutchy. He's just going to clear all of the angles. If you're Fun Crew, you ain't peeking right now.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my lord, and that's the third. Now he knows where the last is as well, and he gets the 4K in the end. Where was this Clutchy in bind, everybody?
A little inconsistent. It happens. End of the day, though, Clutchy does get himself the knives into the next round, so keen to see if he's going to use those straight away or whether he will just hold on to them for a little bit longer. He did get that spike down for the boys on Fun Crew, so I'd just like to see them buy a couple sheriffs, try to do a little bit of damage. No crazy force buys or anything like that. Love it from Greg, the Aries. It's my favorite thing in this game.
No.
Being a dirty Sova main and buying LMGs.
Right here.
I actually missed that. Bladestorm round 2 is actually kind of nuts to think about, although he's already whiffed out on 3.
I don't know if I really like him popping it in this round, to be honest. I think the frenzy's totally fine, really. But, he's getting some work done with it. It's a bit of an A split here. Onto the site. Kanga's not going to contest. They do not care that the offense is in the site, getting the bomb down. Nice to see the Killjoy getting the plant. That's an extra little bit of an AWP for the ult.
Well, for Kanga on this retake right now, Clutchy's already down a little bit in the HP. Easy playing in Wind. I would love to see that Norsen lineup of the Nano Swarm to go through Tree Room over towards Wind that we did see the other week. I think that is a massive lineup, but I wonder if these guys are going to know. It's 5v3 situation. Kanga, you probably don't even need to throw it right now. 5 versus 2. Easy's going to get out some shock darts. Okay. I haven't seen this lineup before, and I like it. Wesh just is able to find Clutchy. Like, still not really being defused. And, okay, that's why I haven't seen that lineup before, because it missed.
Oh.
The second one didn't, at least.
Second one didn't. First one did. That's unfortunate. Definitely could have been a kill on Lukey. Not sure it would have... it might have changed around, actually. You saw it 6 seconds on the clock there. That could have won it.
Halved already? maybe. You would have to do
yeah,
a
it was halved already. It was. So yeah, who knows? Woulda, shoulda, coulda. We don't live in that alternate reality though. We are at this point in time and space, I guess. And now you've got, I wouldn't even say a bit of a bonus, to be honest, from Kanga, because we've got a lot of weapons being repurchased. You got the operator being purchased straight away, so they will actually be economically reset if they do lose this round. So it's a must win for them.
Judge up close and personal in towards A main. Easy being very cautious as to not be taken out very, very quickly. This is that purchase to come through for Fun Crew, of course. The operator's going to get absolutely destroyed. It's great to see that Fweshus is on the scoreboard nice and early in this map.
Yeah, you don't want to be losing your operator in that fashion. You saw the push towards both extremities from Kanga nice and early. Void's in B main deep. Koro's up close here with the judge and Easy. He's going to try and drone through. Takes it for granted that nobody's gathered that ground and unfortunately loses his life. And now you might see another player lose their life as well. Void almost with the running shoot there in towards B main, but keeps himself alive, gathers a little bit of that info as we head into the 4-on-4. I'm looking at Fweshus. He's in the most important position right now. Up there on Catwalk, the rotations have already come off, and if he's able to walk through tree exactly like he's doing and gather that info, gather that forward position, he could just win the round here for Fun Crew, and he's making the perfect move right now, Dion.
Yep, he's going to be lined up for the frag of the round right now. And Fweshus finding that one also permits that lockdown. They're going to wall off towards main. It kind of does funnel them to stay in towards the site now, which could be, in retrospect, a bad thing. But at least they can get over the wall, I guess. Ronski now realizing that he has the spike to get at the plant. If it was denied, that could have been really sticky. Player advantage, though, for Fun Crew. Are they going to use the lockdown? I don't think they're at a situation that they really need to, but we will wait and see. Fweshus stuck over at the door. There's no utility for him to be able to work with. They don't have a Sova, of course, alive at the current time to be able to go back over towards the spike, so it's just going to be a case of holding down these lines, these extremity points in towards. The wall is still there for that flank to be held off for the current time. Void finally starting to get into the site. Does manage to find Ronski. Just missed on through to gather some info, but that's very vulnerable for Fweshus to find his third in the round. Make it the fourth. Oh, he's on for the ace right now. 28 points of HP. He's the last alive. Will he get it? No, he's jumping up! But is it enough time? I think there's enough time for the defuse.
Yeah.
Oh, Fweshus. A valiant attempt.
Has he? Oh, that was bloody close. See, okay, and here's where I'm going to sound like a hindsight Andy right now, but I actually think that you ult every day of the week there as Fweshus. Because, you look at the position that they're in a round like that where you're going to break the opponent's money, you should ult every single time, I think, because you're going to be able to start to build that up. You know, there's no point to hold on to it to be greedy. I don't think they were really in that great of an afterplant positions. You know, they were all stuck up on the site there. And although they're in a 4-on-3, it kind of puts you in a false sense of security, right? And I think it's something that's talked about a lot is efficiency of ult usage and not waiting for the perfect time to ult, but instead just using the ult when it's a good time to use it. Either way, though, that's a tangent for another time as we've got peaks and picks on either side of the map. Interesting that Clutchy decides to dive through the mid smoke when they're already in a 5-on-4. That's probably a little bit over enthusiastic, and now they're being punished for this aggression up against the Sheriffs. It was only the half buy, and you're just seeing kills all across the board for Fun Crew. They're going to wall across mid market, but they don't necessarily need to rush things.
They're angry after the previous round. Fweshus especially, 4 kills to be picking up and just to narrowly miss out on the round victory. It's certainly something that you're not going to be happy with at the outcome. But for now, they are trying to bounce back, fight back, get the plant down over at the B site, though it does get dropped. Fweshus is taken out. 3 versus 2 scenario. Would love to see a res to be able to come on out for Fun Crew. They'd be one away after this plant to come on through as well. Will they be able to hold it off? A great usage of the paranoia from Koro to be able to push on through. Gets the 10 taken off for Jungle. Well, Ronski to get the next one as well. And that is a thrifty round to come through for Fun Crew on the back of Kanga peeking some angles that they didn't necessarily need to.
Yeah. Actually, really disliked watching that round. It's just, I just hate to see pushes up against pistols, and that's a prime example of you cooking your own economy as a result of it, and giving your opponent a really strong economy. Look at the money for Fun Crew going forward now. They're going into an anti-eco. Got a couple of ults to play with as well.
Alrighty. judge for Koro in the spot of, well, death now.
Yeah, good drone through from Easy. Actually, only just realizing now that Ronsky is not playing Jet, but he's on the Sage, which is something I should have already been talking about before this map even started. But now it's a little bit too late because you're seeing Kanga picking up a couple of kills as Fun Crew are struggling to get into this A site. Rez does come out though.
Yeah, this is where things will get a little bit chaotic. The rocket does work out, but the shock dart does get the trade in the end. It's a 3 versus 3. Even Steven Jewel with a Hunter's Fury, though, available for Fun Crew, and you would expect them to be able to utilize that in this round. Although, remember, it is a bit of the ego to come through from Kanga with the lesser weaponry right now. Just buying their time. Easy, actually, taking these fights, which is a little bit scary to consider. Ronsky, however, for the dart in the end for them to get in. A tag to come out from the Marshal, but now they know that all 3 players are through. The last is dropped onto the site, and Lukey will be dispatched off as well for Fun Crew to get another round up on the board.
Yeah, that's the half buy dealt with quite nicely for Fun Crew. Still do have reasonably strong money moving forward here. But yeah, no Jet on Ronsky. Has he even played another character other than Jet before this game? Let me go look. So I swear I clicked on Ronsky's profile a little bit earlier on and I only saw Jet.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I think he's been on a Raze before.
Okay, he's played 34 Jet games. He's played 2 Raze games, and this is his first Sage game. So there you go. Well, first time playing Fun Crew, busting something a little different out. One bot gets triggered in middle there for the boys on Kanga. That's a little bit of info for him. They're well aware that the middle is being pressured. The ball across and the full commit from Major into that big site. And you see the push through Cat is punished by Ronsky, who's pulling out his heel. There's 4 players on Catwalk for Kanga. What the hell is going on?
A bit of a stack for Kanga over towards the A site, and now Clutchy brings it into the even duel. The Bladestorm's back out. There's a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown. Very early, actually, for the Hunter's Fury to come out from Greg. Does manage to find Easy and make things all the more difficult for Fleshist now. Nano Swarm available to drop on toward the Spike. A lockdown that would expect it to be rushed if he does drop it on through. And our drone's going absolutely nowhere because the door's not even destroyed just yet, giving Fleshist a lot of time to reposition, but now it's dangerous because the Bladestorm jumps on past. He gets the headshot, and he gets the second one to lock it on through. And we're tied up now, Pilski, 3-3.
Massive. That is a massive impact play because you see the effect that has on the economy of Kanga. That is a clutch that is good for 2 rounds from Freshest. And not only the 2 rounds, but on top of that, you do see an opportunity for the boys on Fun Crew to build up their money even further and further cement that lead going forward. And look, I'm going to say Freshest, that's some real sharp shooting, man, but at this point in the game, I'm pretty sure he would have had 2 ults if he just dropped that ult in that earlier situation. So, you know, that's another point in the favor of the use your ult at a decent time rather than the perfect time sort of camp in terms of the debate.
Clutchy. First player to fall in the round. Of course, we've already touched upon a Sage debacle where there is none for Kanga right now, so no res available. Though Lukey is going to be able to find the first frag in the round for Kanga. So what do you see come out from the remaining 2 players here? Another thing that I actually wanted to touch upon as well, for all of Avril's wishes and thoughts on the matter, Fun Crew have 1 duelist to Kanga's 2. I like the Fun Crew 1 duelist.
Who cares, bro?
I do.
Nah. I think it's not a comp that's winning Fun Crew this series. I think they're just playing a little better.
1 enemy remaining.
They're looking sharper. They're looking a little more cohesive. And it's paying off for them. Good to see them continuing this trajectory. They're going to take the lead in this map. With a strong economy to boot. 4 players alive. Look at all that money. They're going to be set for quite a while here. It's going to take quite a lot of battering from Kanga round after round, just staying on the grind for them to keep in this half. And this is where we get into the weird part of the game whenever you've got Sova Killjoy on each team, where you see a Sova ult on Fun Crew, so they can use their Killjoy ult, but the boys on Kanga can't use their Killjoy ult because it'll just get Sova ulted. So there won't be that weird Killjoy ult exchange. And I'd say this is a round for it. You're going to have the walk into B main. This is almost certainly Fleshist dropping his Killjoy ult. That's exactly what he's going to do. If you see the counter Killjoy ult from Lukey in towards CT there, it will just be killed by Easy's Hunter's Fury.
Maybe. They're leaving a little bit late to be able to throw it on through right now for this destruction one at least, because you can't do it for Kanga. There goes the first frag in the round as well. So now there's no lockdown available for Fun Crew as the frags are starting to be found. Do we see Kanga drop down the lockdown like we've just toyed with the idea of 3 versus 3, now 2 versus 3? Red's still available for the side of Fun Crew, but how do they play it out from here? No dart to be seen for Easy. Has to start to reposition himself. Greg with the big crosshair. Probably wouldn't have seen ahead if it did go on through, but there goes that lockdown. It's going to bring out the Hunter's Fury, and it's not a great spot. It's going to reveal where Easy is playing from. Now Ronski's lost his life. Easy's footsteps are going to be heard in the flank, or actually maybe not. The R drone goes out. This is actually perfection. He can get 1 frag, bring into a 1 versus 2. He didn't hurt the drone either. Oh, this is just really unfortunate utility usage and timing of the distance.
Greg. Oh, man. 3 alive for Kanga. A little bit of a weird round there. I think Lukey, that was a bit of a masterstroke to hold on to his ult until that exact point in the round where it gets a little bit awkward for the enemy Sova to use it in the 3-on-2 retake. Yeah, absolutely love to see that. That's just great Killjoy play from the man. Right here. There was so many wrong times to throw that ulti down, and he picks the right time. You love to see it. Either way, though, in the grand scheme of things, like I said before, Fun Crew's money is just really good. Even after the buy, their cash is still looking fantastic. So that's why I said Kanga, they're going to have to stay on this grind. It's going to take some big boy persistence from these guys to stay in the game here. Sage ult is available for Ronsky. You've got the Raze ult as well to get in there and try to create a little bit of an entry. And I already see him, old mate Major. He's going to pop out all that utility, and in he goes.
Cleared them all very quickly. I didn't even really gather if he saw anything. It's going to send him into his teammates now. Storm. At least they clear everything out. Jungle Wow's reposition is already getting dispatched off by Greg. Resurrection actually not going to be able to be utilized in that current situation. 5 versus 4. Precious is able to find Clutchy. Shock darts to be going through as well. Only the single smoke at the current time to go over towards the long. This is just going to be an absolutely chaotic situation. It kind of already is. Lukey try and navigate the issue. Leave the charge on in. One trade starting to come on through. It's definitely favored Fun Crew now, and he is going to be able to end it all in the end for Fun Crew to take the lead.
Yeah, man, they are just shooting harder right now on Ascent, and they will break Kanga's money, and that's why I said it. Like, in terms of the money, it's just going to take an absolute grind for Kanga, because every time they slip up on a slight snag, they're going to be hard punished for it. Whereas Fun Crew, they've already put in the hard yards to build up that cash, and they're reaping the rewards of it. You saw Kanga, they're able to come back with 1 good round, but it takes more than just 1 on the trot to get back into this game, and they're unable to make that work.
Clutchy is trying to stick it through the bot, and it will put him down to 62 HP. Not really how you want to go out, but at least they know that there's an operator in play for both of these sides. Void is going to be able to find jungle to start off, and now that smoke's down for Fun Crew, though I expect a res to come out, but I also think that Kanga are in a situation where they kind of need to make sure the res doesn't come out right now.
They're not looking like they're setting up to punish it. In fact, they smoked to the corpse for their opposing side, so he might not even need to wall to get the res. He's gonna wall to get the res anyway.
Yeah, there it is. Hunter's Fury is out. So now you've got a kind of a free lockdown if you can bring it out a little bit later.
Ooh, doesn't find its mark though, and in the meanwhile, Clutchy's able to find a pick in towards middle. Oh, in towards B main, sorry. It's only Void solo on this B side. Fleshes poking towards A main. Easy's poking middle. Kanga is just stacked on this A side. Their rotations kind of baffle me from time to time. They're in a 5-on-4 right now. There's no real reason for them to take a massive risk here.
I think for Fweshist, it's the idea of, I mean, you're playing a flank right now, but to try and draw as much numbers over towards this A site for Kanga right now. He's taking his sweet time to get over here. Now he's starting to clear all of these angles. Eventually, he's going to have to pull the trigger and do something here, or maybe he's just going to try and catch them off on the rotate. They've actually rotated back over towards this A site. Finally, smokes go down over at B, but there's the first kill for Fweshist. This is a false sense of security now for Kanga.
10 seconds
Yeah,
left.
Void's blind at the back of the site. He's going to hold on. Oh, he almost lines them all up, but Ronsky, that one operator shot, if that misses, that's the round over, but at least it's still a 3-on-2 for Kanga. They're only now just rotating in here. They do have the dart available to clear out the site, but it's a double back and boat setup here for the boys on Fun Crew. Let's see if Ronsky can connect with that AWP nice and early on. I want to see the dart timing from Easy as well. How long does he have for that?
I love the funneling. I love the double dart cover to come through right now. It repositions Easy to the front of the site. He has to be able to win out this first duel, but he gets tagged as well. The right clicks are coming out. It's actually the judge, not even the classic there. Ronsky, operator. We know it's powerful. Has to hot potato over to the Vandal. The defuse is being tapped with. He pushes on through. There's no time to get on the defuse. What are they doing?
This is what I
Ronsky clutches it.
I don't know, but that was some real sharp shooting. There's so many players on Fun Crew right now that are just literally tapping heads so hard. Just instantly one being Easy last map. Ronsky and Fleshes both looking damn sharp this map. And I don't think that's a team that you're going to be beating on Kanga tonight. I just haven't seen the quality from them, Dion. And again, their money's cooked. Their money is broke again. Again, it's just Fun Crew. Every round they win, it's good for 2.
Yeah, definitely back them right now. Lukey, we'll see what he can do with the Sheriff. He's doubled up back behind his turret to get a little bit of extra damage on through. But Fun Crew, they're just going to look to send it straight in towards the B site. Dark cover to go down. Our drone to clear over towards Logs. Even the ultimate lockdown is here. Technically, it is an eco for Kanga to be brought on through, but if you can win out this round with 5 alive at the end of it, that's the dream for Fun Crew. Ronsky to start on things with the operator. Now that the lockdown does go down, he does overlook that Clutchy is dashed on up and use the Blade Storm. That would have been the spike dropped if the kill was found. It does get found in the end. A weird sort of situation of events right now with the spike looking to be planted finally. 3-3.
Fleshes definitely doesn't want to go down there. He still has 2 nano swarms to hold on to that lane control or stairs control, and he's going to utilize one of them. Just buy a little bit more time. He's got another one available, and Kanga now started to get this retake kicked off.
Oh, that is a perfect position to prod through that smoke there. Only good for 1, however. Greg, the 6th sense to be able to get that trade on out. With both remaining players of Fun Crew on the side itself, it's going to be the jumping potato from Clutchy that can't get the job done with the blades, and Fweshes to clutch it again. Close out the round with 2 there. Fun Crew for 7. It does go in the last remaining round of this half, where there is at least that stable purchase to come through from Kanga. They've got a lockdown to play with as well, but you do see there that the Hunter's Fury on Easy is ready.
Yeah, he can deal with that lockdown fairly easily. We've got a couple of players who are 1 away from ult. You got that Raze ult, almost Sage ult. Could have 1 kill, and then Void gets his ult as well.
Keep them cornered.
Fly through from Kanga this time. I'm going to have that tree set up with the Killjoy utility, playing completely off middle with the alarm bot towards market. In the meanwhile, though, the creep into A main here, you're going to have the Raze rocket available as Major picks up that orb, and they're just going to get it kickstarted into the A site straight away.
Yeah, Easy dropping out the Hunter's Fury to clear out the lane. It gets Lukey in the end, so that means there's no lockdown anyways right now. The boost wall on the Sage at the back of main. Ronsky able to find Korra. I absolutely love that wall that always gets put up at the back there. As, you know, a Sage observer right now. Void goes through the smoke to get the 1. It's just not feeling very flourishing for Kanga right now. You've even got Easy locking down Gelato right now. Take a lick of that ice cream. No, Clutchy. He's actually going to take it out of your hand and throw it on the floor. I'm ticking away, though. Clutchy down to 1 HP. Ronsky should be able to dispatch him very quickly. There it is. It's all going to be down to Greg. 1 versus 3 with the dart available. There's the first sharp shot on towards Fleshes, but does get traded on out. And that is a halftime scoreline that Kanga are very not happy with right now, Pilsky.
Switching sides.
Yeah, they're kind of getting, I wouldn't say completely dubstered, but I'd say Fun Crew has very comfortably looked like the much better team tonight. So, up 8-4 on your own map pick, moving on to the defense. Especially with the lineup that they've got, like I'm seeing the Sage instead of the Jet. Like on defense, that's absolutely awesome. You get those slow orbs, you get the wall, as opposed to Jet's kit, which, yeah, it's great for creating opening dual advantages, getting those picks with the operator, and then getting out. But in terms of just defensive potential, you know, slowing down those pushes, stopping the pushes, the Sage is fantastic as you move over the defense. So I'd say they've got a great lineup just to be able to completely stop pushes in their tracks if you look at it. Either way, though, Kanga on this attacking side, heavily set up towards middle and B. Drone goes through middle. As there's a smoke on Catwalk and top mid, Kanga really telegraphing that they want to go for a mid to B here. And you see Fun Crew already somewhat set up with it. An awkward timing for the duel on Major. Does get himself blind. That's a very weird wall there from the Sage.
Yeah, the dink got down on towards Vronsky as well with the self-heal coming on out. Still missing a lot of shots here is Greg. It does get stolen away in the end for Flesh just to push on through 2 versus 2. This was actually helping them out. Not really, as Koro steals away 4 frags in the round, steals a couple from his teammates, but the ultimate thing is Kanga actually get the pistol round here.
I don't know what that wall was. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Either it's
that's a
panic wall, or that's like a 5,000 IQ wall that I don't know about.
Pretty sure it's a panic wall because he got dinked.
Yeah, maybe. Either way, Fun Crew gonna take the path of least resistance now and just take a save. Wait for that full buy in the next as Kanga. Good to see them pick up that pistol. Good to see them just try to stay competitive here on Ascent. Bind did not go the way they planned, the way they envisioned. Oh, that is great spray control from Void.
Yeah, you're just looking to not drop a lot of players in this round if you are Kanga. You've got Void who's been taken down low. Guy does actually miss out from easy. Now the frags start to be found. It's just going to be the last remaining player in jungle. Wow, playing up too short. Jumps on out. Can't get anything done. Take that round for what it is. There's not too much damage, but we know Fun Crew have got weapons in the next one.
Yeah, did go for that save, stay nice and responsible with their money. Flesh has already got 4 out of 7 on those ult points, so you love to see that. Getting pretty close to that Killjoy ult. And like I said, you know, when you got a Sova and a Killjoy on each team, it's an interesting dynamic. You want to try to find those timings, those rounds where you can get that Killjoy ult off safely without the Sova having access to his. So that's something we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on.
I like that setup there, actually. You got the Dark going into B main, the slow orb ready as well in case it does tag someone, so you can go with a bit of a challenge, get the shock darts down afterwards. Kind of nice.
Well, Kanga doing what I've seen them do on Ascent before, really pressuring middle, setting those duelists up to contest towards Pizza or Catwalk towards Tree. Nice little jet smoke to be able to take that turret out. Alarm bot dealt with, turret dealt with. That's a lot of those nice Killjoy abilities that just keep tabs on certain parts of the map, and that's going to really limit the info on Kanga and force them to play a little bit more honestly with those rotations. Now you start to see this push through Catwalk, but Flesh is not missing a beat, not missing a shot so far this map, and he's already going to make this a 5-on-4 in favor of Fun Crew.
And that rotation is going to start to come out from the Fun Crew squad as well. Tree is allowed to be toyed with by Kanga. Void, however, now finding Major. Jungle Wow is going to have to go back to get some heals to come on out. And it does happen in the end with Void somehow able to survive across the jump with no ammunition in both of his weapons. And this is going to be one of those interesting stages on how this round turns out. You've got 2 players on Kanga that are very, very low. Easy's just managed to find one of the high HP players. And now as they all start to fall like flies, it's just down to Lukey and Nanostorm available. How does he get that dink on towards Fleshist? That was insane. Jungle at least does get the frag out in the end for Fun Crew to gather out the round, but that definitely could have been a Kanga victory there for another loose bullet or 2.
Yeah, I don't know how much they're going to care about that though, because they did just complete that bonus round with a ton of damage. That is absolutely cooked Fun Crew's money. Going down to that 1 player surviving. And this is one of those weird things with the Valorant economy where you see a team actually take a save when they've won the round. It's something that kind of boggles my mind because you should never really see that. You know, I don't like it when a team is punished for winning a round, but at the same time, if you can't keep your money together, I guess you do have to save.
Alrighty. Fun Crew winning the previous round, but not having the tools to be able to build up the opportunities in this one. Clutchy finding Fleshist off the get-go. Really does make things awkward for Fun Crew as the spike goes down. I think this is just a situation of survive with your rifles that you did invest in and see what you can do with the rest of your weapons.
Well, it was only the one gun kept over from the last round, so they're just looking for damage here.
Now some damage starting to be seen from both sides. The resurrection is here for Fun Crew. Major now taken on out, and he's just going to be down to Ronsky. At least getting some damage out with this weapon. 2 kills so far for the side of Fun Crew. See if they can make it a third one to at least have a little bit more impact. He's containing them in towards the site, that's for sure, for the spike to try and get them in the end. But Koro does eventually find the frag, and Kanga do get that round. But now's the time for Fun Crew to reinvest in towards the matchup with the purchase. And there's a Guardian out for jungle too.
Yep. Buy up here for the boys on Fun Crew. You do have the Killjoy ult, but the Sova ult's available on Kanga. So not going to have that same potential to make use of it, but with the Sage res, that could be something that baits out the Sova ult potentially. We'll see how that all works out, how that all interacts. 1-3-1 setup here for the boys on Kanga. Again, just wanting to set up their duelists to probe catwalk, to probe middle, create duels, create opportunities to drone through as well. Is the catwalk setup here with the Killjoy utility, the Death Zone, I believe it's called.
Look how far Void is pushed up right now. This could be amazing. You've also got the Blades of Clutchy just jumping and storming down in the tree room. He's already past it now. Void can try to get something done, but he's just caught lollygagging and misses all of his shots. Fweshus now finds Koro, and things are kind of falling upside down right now for Kanga. Fweshus is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, however. That's a sharp shot to come out from jungle onto Clutchy, and things are just crumbling in this round 4. Kanga, both of their players are here around the site, but they're now starting to get traded on through. Greg needs to go absolutely colossal here to be able to touch this one through, and Easy's going to get the third one in the end. Soror on out for Fun Crew to get double digits.
Okay, you can still buy up here, but obviously Koro is a little bit more cooked in terms of the money than everybody else. So he'll just have to make do. Lukey going to be the one that's down to a Spectre though. Both teams a little bit fragile in terms of the money. Got both Killjoy ults, both Sova ults available.
Right here.
Kanga, a bit of a different approach this time. Got the Reyna sort of probing B main. Actually a hard dive in towards that A site from Clutchy, but he just loses his life about 5 seconds into the round while got 2 players walking through B main.
That's the
They were trying to pull some kind of a rotation right now, but seems like it's working.
Yeah, kind of working for right now. Lukey and Void to get a couple of kills from the shadows used to get to the back of the B site. That was the spike that actually TP'd over as well. And now is going to be the battle of the lockdowns and the Hunter's Furies. Who's going to drop it first and try to play out those mind games. You'll get a little bit of information from those positions. And here we go. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury and the lockdown at the same time for Fun Crew to try and clear a phenomenal part of the site. Koro is going to find Fweshus, however, as Jungle now peeks in towards the site. Good for one. Back in the boathouse for the 2 players here. It's actually Koro to be able to find both of the remaining players on Fun Crew's side, and that's a very costly round, actually, for Fun Crew in the end.
Oh, yeah, that was one of those swing rounds, you know, where both teams are going to be broke if they lose it, so that is a absolutely massive one for Kanga to win. And actually, really not a great ult from Easy. He doesn't tag anyone, doesn't get any kills with it. And now you see the Killjoy ult is wide open for Lukey. And I really would just like to see a Killjoy ult in this round and just lock it down, get it really cleanly done. Build up that money on the comeback train. Because you can see they've only got 1 to 2k on most of the players. But might not be the case.
Well, we'll wait and see right now. There is a stack for Fun Crew over to the A site, so with the drone clearing things and Clutchy not seeing any form of presence, it probably is just going to be the call to say, hey, come to B. There's nobody here. They've gamble stacked over towards that A site, and as you do mention, try to close it out very, very cleanly from here, and they still have that lockdown to play with in the next round as well.
What's up the top of the middle here? Good fluff it last time, but this time a lot cleaner on the aim. And so far, so good for Kanga. Looking like they're cleaning things up without too many issues right now. I would like to see them hold on to all of these guns here, and it's looking like that's going to be the case. Just mopping the floor with Fun Crew. 5 alive for Kanga with 2+K in the bank means great things for the rest of this half.
Dude, I couldn't even see the head with that crosshair at that distance.
I don't know what Greg's on, like...
Apparently the top of the scoreboard for his team.
Somehow. Bronski on the ult, though. I think I remember this is something that 100 Thieves were doing for a while when they were playing with Dicey, is they preferred the Sage on this map instead of the Jet as well. So many angles where you can utilize that AWP, like you can wall at top mid on defense side, and you can get so many angles. You can wall towards Pizza and get an angle onto the top of Catwalk. He's going to drop his wall towards A, and you're going to start to see the rotation shifting over nice and early. The drone through on towards B. The change up on the positioning of the Killjoy, you're going to see Fleshes with that kill zone over towards lane side. In the meanwhile, though, it's just jungle. Solo on that A site behind the Sage wall. And a full stack towards B. Just Runsky minding middle with the AWP, or the op rather.
Yeah,
Old habits die hard there. You get the Killjoy ulti in there from Kanga though.
Oh, Jungle's playing with the idea of using his ultimate to go over towards the B site. Rightly so that he does stay here with the paranoia to go on through to buy a little bit of time. But the Lears were out to force him to the back of the site right now. Takes the angle. Ronski at least able to find the first opener. This is where things get really sticky for Kanga actually, because they're kind of locked in towards the site. Void at least finds Jungle. That smokes down for Fun Crew. They've got the rocket to be able to send on in if they want to, but kind of vulnerable if we do see Major do so. He's going to elect to do so in the end to shoot it on deeply so. Resurrection now vulnerable as well. Shots are all going in Kanga's favor. It's just down to Fweshist. I think the door's closed, so he has to destroy it first. And yeah, this is definitely not the outcome that Fun Crew were wanting, expecting. As we do tie it up on the back of this round.
Yeah, Kanga are really starting to warm up. Their money's looking fantastic. They're in pole position to make this towards map 3. Gonna have to see the boys on Fun Crew take a save after this one. Their money's looking pretty cooked. Do have that Sage res available.
I would like to see some aggression to come out from Fun Crew on this defensive side. You know, take those opportunities, get a little bit up in Kanga's face. We saw them on the flip side. They were doing that. So we know that they've got that aggressiveness in them, of course. And I kind of do want to see it, even though it is these pistols right now.
I really want to see the ulti farming from Fleshist in this round. I really want to see him go for that B main orb or something like that. I don't think he's going to do it though. He's setting up pretty passively towards B at the moment.
And it's one of these gamble sacks to come through from Fun Crew again. We saw it, you know, over on that A site previously. Now it was a little bit over towards B. A little bit of aggression starting to come through from Kanga now.
Yeah, the drone's through. They're just going to go towards this A site. I really want to see Fleshes go for this B main orb, but he's just rotating naturally. They've already lost the site. Like, this retake's probably not going to happen. I really, really want to see him grab that ult all towards B, because if he gets the ult in the next round,
yeah,
you don't have the Sova ult in response. You don't have the other Killjoy ult in response, and now he's one off his Killjoy ult. Like, if he had literally just run into B main, picked up that orb, he's 6 out of 7 right now. He would have had the Killjoy ult in this round at 11-10. Really important gun round for them to win. And look at Kanga. They don't have anything close to a Sova ult or a Killjoy ult in response. And that could have been a massive advantage for the boys on Fun Crew to find in a really important round to be able to pick up.
The only outcome now for him to get that is getting an orb, getting a kill, or dying and getting res by Ronski. And that's the worst case scenario.
Either way, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Always able to keep an eye on every small detail when you're sucked up in a game this close. It's A main control is the point of contest here for Kanga. Also contesting B main, so really just not touching middle. They throw the middle smokes, but they don't contest middle at all. They just contest both extremities. Sage wall over towards A main from Vronsky. Does actually halt the push in its tracks. You see the rotation back around for Kanga, who've already taken that B main control. Looking to try to switch up the positioning. Koro, he can chuck a smoke on towards defense spawn. He can TP towards the back of the boathouse. And all of a sudden, you've got something cooking towards that B site. Fleshist is all alone here. Cut off from the rest of the team. He's got that kill zone set up towards lane, but apart from that, not really a whole lot of support he'll be getting.
Yeah, there might be a sour taste in Fun Crew's mouths right now if they are trying to eat up what Kanga are providing them on a silver plate, though. Clutchy finds Fleshist as Fleshist manages to find Lukey from beyond the grave with those nanos, and now there's nobody here at the B site for Fun Crew. It's going to look like the 12th round for Kanga if they can't get in and find a frag very, very quickly if they go for this retake, because, I mean, they won't have the best weaponry in the next round, that is for sure. Door's going to get destroyed. Clutchy is just holding out with these blades right now. You've got Koro in logs as well. The shock dart does go out over in towards the market. Major finds Koro, so at least a step in the right direction for Fun Crew on this retake. A dart to be bouncing on out. Clutchy finds easy. Dart does get destroyed. Clutchy, I've just heard, missing a bunch of the blades and does manage to get out of dodge as well. Things are starting to fall apart for Kanga a little bit, but Clutchy's still alive and kicking. Now Void manages to dance around the site. It's all going to be down to Clutchy. Time's ticked away. Too far?
Don't think they have
yeah,
it.
no, they don't have time.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Oh man, I just like theory crafting again. Imagine if that orb had been picked up 2 rounds ago. Fleshist is this retake on that B site, chucks the ult down, and they just retake the B site. You could even chuck it down in like boathouse or something like that if you get the control. This wasn't an option. And now, Kanga, I mean, look, that's 1 round. And I've been harping on about the ultimate or whatever, the orb, but at the end of the day, Kanga have won so many rounds consecutively and look so good on this attacking side that I'm not sure that that small detail would have even mattered. They've kind of just been doming Fun Crew on this half, and it's good resilience to see from them.
Honest Fury's out early from Easy. There is no retaliation to be seen from Kanga as well. And he manages to find a kill and an extra tag a little bit there, I do believe. Or maybe he was tagged earlier on from the shock darts. I think it might be the shock darts earlier. Anywho, it's an open up. It's the extra info now onto Void being in main. And I think you play a little bit of a reset round on this one for Kanga. For the bright side of Fun Crew, they still do have the lockdown in case they lose control of one of these sites.
Yeah. It's true. They're going to play a pretty defensive setup. Kanga pressuring middle, walking towards catwalk. Still have Void in B main. They're going to break that wall just to keep a little bit of more pressure on middle. Keep the rotations honest. It goes on to Cat. But Kanga, after pressuring middle, after pressuring towards catwalk, are just going to reset things and go back towards B here. Major on towards the back of the side at the moment, supported by Easy from defense spawn.
Oh, and the reveal as well. It does get the better of Clutchy. He's already low. I'm surprised that Major didn't keep shooting through that. Anywho, frags to be traded on out. A 3 versus 3 duel. Jungle Well takes a significant amount of damage, and Kanga finding the frags. All right, Clutchy, that's a pretty significant shot to close out the game. And closing out the game in the end does mean Kanga victory. We are going the distance here, Pilski. We are going to Haven as map 3.
Yeah, I didn't really think it was going to be happening, to be honest. I thought Kanga looked way too flat in that last map, and then it was kind of the first couple of rounds of Ascent were kind of looking the same way, but credit to Kanga, they really started to fire up, and as we headed towards the latter part of that first half, and particularly the second half, they really just had a massive streak of rounds. Like, what was that? Let me look. How many was that in a row?
6, maybe? I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head.
It's so hard to read
from when I
read
saw
this version of the timeline. I'm not sure. I'll have to check
5
how
or
many
6 or
of that.
something like that. I'm pretty sure. But it does mean now everyone at home, you know, watching for where we are right now, we are tied up 1-1. We are going into the depths of the night. We're probably looking now at a Friday morning finish, as it may be, for wherever you are in the world. It's already, you know, 1:15 a.m. over in New Zealand for the crew there. And yeah, this is shaping up to be a really exciting match now. We expected all 3 to be played here. This is one of those elimination matches as well. So the teams here now need to give it their all for Haven.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think both of the maps have been relatively close, and I'm looking forward to that last map because I want to see the fireworks go off. I don't want to see either of these teams run out of steam like I've seen them in each have a turnout in both of these maps. I just want to see them go full force and really play for that elimination.
Yeah, well, speaking of elimination, we have to eliminate the presence of a map in the next 1 minute or two because we've got to take a 5-minute break, guys, and get everything sorted for the next one. So make sure you don't go anywhere because this series is definitely fired up. We'll be back.
I just time traveled. Ah, today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
A 1-to-1 series sends us over into Map 3 to close out the night. Everybody, welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour for 2021. It is finals week. It is the final stage. It's elimination day for one of these teams to be brought forward in this next one. If you're just joining us or you want a refresher, my name's Dion Komodo-Peralta. Joining me tonight is Mitch Pilsky-Pilipowski. It's getting into the dark hours now, Mitch.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit sleepy. But I'm looking forward to this game. I don't know what I'm going to get out of it, to be honest. Okay, these two teams, they played 12 days ago on this map, and it was a 13-2 in favor of Kanga. So I'm interested to see if it's going to be that one-sided or if we're going to see any character changes for these two squads. Probably would be Fun Crew to change things up, if anything, because last time, whatever they were doing clearly was not working.
I'm just trying to remember. I'm pretty sure I casted that as well, and it's like slipped my mind too because of all the stuff that we've casted throughout this tournament so far.
We both casted that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did that cast. Yeah. Oh, it is what it is. It means that we're excited to see some new things to be coming forward in this matchup, and of course, you know, in toying with the idea of Haven as well, one of the things that I always like to see is the different agent selections. We touched upon Sky being one of those ones that we don't usually see. Fun Crew is one of those teams that actually has a composition with Sky when it comes to Haven, and I'm not going to lie to you, I really do want to see it.
Yeah, it might be something they toy with bringing out. Last time they went for Phoenix, Cypher, Sova, Jet, and Omen. So, look, maybe this time they could include that Sky because it clearly didn't work for what Kanga was throwing at them last time. So, they could give something different a shot. However, you know, we'll see. I don't know if necessarily Fun Crew was in as good of a form when they were in that series, but at the same time, they did actually reverse sweep after they played Haven. They got 13-2 and then they won 13-6, 13-5 on the next two maps.
That's right.
So, you know, let's just first take a look at the agents. Already, I'm seeing something different from Freshest, number 1. We are seeing him on the Killjoy 2 maps when most of the time he's been on the Cypher before. And you were right, Easy, instead of being on the Sova, has gone towards that Sky. So a very different comp. Hold on, Major was on a Phoenix last time and is on a Sage. So they're literally playing 3 different agents to last time. Whereas Kanga are playing an identical lineup, I think.
I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it right now. It's going to be such a stark difference in the play style of these teams coming in towards the last map. And will we have it any other way? Teams directing their own new paths and finding what works for them. If this game is close, amazing. If it's a 13-2 like last time, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed, but we have to wait and see. Everybody, welcome back and welcome in towards Haven, the third map to close us out for tonight.
I mean, honestly, Dion, you know, if it's a close game, I'm happy because then I get entertained. If it's a quick game, I get to go to sleep. So I'm in a win-win either way. It doesn't really matter to me, mate. As we do head into the game. Already the Sky Flash is gathering that info over towards A. Bronski goes for a push straight up with the Sheriff, but he's already lost a lot of his HP to the Classic. Needs to get the hell out of there, but he can't. Clutchy hunts him down, wins that jet duel. In the meanwhile, Void is already up there on the C site, and so it begins. Absolute disgusting rotations, as there is 3 bomb sites on this map.
Pilsky on the play-by-play. It must be real dark hours right now in amongst the night. But Fun Crew, they do have Ronsky back on that jet as opposed to Sage over on Ascent there. So he is in the favoured agent. So we'll see what's going to happen now with the play disadvantage for Fun Crew in this retake. All 3 guiding lights have been utilised in the round. That is a nice shot to come out from Greg. Still baffled by this crosshair. And this is just utter obliteration to come on through from Kanga as they pick up a flawless pistol.
Meat grinder, mate. It's an absolute meat grinder. Oh, my lord. Good start for Kango on that attacking side. Might be on for another 13-2. Not calling it too early, though. But I'm looking at how comfortable Kango just was with just messing with those rotations. And I'm getting a funny feeling. Either way, though, you do have to save on the boys on Fun Crew. Well, once again on the one duelist, I think the only map they went for the one duelist was, the 2 duelists was blind, right? So that's something.
Well, a couple of right clicks to come out from the Classic as Major does dispatch of Clutchy. Void unable to get the trade over in the distance on towards Fweshist as the heals come out from Void as well. Just one of these rounds where you want to see Kanga kind of clean it up without dropping anything. On the flip side, you want to see Fun Crew do as much damage as they possibly can and see what can come out with it. Just one thing that I've noticed as well, actually, the amount of heals possibility for Fun Crew with the Sage and the Sky. So damage can get, back happening and reverted.
Yep. Basically playing an RPG at this point. As you get Kanga up onto that A site. I'm going to get that spike down. Looking to try not to lose any more guns. They've already lost the one.
Yeah, just looking for some exits right now. Void needs to make sure he holds on to this Spectre in the next round to have a pretty bonus round in the next one. Correct me if I'm wrong. We've seen more bonus round victories tonight than the flip side, the normal way, right?
Oh, I can't remember. But there's been a lot. There's definitely been a lot of wonky rounds. I think on Bind there was a lot of wonky rounds where the team that wasn't favoured was winning quite consistently. Oh, the wall to get the Spectre, that's
one enemy remaining.
Well, not going to end up being worth it. And now the big chase from Jungle Out, trying to get away from the spike, but he will go down. And 3 alive for Kanga. They retain a Vandal, they retain 2 Spectres. Not too bad in terms of days at the office as far as they go. And now the buy through. 2 players, pretty broke for Kanga. It's funny, I've seen Kanga do this pretty consistently. They tend not to line up the money in the bonus, but instead when they do lose a gun, they tend to just buy up. Which is the opposite of what I've seen from some other pretty good teams who prefer to sort of line up the money. I'm not talking about OS, but yeah.
Yeah, Clutchy's down. Definitely not a good start for the round for the side of Kanga. The information gathering ability from the Stover as opposed to the Sky in this round. Still able to be toyed with. In towards the C site, however, for Kanga, and they've forced Fun Crew completely out. It's going to be retake.
Yeah, Lukey's just playing with those rotations, but there is the alarm bot up on the top of that B site, so if he pushes any further, he will be found out. That's a massive kill for Cora to get, though. Puts it into a 4-on-4 and maintains that Gary control.
And Greg manages to find it easy. The shock dart was good as well to tickle the HP of Fun Crew squad. Out of ammunition in the end. The damage was still done. The right-click zoom in from Wrongski does actually work out that he finds Greg, but he can't quite get the remaining frag as the bonus is found out by Kanga. And it kind of does throw a little bit of an upset onto the side of Fun Crew now with their money because they are not broke, but there's not enough for the big purchase.
Yeah, dude, Kanga looks so good on this map, though. Am I wrong, Dion? Like, the way that they're messing with the rotations right now. Like, I'm consistently seeing Kanga go into sites where, like, Fun Crew are kind of, like, rotating off, or they only have one player who's in a bit of a sticky position. Like, they are winning these rounds relatively effortlessly, and I'm getting kind of worried for Fun Crew at the moment because I haven't seen them look super convincing on the defense side. Wow, the run it back. used in an anti-eco. He's going to pop that Killjoy mine as well as find out the position on the turret. So space created for Kanga. A little bit of safety, just utilizing the runner back to minimize the risk.
Oh, they overlook Major right now as he's able to find one and drop the spike from going on down. Fueshus now finds Koro, and this is just turning upside down. This is not the outcome of the round that you want to have happen, though. Luki does manage to find one kill and extra information as the Trailblazer goes in. Doesn't get the near side ability to see exactly where Luki was as he creeps on through. 46 HP. It's workable right now, Pilski. It's just going to be severely difficult for him to be able to clutch it out. And there you have it. It's the pistols that get the job done for Fun Crew.
Absolute mess, this game. Only one gun retained, though. Easy wasn't able to pick up a rifle. Only had the Sheriff at the end of it. So not as good of a position in terms of the economy there for Fun Crew. Actually, they win that round, but they're still going to be broke here. Whereas Kanga, they can buy up. So Clutchy only going down to the Spectre because I believe he's probably going to use his knives this round. And Kanga looking to contest the middle where the operator is sitting for Ronsky. Let's see if he can find an opener here. A bit of an off angle for the man.
Oh, I really thought that he was going to shoot through the wall. Not going to lie, I thought the wallbang was going to come into fruition, but at least he does get the kill to upset the balance of Kanga in the beginning stage of this round. Clutchy needs to start to bring something back. There's that resurrection still available on the side of Fun Crew 2. Clutchy actually getting a very powerful amount of information pushing on through. However, he has to fall back in toward the site. There is the Hunter's Fury available. It's the blade dance between the two, but it gets better off for Clutchy. Traded out in the end from Fueshus. Been punished more often than not in this game so far. Guiding Light gets a bit of a decent blind out onto Luki more so than Greg, but shots out from Greg with the big pulse there. It's all 1-on-1 central. Now it's Koro that needs to get more than that one, but it doesn't come into play, and it's Fun Crew surviving with 2. Do they res for the money management though? Jungle has got 4,300, and there it is, the money management res.
As well start building that ult up ASAP, especially because you're heading into the anti-eco rounds now, so that's where you can really get your farm on. You might res in that round and already be like 3 or 4 out of 7 towards your ultimate and towards the next gun round, so may as well get it out of the way with very early on in the half. There's an opportunity now for Fun Crew. Look, they won with those pistols, which really damaged the economy of Kanga more so than it helped the economy of Fun Crew as they only retained one gun. But then they win the following gun round, which puts Kanga's money in a weird position. And this is where they can start to take a bit of a step forward on the front foot, which is always excellent to do on the defense of this map because defense can be a little bit difficult. Clutchy, look, He's having a go, all right? He's having a go. And that's the main thing. Just like Greg with his crosshair. I'm proud of all of the guys on Kanga.
It is just the pistols for them. We'll give them that. We'll see what space can be found from Koro now as his team does march up through towards the A site where the healers do lurk at bay. You would expect a bit of a farm up on this crossfire. There's the first one from Easy, though he does get decapitated on the trade. Now it's time for Major to be able to find one with the hot hands being brought out. Sees the recon go through as well. Manages to find that frag, and now it is just down to Koro, who has managed to navigate himself in towards the site, but he does get taken out in the end. Padding of the stats for Major to get closer to that res.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying, right? Like, if he didn't res last round, he would basically have wasted 3 ultimate points. But he's got 3 extra ultimate points. And already on the way to his second res. So you love to see it. And that was kind of what I was getting at in some of those previous maps, talking about using decent ults versus waiting for perfect ults. So thumbs up for Major, I guess, is what I'm getting at. And now the buy through for Kanga. But this is where things get difficult because previously, you know, they were steaming ahead on that 3-0. Not having to deal with Fun Crew too much, not worrying about Fun Crew's money too much. But in the current position now where we sit, Fun Crew have excellent cash and it's going to take quite a bit of effort from Kanga to get back into this one. And that's not going to be a great start for him.
That's a couple of missed shots from Ronsky that could have definitely smoothened things out for Fun Crew at the later stages of this round. But at least for Kanga, they will welcome that. The Seekers do come out, though, from Easy. And the biggest thing from them is the information that they do manage to reveal where the opponents are playing from. But we already know that Kanga's all around these sites. Player advantage, though, for Fun Crew. Guiding Light does get the good blind out, but they don't run in with it. The second one comes through as well as the Hunter's Fury actually gets brought on very, very early from Greg there. Easy managed to find one. Koro can only be good for one, and now it's just down to Greg that I've already mentioned. 2 shotguns available, but he gets put to the grave, and Fun Crew take the lead here.
Really nice use of that that Sky ult, actually. You saw Easy pop that dead in the middle of the map on that B site, and he just starts following the little Seekers around, and he runs all the way through Garage, and when the Seeker doesn't connect with anything through Garage, he literally just jumps into Garage and starts spamming those birds on towards C site. That was actually really nice usage of that ult in combination with the Sky flashes.
The big thing that I think when it comes to the Sky Ultimate, you never actually expect it to like paranoia your opponents or near sight them. It's just to find out where they're located and push them and make it a target for them to shoot. It's like a raise bot, right?
Yeah, I know. It's like it literally like helped a lot of their pathing on that retake and made the retake speed up a lot quicker. Rather than having to clear out all those angles in middle, rather than having to clear out Garage, they just got straight into that retake. They kind of like fast tracked it. Either way, though, you do have the drone through from Greg. You got the doggo through from Easy in response, just checking things out. Seeing if you can sniff something around in middle, but end of the day, Kanga's just going to be heading straight in towards A.
And you are going to have Easy playing at the heavens. Does pop a dick to the face nice and early, however. Greg with the 2 shock darts. I would like to see them utilized on Toronski's location. A bit of a Plix-esque style darting situation that I really like to see when it comes to Sova action on this map. But the Bucky's close and personal for Clutchy. A bit of damage out. The lockdown actually gets brought on through, which is pretty huge for Kanga in this round, considering that they are not having the best weaponry in it. And they've got the plant here, but they're sticking in it. They're making sure they are trying to funnel out these frags, as now it just goes on to Lukey to try to reassociate himself in towards the round. The Bucky here. See what it can do. Dink out, not too much damage. Misses the next one. Does manage to find Major. And not the final frag, but he does get it in the end. It's great damage, all things considered, from Kanga.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Chips that money down quite a bit, which Fun Crew have in spades at the moment. But any damage is good damage at the moment. Just trying to get your foot back in the door of this half, because it was looking real good for Kanga, but we are miles away from that position at this point. They have kind of been getting put in the bin ever since they lost that anti-eco. Now the operator back out once again for Ronsky. Run it back ready for Void though, so he could be hard entry on the way in towards this ace site. Sky flash straight off the bat, trying to find a little bit of info. In comes the run it back. From Void, just creating space up short, but the Sage wall is straight across as you start to see the rotations come in. Does Void have a gun? Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he had a Vandal, but he used his pistol, I think maybe for mobility or something, to just destroy the wall as it was... You know what it is? It's the Vandal destroying the wall and then the pistol being brought out.
Oh, Clutchy goes down though, up short there. I'd say this push has been stopped in its tracks. You see Kanga starting to spread back out, starting to drone down middle and poke towards Garage. A full rotation from Fun Crew. They've lost most of this map control. The Cypher just poking towards A long, but in the meanwhile, Kanga... They've made their way into Garage. They're going to smoke off the turret and continue forward, which is not going to trigger, which means that Major has no idea. Cora's actually made it through Garage.
Oh, he does get the frag in the end, but he could have tried to line up for another one if he had the headshot nice and earlier on. Shots to come out as the... From the shadows actually gets destroyed, I think, there. Greg does manage to find Major and Flashes. This is scary now. Can get the spike down, and it's going to be the split play to come through from the Fun Crew members. Now, Greg, how does he challenge this? A bullet will get reloaded out. 2 seconds until that dart for reconnaissance, but he's overlooked the long position, and Easy finds it.
Yeah, and Easy can get that that defuse for the ultimate as well. So that's pretty massive. He's going to have that Seekers available once again. Flashes one off the ult also, but with Greg having his Hunter's Fury available, that's not going to matter as much in this case. And Fun Crew, man, they just cannot seem to put a foot wrong after they won that eco round. Their money is still fantastic, and they're just cruising along on this defensive side, no less. Which on Haven, I mean, if you're gonna, yeah, they're looking like they could be getting 9 rounds here, 8 or 9 rounds on the defensive side of Haven. You are absolutely beaming at that point.
It definitely is scary for Kango considering their previous engagement. I just wonder where that bird went then from Easy, actually.
Not sure. After the 3-man setup on the A site at the start here from the boys on Fun Crew, they're going to start rotating back around. Wolf through short A does get Major on the line, but they're just going to give up that A site as Kanga could be anywhere. At the moment, Kanga's got a smoke on garage window as well as C defense spawn. The Seekers do find some of those players in middle, and Fun Crew at the moment is kind of reeling. They have no bloody idea what's happening. They were stacked towards A at the start of the round. Then Kanga threw a fake towards the C site and wanted to go B, but they didn't end up going B. And then now Kanga's on A, so things have come full circle, and Clutchy is going to start things off nicely with a blade to the head.
Definitely needed to see the big opener to come in from Kanga here to try and have some sense of resilience in the game. They can get the spike planted on down, and it's not going to be negated out by any sort of ultimate. There's the lockdown, which the Hunter's Fury is going to trade on through here, just buying a little bit of time to disconnect the players on the side itself. A bit of a misstep on the right click of the handle there for Old Mate, but the frags are coming through from Fleshes and tenfold. Now it's down to Greg with the Shocky available, but it's not going to be the thing that he's going to be able to bring out the half defuse. Maybe they go for the challenge together, but Ronsky just ultimately wins out that duel, and Fun Crew, they get the retake happening. And it gets done.
Was a mess, Dion. I had no idea what was going on. Fun Crew didn't either, but they still secure the round. I was kind of looking at Void there, who was on that A site box. He still had a flash available. If he just pitches that flash over the top of the site, that's probably the round over. But under a little bit too much pressure, didn't feel like he could pull the flash. And here we are once again. Money kind of broke here for Kanga. And Fun Crew are just having no issues at all right now. They're cruising along. It is a Kanga pause. They're going to have a chat about how they can try to secure these last couple of rounds, especially in this weird economic situation they've found themselves in. And there you go. What are you thinking, Dion? This lineup change is seeming to work for Fun Crew. They got absolutely stomped with their last lineup. Now they changed 3 Asians, and I thought that the way that this game was started, we were going to head in the same direction, but they have really recovered quite well.
It's a really good start on their defensive side. I think we still just have to wait for that offensive side as well, as we do have a pause coming in through. I assume it's a tactical. It's going to come out from Kanga there. But yeah, I think we need to wait for the flip side to see what's going to happen there. But I also think in it being very new, I feel like Kanga haven't really adapted too much towards this composition, and that's one of the things when you bring out a new comp, right? You've got to get that adaptation very, very early on to make sure you're on the board, to make sure everything's flowing for yourselves, and we haven't really seen that from Kanga just yet, so let's see if they can at least find this round, maybe try to make it a 7-5 half, which they'll definitely need to do right now, as they've pushed over towards the A link. The decapitation from Clutch, yes, second one would be absolutely awesome as well, but at least they are managing to get all the kills here. Wrongski, good for one on the blades, and now it is down to Easy. Paranoia does get him in the end. He could send in a Trailblazer, he'd be vulnerable. Same with the Guiding Light, has to just take these duels pretty much dry. He's actually going to use the bird. And then get on the defuse for a little bit. And he's going to get the swing. He doesn't get it half defused, but he spots out the info onto the last player as well. But the pre-fire can't get it done. 13 HP. It's as close as it can be. Kanga, though, get the round.
Last round
got bloody
in the
close.
half.
You saw a Fun Crew just charging straight up A main there, just walling it off about 5 seconds into the round. Does put them into the 5-on-4, but Kanga, they were not interested in anything other than getting onto B really quickly. And I like the fact that they fought Acon after they saw so many players towards that A side of the map. That really heavily contributed to them picking up that round. And here we are. 1 kill off the Seekers for Old Mate Easy in this last round. Run it back ready for Void to be able to create some space. And on that entry, he's going to use it over towards C Cubby, and seems like a bit of a C split here for Kanga, but you can never really know because Koro has got that bomb and has got the ult on the Omen available for that rotation.
Yeah, the almost instantaneous reposition over towards A you would expect here, but the team would have to go over with him. Here come those Seekers again. Clutch is able to find the first opening frag. However, the run it back didn't do much but buy info. They're on the side. Now that more frags are starting to be found, it's finally Fun Crew getting one in return. The Resurrection could be utilized in this round. With more frags coming out, Easy is brought back from the graveyard, and now the player advantage is on the side for Fun Crew. However, the Neural Theft gets some stellar info for Void to find Ronsky. It's the 2 versus 2. The Blinds does get the player to the left in Lukey, but will he get cleared on out? Easy, check the corner. Nope, he gets decapitated. Now it's down to Major to try and get the bullets out. The pistol's here with the right clicks, and the shots do connect in the end for Major to get the third and the defuse assured.
I love a game from Major. 16, 8, and 7 on that Sage. Is a pretty massive performance. especially in the last map, and that's an 8-4 round, 8-4 half for Fun Crew. After going down 0-3, they 8-1 to Kanga on the defensive side of Haven in an elimination match. That is an epic gamer moment. That's how I describe it. What do you think, Dion?
Epic gamer moment. I could definitely see that, but I also think it's a worst case scenario for Kanga, right? 8-4 on your offensive side, now going to defensive Haven, is very concerning.
Sad. Alrighty. Let's see if Fun Crew can close. They're in an excellent position to be able to do so. All starts here with the pistol. Kanga, triple up A long. Will be found out by the Sky Flash that does reveal their position, at least for the time being. Cypher solo on B with the trip in Gary, just keeping tabs on that area with Sova retake on C. And at the moment, Fun Crew in a rush to be pretty much nowhere. And that's actually one of those situations where the duel on long, Ronsky takes some damage, and then the Sage and the Sky Heal comes out, and he's just back to full health. And again, you see the Sky Heals just after those initial duels really doing a whole lot of work.
Now the wall's going to go up to the right side of the B site. The player advantage for Fun Crew. They can look to get the plant down. Just make sure that they are looking down the left side of the site. Lukey cannot get over, but gets a little bit of information of who is inside of the site. Looking to take the duel. Shockdart actually gets a bunch of information, or rather damage, to come on out. It's going to be very difficult of a retake, I feel, from Kanga right now. Heals is what Easy would absolutely love to be transitioned over towards his body. Not going to be the case right now as Clutchy does go on through. They just have to pepper bullets through the smoke right now. Jungle now doing a phenomenal situation at that. There's 3, maybe the 4th of how low Lukey's been taken. Stolen from Major. Great pistol round to come through from Fun Crew. And that just pushes Kanga's chances all the more further away.
Yeah, I'd say this is a very, very rough situation for them. Spectres as well as the Ghost. Kanga gonna force. They haven't really been forcing at all tonight, so not surprising to see them just let this one go by the wayside as well. Again, Clutchy deciding to bucky, but apart from that, not a whole lot really being purchased. Lukey's gone for the light armor, which is an interesting one. Light armor classic. Bit of a stack on the C site from Kanga, expecting a bit of a C pop anti-eco, but not going to be the case. Fun Crew just keeping things nice and sensible, taking their time, moving through the map, poking around, holding the extremities. This is exactly how you want to run an anti-eco to minimize risk.
Yeah, we'll see where Kanga's efforts of the stack are going to lead them. For right now, it looked like for a moment it was going to be outside the C site, but if Fun Crew do waltz in toward it, it could be very interesting. The stark difference in this map, though, compared to the other two that we've seen, is really evident as well. It's kind of strange.
Void goes down again. It's the wall on the B site in combination with the smoke to try to get that bomb down. And it seems to have worked a treat. They're actually going to take a link. I like that smoke towards the backside of the site to just fight one of the links and use that as a bit of a post-plant position. That's really cute from Fun Crew. You love to see it.
And onto this retake now. Lukey's going to be good for 1. However, you got that flank still coming out from Clutchy. An unexpected position as Ronsky gets made work of. And as well, Jungle Wow. This gun is just broken, man. On the back of the shield, damage is done. Transitions Clutchy's face away from Fleshes, who gets the frag. It's double digits now for Fun Crew. Finally, we're going to see, you know, a purchase to come through from Kanga, but they need to be able to find this one and just keep on going. Look at the accumulation of rounds that Fun Crew found on that other half there.
Yeah, I know. I was saying they won 7 in a row. Oh, sorry, they won. Yeah, they did win 7 in a row, which is pretty massive. Kanga, Clutchy just goes for the Bucky, because he does, after those couple of kills in the last round, have access to the Blade Storm. Oh, that is disgusting. See you later, Ronsky. That's about as jet diff as it gets.
Love an opening frag like that. No resurrection available from Major. It's not in sight as well. Ronsky is down for the count in this one, that is for sure.
Not a bad round to lose a pick like that, though. It is just their bonus. And in stark contrast to what Kanga was doing with their money, if you just hit tab, you can see that old mates on Fun Crew are just keeping the money nice and even. They're not going for those weapon buys there. They are just keeping the money even across the board as they move deeper into this half. So even if they lose this round, they're going to be totally fine. They're just looking for a bit of damage. Bruce starting to group towards Garage, starting to group towards mid, but 2 trips right at the top of that B site. It is a full B site retake from Kanga.
Yeah, well, there goes that guiding line into clear to get some information. Great use of the paranoia to push Korra off the site. Going to have to rely on Clutch's blades to lead the action right now. Do like that they've got the split play on the site itself as well, hanging back at the shield, making sure that they can lock down some angles from the mid of the B area. Major does have a slow to be able to utilize, but it will really his position, so he has to be really careful. The peppering through the shield as well. He needs to just reposition himself to make sure he finds at least 1 frag here. 2 would be phenomenal, but he's taken down through that shield as well. Really unfortunate situation now. The Clutchy peeks out through Garage, does get absolutely decapitated, but they're starting to tick on the defuse. The bullets are all missing here. The Seeker's actually starting to go through, but the defuse has already come out from Void. That is a much needed round for Kanga, though they do lose everybody in the end.
Yeah, that's actually a bit of a nightmare for Kanga, losing all of those guns. You can see 3k across the board on 4 of their players. This might just be another situation where you just save after winning the round, but Kanga's not the kind of team to be doing that. One small detail there is actually you had both of the nano swarms on the Bond for Freshest, but Void, as he went in for the tap, shot both of them before either of them could be triggered. So you saw the boys over there on Fun Crew playing hard retake on that B site. It's because they felt pretty safe with the Seekers, with the nano swarm, that they were going to be able to play the post plant. But because Void is so quick clearing off the site of all of that util, they're able to actually get that defuse safely.
Oh, good use of info on the bird in the beginning, the guiding light, and a greater push from Clutchy actually to drop the spike and take out Easy. So that's a bunch of information gone for Fun Crew. Again, another player, no resurrection yet available. 2 kills and an orb, or a plant, an orb, and a kill.
Yeah, Clutchy's really stepping up. He's having some massive impact here. This is a nice timing for Bronski though, all the way towards the top of the B site. Spike starting to head in this direction as well.
Oh, is Void gonna peek it? Oh. Yeah, there it is.
The timing.
Spike down mid.
Judge in towards Garage as well. Very deadly. Run it back, utilized from Void now for some extra information. Freshest is going to fall back after picking up the spike, and they're just going to navigate themselves over towards the A site. You favour yourself a retake here for Kanga, or do you get out the challenge? It's going to be on a Clutchy to see what he wants to do here. Looks like they're going to go for the challenge nice and early. Clutchy in the best position to be able to do so. Drops the spike, drops Freshest, and now goes the funneling in exactly where the last remaining player is. Even Styles on jungle with the dash out onto the site.
Yeah, Clutchy is playing pretty phenomenally this map. You know, he's been a bit up and down. He is a little inconsistent, but these last couple of rounds, these opening kills have been absolutely massive for Kanga. How long can they keep it up for? I mean, they are on that defensive side. This is a weird buy here for Fun Crew. Not sure if I'm a massive fan of this. Ronsky wants to try to get those knives from C Long, but you can see already Kanga has so many players over there looking to fight. They don't want to let him get his Blade Storm. They're just hard contesting it. And he's going to have to dash out. Loses a lot of HP in the process.
Oh, and Clutchy lines them up as well. That's definitely not the start that you want to see for Fun Crew. I'm starting to feel a little bit of that redemption arc now, Pilski, for Kanga. They're starting to find their mojo on this defensive side. And we've seen the big run that Fun Crew ran off with on that defense side too. So it is definitely plausible here for Kanga. They want to make sure they don't split up, I guess.
It's been a tale of 2 pretty successful defensive sides here, actually, as you do see the push in towards that A site for the boys on Fun Crew. They've got a lot of control. They've got that Sage wall down, and they're going to try to establish that spike. But how will the post flank go in the 5-on-3? They've got their work cut out for them here, Dion.
I wonder if they use the lockdown. We would have probably need to see it dropped from Flesh just a little bit early. There's that mindset of the flank to come out from Clutchy very late in the mix. Does throw the darts. There's no info from there. 1-1 trade to come out as well. Easy can't get anything done, and it's all down to Major, who also gets his head taken off. And it's a great retake to come down from Kanga, starting to narrow that gap.
Yeah, Greg gets his ult from that defuse as well. So the Hunter's Fury is available for him. And that's where you see that's the interaction that you're looking for. That lockdown has been available for multiple rounds now, but unfortunately it's been held for so long that Greg now has access to the ult to deny it. So it's going to really lose its usefulness, unfortunately, at least for the time being. And this is where that was a very weird round to buy for Fun Crew. Wasn't sure if I was a fan of that. They are actually broke now, and this gives even more opportunity for Kanga to build up their money further and just be super, super comfortable going forward.
Get out of my way.
Well, off the get-go, Ronski's blades are out to clear over towards the C site. You've got Void lurking very close with the curveball to go on through. They were expecting it too, and he manages to dispatch of Ronski quite nicely. No extra damage on the jungle, however, and with that resurrection closer for Fun Crew, they're going to get the orb. Does it get it? I think it does. There we go. So he's going to be brought back. No trade to come on out for that one. So Fun Crew, they've got the player advantage now, but Clutchy needs to be really careful he doesn't give them an extra one.
He just instant repeats.
Oh!
And he gets a triple spray down. That's disgusting. He's just instantly repeaked on 40 HP against a half bite and got rewarded like that.
No more charges left.
That's insane. That's the flip of the coin that works. And it does.
I think it's almost that false sense of security where he, like, whoever lit him up that hard was like, there's no way he repeaks that. He drops that little jet smoke and old mate's thinking, all right, he's out of here. He's heading back towards the A site. I'm just going to turn my back and head towards C.
Yeah, how do you really bring this one back for Fun Crew right now? It's the exact same situation, essentially, as one of the previous rounds, 2 versus 4. You've got Clutchy on the better close flank. No heals to his body, but we've already seen the 3k that's come out from him. He just needs to toy with them right now. There's the information. That's the commune for his team to go over towards the A site. They can let the spike go down, wait for Clutchy to go in for the frag. Is he going to get him, or is he going to go for the knife? It looks like he's toying with the idea. I'd like to see a knife, but he's a little bit too far from it. We'd hate to see him lose his life here. There it is. He gets the frag for that 4k. And Koro to close it down in the end.
Yeah. Look, it's a 4k, but at the same time, I almost feel like he's getting rewarded for playing it a bit incorrectly. End of the day, though, you can't really complain. He's playing a hell of a half at the moment. Like, he's had so many massive impact opening duels won that I'm willing to, you know, overlook it. He's really sort of dragging Kanga, kicking and screaming through this game right now. But on the flip side of things, Fun Crew have been having a really rough time ever since those first couple of rounds that they won. Kanga have kind of been running them over a little bit. They got 4 ults available as well. Easy one off those Seekers, if he can find himself an ult.
Definitely a concerning situation for Fun Crew here, that's for sure. Kanga starting to get closer, knock on their doors. 4 ultimates to assist them in this round. Potentially see maybe 2 or 3 of them even utilized.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Fun Crew just poking around, but not really finding any damage. Nice time to push on Lukey. Let's find another opening pick. How many rounds, how many gun rounds in a row is that where Fun Crew have lost the opening pick and had to navigate things 4 on 5? And again, they're in a very tough situation. They're going to try and make it happen over towards A. Lukey already got his cage in position, buying time for some of these rotates to come in.
And here we go. In towards the site. Major manages to find Lukey. The lockdown goes down too. You can see the Hunter's Fury could be utilized here. And then it is just down that Blade Storm for Clutchy. And then all those ultimates are going to be used for Kango. And I think they're just going to let the lockdown go here. Greg can use the Hunter's Fury at a later stage in the round. Has to make sure that they're clearing the close corner here. And as you mentioned it, yeah, Void, what's he going to be able to do? He's still on the B site right now.
He got detained. Like he stuck around too long in the Killjoy ulti. Now they got to break the wall. Dark goes in, and they're going to try and dive in the site here.
Oh, well, Major does manage to find Clutchy. The Hunter's Fury's out as well, and it's missing its mark right now. They did overlook the fact that Corrid already dropped onto the site, but Jungle has managed to pick up the scraps. It's all down to Greg with the ginormous circle dot crosshair, but can he hit the headshots? Time's already ticked away way too far. Look for an exit here. Is he going to be permitted it? He will. There goes Major. One step closer to the ultimate orb there, or the ultimate, but for Fun Crew, it's a well-needed round. It's been a while.
Yeah, even though they lost that opening pick, they recovered pretty well. I think Kanga, I think, I don't know, like, Lukey is kind of isolated on that site by himself. If they just play retake and maintain the man advantage, I think they would have been a little bit more comfortable in that position. But, you know, I can't really pinpoint where that necessarily went wrong. Again, the round started off well, but the 4-on-5 didn't seem that difficult for Fun Crew to navigate. They had a really nice Killjoy ulti in there, which wasn't dealt with by the Hunter's Fury because there was no real benefit for Greg to pop it in that situation. There was no one in position to be able to fight in the site anyway. After all said and done, we have Fun Crew really pressuring towards the garage, really pressuring towards B to pop the Seekers, and they are going to head into that B site straight away.
Yeah, they pop the Seekers into garage to get that info, but they don't really go with them. They just make sure they get the spike down at the B site. We've seen it here before, but we've also seen that defuse get stuck by Void early on in the mix, and Void's actually been sent out of this round for right now, so the player advantage for Fun Crew definitely chasing up this 12th round. And for Kanga, they're going to be able to do it. Clutchy wins out the duel onto Easy, but he is very far from the action over at the site. You can see that the nanos are here. Koro destroys both of them, so at least checking off that on the checklist. Ronski to find Clutchy. Things are starting to crumble for Kanga in this round right now. Major questions to everybody finding frags for Fun Crew, and they are looking to seal the deal on this round as Greg loses his life. It's Fun Crew now finding map, match, series, elimination point, whatever it have you, and Kanga, they need 4 to send us to OT.
Yeah, they got the money to do it. They're going to continue buying up and trying to fight for this game, but a good couple of last rounds for Fun Crew. Starting to find some answers to this streak of round from Kanga. Starting to threaten that match point. Stay alive in this tournament. This is elimination. Backs against the wall for Kanga. They need 4 in a row to stay alive here. See if they can do it. It's a tough task on that defense. Crew once again grouped up towards this A side of the map. Skyflash over the top to try to gather the info. There you get the wall across for Void to pick himself up an orb, and now he's got the runner back ready. That could have a bit of an impact on this round as he destroys the doggo, getting information up short A, continuing to pressure towards A for Fun Crew. But in the meanwhile, no info being gathered for Kanga. They are still sort of just sitting back. No one on the site. And Easy has gathered that info.
And Ronski opening up the book right now in this round. Void on that runner back as well, looking to do something. A dinky out is all he's going to be able to find, and that gets healed up instantly. Not even by Major. He'd already used his a little bit earlier on. It's going to be the regrowth to come out from Easy. Now Clutchy needs to find the shot here on this operator peak. The line is verticality-wise there for Ronski. Void, however, 2 frags to keep this alive for Kanga. It's going to put a reset potentially for Fun Crew, but they can't do it, Pilski. Spike's in the middle of the site.
Yeah, I think just trying to force up into a site that already has so many players up there. They do get the bomb out, though. Really, really nice smokes out there from Ronski. Is going to recover that spike, and now they can get the hell out of dodge. They can actually rotate over towards the B or the C site. It's going to be towards the C site. You can see Koro, he's already on his horse straight through that B site. Wants to try to get into a strong position before they make it. Smokes. There's got the paranoia available as well.
Oh, this is going to be so tricky. That smoke actually cordons off his vision. Is he going to be able to do something here? If he pulls the paranoia, it could help out the situation. But Flesh just manages to find Koro. Don't tell me that this is how we're ending with the shutdown at the A site from Kanga. And for Fun Crew to just renegotiate the battle, the duels over towards C. They have relocated as Clutchy manages to find one. Dart out from Greg does get destroyed. Really looking to find something. Jungle and Flesh is still there, though, to close it through. And Fun Crew will take the dub for the final match of the night here. That means we do say farewell to Kanga.
Yeah, they continue their upward trajectory. So I think they're going to be pretty happy with that. I think most people have sort of tipped them as a team that's been performing quite well lately. And again, they passed the test. They've beaten yet another good team put in front of them. And I think that's the gatekeeper team out of the way. And now they're going to get to sort of test their mettle against one of the best teams in the region.
Yeah, well, that was one of those matches that we did touch upon earlier on in the piece, wasn't it? That we were expecting it to be the close likewise of tomorrow's match that we are going to see is the later one, I do believe. But, I mean, for all intents and purposes, our predictions tonight were pretty spot on, I guess. You know, a quicker first match and then a lengthier last match, although I think I tipped Kanga in for that one, but thoroughly impressed from the performance that Fun Crew put forward tonight. They should be very proud of themselves.
Yeah, I really like the lineup adjustment on Haven, but even, not only just on Haven, also on Ascent. Ronski, I think, playing his first Sage game on record. So you're starting to see, it's not just that team that's a little bit one-dimensional and sort of just forcing the same comp or only has one style. You're seeing a little bit of depth to Fun Crew, and that's always good to see. So that's sort of a great sign that they're going to stay competitive and they're going to be able to continue working hard and prove themselves to be a top team in the region, not only for this little streak of tournaments, but maybe for the foreseeable future.
Well, speaking about the foreseeable future and the streak of the teams, for them to try to prove their worth, to test their might, and to test their strength against the other teams in the region, here is what we are going to be seeing in the bracket so far. Right now, it is Order and Fun Crew shaping up for the match on Saturday. Tomorrow, though, it's Wildcard versus Straight Out of the Zoo. It's Direwolves and Mindfreak, that second matchup that, we're expecting to be a close one as well. And tomorrow, I mean, it's kind of going to look like a little bit of a repeat of tonight, potentially.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm keen to see how Straight Out of the Zoo go, and I haven't seen Wildcard play yet, so that's going to be a fun one because I do know a lot of those guys have a fair amount of experience, and I'm always good to see Infrequent play a few matches of whatever game he's sort of testing his mettle out.
Most definitely. But this is essentially going to be wrapping us up for tonight. So, Mitch, we say farewell to you for tomorrow. We have other Mitch coming on, but you'll be back on Saturday. So, any closing words out for tonight, at least?
Not really. Looking forward to see who's going to make it all the way to that Saturday and actually prove themselves to be the best at the end of the day.
Well, there you go, guys. You've seen the matches that are going to be brought forward for you tomorrow. We've, had a pretty stellar performance and from the teams tonight, from the broadcast perspective as well. I hope you guys did enjoy. Make sure you go and follow Pilski over there. The handle is below on the bottom if you want to follow me. This is my Twitter one as well. Just because the way that it is and it's past midnight, for the dude that's going to be on tomorrow night's broadcast, Conky, happy birthday. You are old now, although you kind of already were. But that is going to seal us off for tonight, everybody. You all have a fantastic night, and we will be back tomorrow. See you later.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all four corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.